Tract Sabbath. Chapter 11. Regulations concerning throwing from one ground into another. Mishnah: one who throws a thing from private into public or from public into private ground is culpable. From private into private ground, by way of public ground, our Akiba holds him to be culpable, but the sages declare him free. How so? If two balconies face each other across a street, one who transfers or throws something from one into the other is free. If the two balconies, however, are in the same building, he who transfers a thing from one into the other is culpable, but he who throws is free, because the work of the Levites, in the tabernacle, was as follows: from two wagons facing each other in public ground boards were transferred, but not thrown from one into the other. Gemara: let us see. Throwing is but the offspring of transferring. Where is transfer itself mentioned in the scriptures? Said Dar Johanan, it is written, X 36:6, and Moses gave the command and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, etc. Where was Moses sitting? In the quarters of the Levites. The quarters of the Levites was public ground, because all the people were received there by Moses. And Moses said unto Israel, Ye shall not transfer anything from your quarters, which was private ground, into these quarters. We have found, then, transfer from within, but where do we find transfer from without? It is a logical conclusion, that transfer from within is the same as transfer from without. Still he calls transfer from within the principal act and transfer from without but the offspring. Now, if transferring from within and transferring from without involve the same degree of culpability, why does he call the one p. 190 a principal and the other all offspring? For the following reason: if one commit two principal acts of labor, or two offsprings of two different acts of labor, he becomes bound to bring two sin offerings. But if he commits one principal act and one offspring of the same act of labor, he becomes bound to bring only one sin offering. Whence do we know that if one throw a thing for else in public ground he is culpable? All that is said about for else in public ground is traditional. Our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the wood-gatherer's sin, mentioned in Numbers 15:32-35, consisted in carrying for else in public ground. We learned in Aboratha, however, that he pulled out sticks growing in the ground. Our Jacob said, he gathered the sticks and bound them into bundles. What difference is there in the acts? Why this dissension? The difference is, as we were taught in the name of Rab, who says, I found a mysterious paper in the possession of my uncle, Arhiah, upon which was written, I see. Ben Jehudah said, the principal acts of labor are four less one. One of them does not involve culpability. Our Jehudah holds, that carrying in public ground is not this one act, and the Boratha holds that pulling out of the ground is not that one, and our Jacob holds that binding into bundles is not the act which involves culpability. Each one of these three was certain that if a man committed any of the acts mentioned by each he was undoubtedly culpable. The rabbis taught, the name of the wood-gatherer was Zeph Chad, and so it is written, Num. 15:32, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness they found a man, etc., and further on, Ibid. 27:31 it is written, our father died in the wilderness, etc., etc., but in his own sin he died, etc., an analogy of the word wilderness. As by our father is meant Zeph Chad, so also the name of the wood-gatherer was Zeph Chad. So said Dar Akiba. Said to him our Jehudah B. Bathira, Akiba, whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the time of the divine judgment, for if it be true, you disclose the name of the man whom the scriptures desired to shield, and thus you brought him into infamy, and if it be false you slandered a man who was upright. The same case occurred in the following, it is written, Num. 12. 9. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, etc. From this we learn that Aaron also became p. 191 leprous. So said Darakiba. Said to him Arjehudabi, Bathira, Akiba. Whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the divine judgment, for if it be true, you disclose the thing the scriptures desired to conceal, and thus you brought infamy upon Aaron, and if it be false, you slandered a man who was upright. But the scriptures say, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against them. This signifies only that Aaron was included among those against whom the anger of the Lord was kindled. We have learned in Aboratha according to the opinion of Arakiba, Aaron also became leprous, as it is written, and Aaron turned toward Miriam, and behold she was leprous, which implies that at the moment when he turned toward Miriam he was cured of his leprosy and perceived it in Miriam. Said Resh Lakish, he who suspects an innocent man is punished in the flesh, as it is written, X. 4. 1. But behold, they will not believe me, and it was known to the Holy One, blessed be he, that Israel will believe, and the Lord said then to Moses, they are believers and they are children of believers, but thou, I know, wilt finally not believe. They are believers, as it is written, Ibid. 4. 3:1, and the people believed. They are children of believers, as it is written, General 15. 6, and he believed in the Lord. Thou wilt finally not believe, as it is written, Num. 20. 12, Moses and Aaron, because ye have not confided in me, and whence do we know that he was punished in the flesh, as it is written, X. 4. 6, and the Lord said furthermore unto him, do put thy hand into thy bosom, and he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. Rab has said, according to others, Ar-Hosebi, Hanina, reward for merit, destined for a man, comes to him more quickly and in a greater degree than retribution for wickedness, for in the case of Moses we see it written, Exod. 4. 6, and he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. But the reward was, as it is written, Ibid. 7, and when he pulled it out of his bosom, behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. The reason that the verse repeats pulled it out of his bosom, is to show that the hand had become cured while in the bosom, and thus the reward was given more quickly and effectively. It is written, X. 7. 12, Aaron's staff swallowed up their staves. Said Elazar, this was a miracle within a miracle, for Aaron's staff. p. 192. Did not swallow up the staves of the Egyptian magicians, which had become serpents, while it was itself a serpent, but after it was become a staff again. From private ground into private ground, etc. Rabha propounded a question, shall we assume that the point of difference is in the opinion relating to whether the surrounding of a thing by the atmosphere of a certain place makes the thing equal to being deposited in that place or not? And if this is the point of difference, it must follow that the Mishnah treats of a case where the object thrown was at no time above 10 spans from the ground, because above 10 spans no public ground exists. Those who deem it a culpable act, do so, because they hold that the object, being surrounded by the air of the public ground, through which it passed, makes it equal to being deposited therein, while those who do not deem it a culpable act are not of this opinion. But if the object thrown was above 10 spans from the ground, do both sides agree that the thrower is not culpable? Or shall we assume that both sides do not differ as to the object thrown being equal to being deposited into place, the atmosphere of which surrounded it, agreeing that such is the case, but their point of difference is as to whether throwing is equal to transfer or not? He who holds that the thrower is culpable does so because he considers throwing equal to transfer by hand, and as transfer makes a man culpable, even if it was accomplished above 10 spans from the ground, it also applies to throwing. But he who holds that the thrower is not culpable, does so because he does not consider throwing equal to transfer by hand. And the case treated of by the Mishnah is one where the throwing was done above 10 spans from the ground? Said Dar Joseph, this question was also propounded by Arhisda, and Dar Hamnuna decided it from the following Boratha, from private into private ground, by way of public ground itself, Arakiba makes him culpable, but the sages declare him free. Now, if he says, by way of public ground itself, it implies that it was below 10 spans from the ground. Let us then see wherein was the difference of opinion. Shall we say that it was a case of transfer by hand and still the one who holds him culpable does so because it was below 10 spans, but if it was above 10 spans he would concede that he was not culpable? How can this be? Did not Elazar say, he who transfers a burden above 10 spans from the ground is culpable, because thus were burdens transferred by the sons of p. 193. Paragraph continues, Therefore we must assume that the Boratha treats of a case of throwing and not of transfer by hand, and hence one holds, that an object surrounded by the atmosphere of a certain place below 10 spans from the ground is equal to an object deposited in that place, while the other holds that such is not the case. Conclude then from this that the Mishnah treats of a case where the throwing was done below 10 spans from the ground. The above teaching, however, is not in accord with the opinion of Elazar, for he said, Arakiba makes the thrower culpable even when the throwing was done above 10 spans from the ground, but for what purpose does the Boratha state public ground itself? Merely to show the firmness of the rabbis in declaring one free, even when he transferred a thing by hand through public ground. All that was said above is contrary to the opinion of Arhelkia B. Tubby, because he said, if the throwing was below 3 spans from the ground, all agree that the thrower is culpable, if above 10 spans, all agree that he is not culpable, but if the throwing was done between 3 and 10 spans above the ground, then the difference of opinion between Arakiba and the sages arises. We have learned in a Boratha in support of Arhelkia, below 3 all agree that one is culpable, above 10 all agree that only a rabbinical prohibition exists, as a precautionary measure, because no irub was made. 1. If the two premises belong to the thrower, he may throw to start with. From 3 to 10 spans is where the point of difference between Arakiba and the sages arises. It is certain, that if it is one's intention to throw 8 tells and he throws only 4, one is culpable, because it is equivalent to the case where one intends to write the name Simeon and only writes Sim, for Sim alone is also a name, and 4 else is a prescribed distance for throwing, but what is not certain is, if one intended to throw only 4 else and threw 8, what is his case? Shall we assume that he threw the prescribed distance and is thus culpable, or, because the object did not reach the desired destination, he is not culpable? The answer was, that according to this question Rabina asked Ashi, and the latter answered that no culpability can exist unless he intended that the object should remain wherever it happened to alight, that is, if p. 194. The man intended to throw 8 else and threw only 4 he is also not culpable, and the assertion that the last named act is equivalent to writing Sim when the intention was to write Simeon, which according to the succeeding Mishnah is an act involving culpability, does not hold good, for he cannot write Simeon without first writing Sim, but surely he can throw 8 else without previously throwing 4 else. The rabbis taught, if one threw from public into public ground and private ground was in between, and the 4 else commenced and ended in the 2 public grounds, including the private ground, he is culpable. But if he threw less than 4 else he is not culpable. What news does this convey to us? It is to inform us, that the different premises are counted together and that the culpability arises not from the fact that the atmosphere of the private ground, having surrounded the object thrown, makes that object equal to having been deposited in that private ground, because that ordinance does not hold good, and the culpability arises merely from throwing 4 L's in public ground. R. Samuel B. Jehuda, quoting our Abba, who quoted Darhuna in the name of Rab, said, if one transferred an object for 4 L's in a roofed public ground, he is not culpable. Why so? Because this public ground is not equal to the public ground under the standards in the desert traversed by the Israelites. This is not so. We know that the wagons which carried the boards of the tabernacle were roofed, and Rab said in the name of our high that the ground beneath the wagons, between them, or alongside of them, was all public. Rab means to state that the wagons were not actually covered, but that the boards were placed crossways on them in layers, and between every layer there was uncovered space, and that space was, in the opinion of Rab, public ground. The rabbis tout, the boards used at the tabernacle were 1 L thick and sloped gradually until they attained the thickness of 1 finger at one end, as it is written, Ex. 26:24, and they shall be closely joined together on top by means of 1 ring, and in another passage, Joshua 3:16, it is written, failed, were cut off. 1 So said Dar Jehuda. Hence it is evident that on top the boards were only 1 finger thick. Nehemiah says, they were also 1 L thick on top, as it is. p. 195. Written, Ibid. Ibid, joined together, and it together means that they were to be the same on top and on the bottom. But it says joined, tamim. The tamim here signifies that they must be whole, unbroken. The school of Ishmael taught, to what can the tabernacle be compared? To a woman going to market, whose dress hangs down and drags on the ground, that is, the curtains were hanging down and dragging on the ground. The rabbis tout, the boards of the tabernacle came to a point and the thresholds contained sockets on which the boards were fitted. The hooks and fillets of the curtains appeared like stars in the sky. The rabbis tout, the lower curtains were of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and of twisted linen thread, and the upper curtains were of goat's hair, and more skill was necessary to make the curtains of goat's hair than of the first named materials. For concerning the lower curtains it is written, and all the women that were wise-hearted spun with their hands, and they brought that which they had spun of the blue, and of the purple, and of the scarlet yarn, and of the linen thread, but concerning the upper curtains it is written, Ibid. 26, and all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun the goat's hair. And we have learned in the name of Nehemiah, the goat's hair was woven right from the goat's backs without being shorn. If the 2 balconies, etc. said Rab in the name of Arhiah, the space between the wagons, beneath the wagons, and alongside of them is public ground. Said Derbe, the space between 2 wagons was the length of another wagon? What is the length of the wagon? 5 L's. Rabha said the sides of the wagon, that is, the width between the sides, was the width of the wagon. What is that width? 2 1/2 L's. Now, we know that the width of a way in public ground is 16 L's. Whence do we adduce this? If we adduce this from the case of the tabernacle, it should only be 15 L's, for the width of 2 wagons together with the space between them was 15 L's. The answer is, there was another L additional between the 2 wagons where the Levite walked in order that he might watch the wagons and adjust anything that might come out of place. Mishnah, one who takes anything from, or places anything upon a sand heap, dug out of a pit or a stone that is 10 spans. p. 196. High and 4 spans wide, is culpable. If the sand heap or the stone is below that height, he is free. Gemara, why does the Mishnah say a sand heap, dug out of a pit, or a stone? Why not the pit or the stone itself? Then we would know both the height and depth which must not be used for the placing of a thing. This was said in support of the statement of R. Johanan, viz., that the sand heap dug out of a pit is counted in with the depth of the pit as the height to complete the 10 spans. We have also learned thus in Aboreta, one must not draw water from a pit in public ground which is 10 spans deep and 4 spans wide, unless he has made a railing round the pit that is 10 spans high. He must also not drink from the pit unless he put his head and the larger portion of his body into it. The pit and the sand heap dug out of the pit are counted in with it to complete the 10 spans. Our Mordecai asked of Rabha, what is the law regarding one who threw a thing on a post 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, standing in public ground? Shall we assume that he is culpable because he removed the thing unlawfully and also deposited it unlawfully, that is, from public ground into private, or that he is not culpable because the object which lighted on the post came from ground which is under no jurisdiction, being above 10 spans from the ground? If the man had the intention to throw the object on top of the post, he must have thrown it high up into the air, and before lighting on the post it passed through space above 10 spans from the ground, and that space is regarded as ground under no jurisdiction, therefore he is not culpable. Rabha answered, this is explained in the Mishnah. Our Mordecai then went to our Joseph and asked the same question. He received the same answer, it is explained in the Mishnah. Thereupon he came to Abai with the same question, and again received the same answer. Said our Mordecai to Abai, do ye all spit with the same spittle? Answered Abai, dost not thou think that the Mishnah explains it? Did not the Mishnah say, one who takes from all places upon? Rejoined our Mordecai, perhaps the Mishnah treats of a needle which can be placed on a level with the 10 spans height. Said Abai, a needle must also be lifted above the level. Said our Mordecai again, it can be placed without being lifted above the level, because every stone has some crevices that are lower than the surface of the stone and the needle can be placed in one of the crevices. p. 197. R. Johanan propounded a question, what is the law regarding a man who throws a cake of earth, 4 spans square and 1 span deep, into a pit exactly 10 spans deep and 4 spans square? Shall we say, that he is culpable because he threw the cake of earth into the pit, which was still 10 spans deep and therefore private ground, or that he is not culpable because as soon as the cake reached the bottom of the pit it lessened the pit's height to 9 spans, and thus made the pit unclaimed ground? Let R. Johanan decide this question himself by what he said in the following Mishnah. If one throw a thing from a distance of 4 ells against the wall, and it strikes the wall at a height of over 10 spans from the ground, he is free, but if below 10 spans from the ground he is culpable, because one who throws a thing to the ground at a distance of 4 ells is culpable. We have investigated the case, how can he be culpable if the object thrown did not adhere to the wall? And R. Johanan answered, the case was one of a soft date, which did adhere to the wall. Now, if the conclusion is that the cake of earth lessened the depth of the pit, the date which adhered to the wall also lessened the distance of 4 ells from where the date was thrown, and he says that the man is culpable? The answer was, in the case of the date the thrower did not intend that the date should adhere to the wall permanently, while in the case of the pit the cake of earth remained in the pit permanently, as intended by the thrower. Abai said, if a man throw a mat into a pit 10 spans deep and 8 spans wide in public ground he is culpable. If he, however, placed the mat into the pit so that the pit was divided into 2 equal parts, he is not culpable. The latter decree informs us of 2 facts. Firstly, that although the mat was placed in the pit, while the pit was still of sufficient size to constitute it private ground and was only diminished at the time the mat was placed into it, the man is not culpable, and secondly, that the mat takes up sufficient space to make the 2 pits caused by division less than 4 spans wide each. Now, if, according to Abai, it is a certainty that the mat is sufficient to nullify the enclosures necessary for the designation of private ground, so much the more is this the case with the cake of earth previously mentioned, But according to R. Johanan, to whom it is even questionable whether the cake of earth can produce that effect, surely a mat cannot. Abai said again, if a man throw an object into a pit 10 p. 198 spans deep and 4 spans wide, filled with water and standing in public ground, he is culpable, but if the pit was filled with fruit, he is not culpable, because water does not annul the enclosures necessary for the designation of private ground, while fruit does. The reason is that an object thrown into a pit of water falls to the ground in spite of the water, viz., a stone or iron, while in a pit filled with fruit it rests on top. We also learned the same in Aboreta, in the name of R. Simeon, water does not annul the enclosures necessary for the designation of private ground. Mishnah, if one throw a thing, a soft date, from a distance of 4 ells against the wall, and it strike the wall at a height of over 10 spans from the ground, he is free, but if it strike the wall below 10 spans from the ground, he is culpable, because one who throws a thing to the ground at a distance of 4 ells is culpable. Gemara, said R. Jehuda, quoting Rab in the name of R. Hiah, if one throw a thing at a distance of 4 ells against the wall, and the thing rested in a hole in the wall above 10 spans from the ground, the law in his case is decided differently by Armir and the sages, viz., Armir holds, that any object, like a hole, capable of being enlarged, must be looked upon as having been already enlarged, and therefore the man is culpable. The sages, however, hold that such is not the case, everything must be regarded in its actual condition. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rab, if a man throw a thing upon a sand heap 4 ells wide and sloping up to a height of 10 spans, he is culpable, provided the thing rested on the highest point of the heap, because the heap is regarded as being 10 spans high in its entire length. The same we have learned in Aboreta in the name of R. Hanina ben Gamaliel. Mishnah, if one threw an object within 4 ells, in public ground, and the object rolled to a greater distance, he is free, if he threw a thing outside of 4 ells and it rolled back within 4 ells, he is culpable. Gemara, why should a man be culpable in the latter clause of the Mishnah? The object thrown did not rest outside of 4 ells if it rolled back within the prescribed limit. Said. p. 199. Paragraph continues, R. Johanan, the Mishnah treats of a case where the object thrown came in contact with an obstacle by means of which it rolled back, and therefore it rested for a moment outside of 4 ells. Rab has said, in the opinion of the sages, who differ with R. Akiba concerning his decree, that an object surrounded by the atmosphere of a certain place makes the object equal to having been deposited in that place. A man who threw a thing from private into private ground by way of public ground, even below 3 spans from the ground, is not culpable unless the thing thrown rested for a moment at least on the public ground. Miramar sat and repeated the above decree. Said Rabina, does not our Mishnah say the same, through the declaration of R. Johanan, who decrees that the Mishnah holds a man culpable only if the object thrown by the man rests at its destination for a moment? Answered Miramar, thou speakest of a rolling thing, which is carried along by the wind and it is not known when it will stand still. Such a thing cannot be regarded as resting, although it is below 3 spans from the ground, but in our case it is different. The thing was thrown, and was not rolled by the wind, so we might assume that when it reached a distance of less than 3 spans from the ground, it must be considered as resting on the ground. He informs us, that such is not the case. Mishnah, if one throw a distance of 4 ells on the sea, he is free, if there happen to be shallow water, through which a public thoroughfare leads, where he threw the 4 ells, he is culpable. What must be the maximum depth of such shallow water? Less than 10 spans, for one who throws 4 ells in shallow water, through which only occasionally a public thoroughfare leads, is culpable. Gemara, said one of the schoolmen to Rabha, the Mishnah mentioning a public thoroughfare twice is justified in doing so, because we might presume that a thoroughfare used only in cases of necessity cannot be regarded as a public thoroughfare, and hence the Mishnah informs us that while in other cases used from necessity is not to be regarded as customary, in this case it is different. But why is shallow water mentioned twice? Answer Derby, we might presume that the shallow water was not 4 ells wide, in which case it would be used the thoroughfare, but if it was 4 ells, people would circumvene it, and thus it would not be considered a public thoroughfare. p. 200. Therefore it is repeated to inform us that there is no difference between shallow water less than 4 ells wide or more. Mishnah, one who throws from the sea into land, from land into the sea, from the sea into a ship, from a ship into the sea, or from one ship into another, is free. If ships are bound together, one may transfer an object from one into the other, but if the ships are not bound together, even though they lie alongside of one another, and meet, one must not transfer a thing from one into the other. Gemara, we have learned, if one desires to draw water from the sea into the ship, he must make a small board attachment to the side of the ship, and then he can draw the water. So said Darhuna, because he holds that unclaimed ground commences from the bottom of the sea and ends with the surface. The atmosphere above the sea is considered as ground under no jurisdiction, and hence the making of the attachment was really not necessary, but it being Sabbath, this should be done to distinguish the Sabbath from weekdays. Arhista and Rabbi Bar Arhuna said, the attachment made should be 4 ells wide, because they hold that the unclaimed ground commences from the surface of the water, and the water itself is considered as ground, and if the attachment were not made, it would constitute carrying from unclaimed ground into private ground, and this is not allowed to commence with. Arhuna said, on the small boats, that are not 4 spans wide down their entire depth, a man must not carry anything only for 4 ells, because it cannot be considered private ground, unless at a distance of 3 spans from the ground the boat is 4 spans wide. If there be sticks or refuse at the bottom of the boat commences from the top of such sticks or refuse, and if the boat be 10 spans high, according to that calculation one may carry in it. R. Naaman opposed this. Why should a man not be permitted to carry in a boat the bottom of which is not strewn with sticks and refuse? Have we not learned in a Boraitha that Ar-Hosebi? Ar-Jehuda said, if one placed in public ground a stick, 10 spans high, on top of which was a trough, which was 4 spans wide, a person throwing anything on top of the trough is culpable, because, while the trough was not 10 spans high itself, the height of the stick upon which it rests is considered as included in its own. Why should this not also refer to the case of the boat, and the place where it is 4 spans wide be considered? p. 201. As if it reached down to the bottom? R. Joseph opposed R. Naaman as follows, did not R. Naaman hear that R. Jehuda, in the name of Rab, according to others, in the name of Arhiah, said, that the sages did not agree with Hosebi. Ar-Jehuda and exonerated the man? Hence we see that the Boraitha, treating of the boat, holds with the opinion of the rabbis. If ships are bound together, etc. is this not self-evident? Said Rabha, the Mishnah wishes to inform us, that one is permitted to carry from one ship into another, even if a small boat is between them. That is, one may carry from one ship into the boat and thence into the other ship, even though the small boat is not tied to either ship. Said Dar Safra to him, Moses. 1. How canst thou say such a thing? Does not the Mishnah state explicitly that one may carry from one ship into another? No boat between them was mentioned. Ar Safra, however, explained the Mishnah thus. The Mishnah, by saying one may carry from one ship into another, means to say that an era may be made between the 2 ships, just as between 2 houses, and then things may be carried from one into the other, As we have learned in Aborata, an Arab may be made between ships that are tied together and things may be carried from one into the other. If the rope by means of which the ships were lashed to each other became torn, carrying to and from one ship to the other is not allowed, but if the ships were lashed together again, either intentionally or unintentionally, through compulsion or through an error, the original permission again holds good. The same is the case with mats of which tents were made, whereby the ground enclosed by the mats becomes private, and if many such tents were made, carrying from one tent into another is permitted, provided an Arab is made. If the mats were rolled up, however, such carrying is not permitted. Were the mats rolled down again, intentionally or unintentionally, through compulsion or through error, the original permission again holds good. It was reported in the name of Samuel, if the ships were tied together with a mere thread, permission to carry from one into the other holds good. Mishnah, if one threw a thing, and after the thing had p. 202 passed out of his hand, he recollected that it was Sabbath, if another person caught the thing thrown, if a dog caught it or if the things thrown was consumed by fire, before reaching its destination, the man is free. If one threw a thing for the purpose of injuring a man or a beast, and before such injury was inflicted recollected that it was Sabbath, he is free. For, this is the rule, only such are culpable and bound to bring a sin offering as commit an act through error from beginning to end, if the act, however, was committed through error only at the start, and at the close was committed consciously, or vice versa, the perpetrator is free until the beginning as well as the end of the act is committed through error. Gemara, what would be the case, if the thing, after passing out of the thrower's hand, had rested, outside of 4 else in public ground? Would he be culpable? Why? Did he not recollect that it was Sabbath, before the thing rested? And our Mishnah, distinctly, states that one cannot be culpable unless an act were committed through error from beginning to end. Said Rabha, the Mishnah teaches us 2 facts. Firstly, if one threw a thing, and after the thing had passed out of his hand he recollected that it was Sabbath, or secondly, even if he did not recollect that it was Sabbath, but another man, or a dog, caught the thing, or it was consumed by fire before it rested, he is not culpable. This is the rule. We have learned, if one threw a distance of 6 ells, 2 ells through error, the next 2 consciously, and the last again through error, Rabba declares him free. How can that occur? As soon as the object had passed out of his hand and had not yet reached farther than 2 ells, he became conscious that it was Sabbath, and before it had passed the next 2 ells he forgot again that it was Sabbath. Rabba, however, declares him culpable. Rabba declares him free, even according to the opinion of our Gamaliel, in the last Mishnah of chapter 12, who does not consider the consciousness during the time intervening between the perpetration of the 2 acts, each of which only executed 1/2 the prescribed deed, as being of any consequence, but considers the 2 unfinished acts as one prolonged act done unintentionally and making the perpetrator culpable. For what reason? Because in the case treated of in the cited Mishnah nothing was done during the period of consciousness, of the Sabbath, intervening between the 2 unfinished acts to neutralize the erroneous character of p. 203. The 2 unfinished acts, and thus they became one finished act and made the perpetrator culpable. In this case, however, Rabha assumes that during the time intervening between the passing of the first 2 ells and the last 2 ells, the man carried a thing, and did so fully conscious of the Sabbath, and thus neutralized the erroneous character surrounding the throwing for the first 2 and last 2 ells. Rabha, however, declares him culpable, even according to the rabbis, who hold contrary to the opinion of our Gamaliel, in the cited Mishnah, and consider the consciousness of Sabbath during the period intervening between the 2 unfinished acts as a neutralization of the unintentional character of the unfinished acts, thus making the perpetrator not culpable. In this case, however, the man is culpable. Why so? Because in the case cited in the same Mishnah the entire act could have been committed, but was not, for after the man became conscious of its being Sabbath, he stopped, hence the unfinished act was not counted. Later he again forgot that it was Sabbath, but again recollected, before the entire act was committed, so the second unfinished act was not counted, and the man is free. In this case, however, the thing having been thrown could not be stopped when the man became conscious of its being Sabbath before it reached its destination. Thus the act was committed, and the fact that the thrower became conscious of its being Sabbath, in the meantime is of no consequence. Now, the conclusion is that there is really no difference between the rabbis and Dargam Eliel or between Rabbah and Rabba, because all agree that if the thing was thrown the man is culpable, but if carried by hand he is not. Rabbah said, if one threw a thing and it rested in the mouth of a dog or in the opening of an oven, he is culpable. Did we not learn in the Mishnah that if a dog caught it, or if it was consumed by fire, he is not culpable? Yeah, but the Mishnah refers to a case where the intention was to throw it elsewhere and accidentally a dog caught it or it was consumed by fire, but Rabba means to say that a man is culpable if he intentionally throw it into the dog's mouth or into the oven. Said our Barbi Abai, we have also learned elsewhere that the intention to have a thing rest in a place makes that place a fit one for the thing.
Chapter 12. Regulations concerning building, plowing, etc., on the Sabbath. Mishnah, among the 40, less 1, principal acts of labor, building was enumerated. What is the least amount of building which will make a man culpable? The least possible amount. The same applies to stone masonry, smoothing with a hammer, at the close of the work. As for planing, he who planes the least bit, and for drilling, he who drills ever so little, is culpable. For this is the rule, he who performs any act of labor which is of permanent value is culpable. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, he who during his work strikes the anvil with his sledge is culpable, because he virtually brings about labor. Gemara, of what use is so small an amount of building? Said Araha bar Jacob, so small an amount of building is usually done by a householder who discovers a hole in the wall of one of his rooms and fills it up, with wood or cement. And the instance of such work having been performed at the construction of the tabernacle is, when one of the boards contained a hole produced by worms, a little molten lead was poured into it and it was thus filled. Samuel said, one who places a stone in the street for the purpose of paving the walk is culpable. An objection was made. We have learned elsewhere, if one furnish the stone for paving and another furnish the mortar, the latter is culpable. Says the Gemara, if you base your objection to Samuel's decree upon this Boratha, why do you not also cite the latter decree of the Boratha which reads, Our Jose says, one who picks up a stone and places it upon a row of stones is also culpable. Hence we see that there are three different kinds of building. Building at the base, in the center, and on the top. Building at the base only requires a solid foundation in the earth. Building in the center requires mortar. Building on top needs only proper placing without the use of mortar. Stone masonry. In what category of labor can stone masonry, p. 205, be placed, that its performance should make one culpable? Rab said it comes under the category of building, and Samuel said under the category of smoothing with a hammer. The same difference of opinion exists between Rab and Samuel in the case of one who bores a hole in the chicken coop that was not previously perforated. The former holds this to be building, while the latter regards it the same as smoothing with a hammer. It makes no difference to one who performs such labor unintentionally, for in either event he must bring a sin offering, regardless of what class of labors he performed. If he does only one act, but when he performs two acts there is a difference. If they are both of one category, he is bound to bring only one sin offering, but if they are of different categories, he must bring two. But in the case of one who performs such work with intention, even if he does only one act, it does make a difference. The witnesses to his deed, when warning him of his wrongdoing, must inform him just what class of labors he is engaged in executing. Should they tell him incorrectly, he cannot be held guilty. This applies to all cases where the Gemara asks us to the category of labor performed. The same difference of opinion also exists in the case of one who affixed a handle to a pickaxe, Rab classing such work as building, and Samuel as smoothing with a hammer. A question was propounded by R. Nathan Bar Oshia to R. Johanan: under what category of labor is stonemasonry to be placed? R. Johanan answered him by making the sign of hammering with his hand. For this is the rule. What additional significance does the statement "for this is the rule" contain? It applies to the hollowing out of a block of wood capable of holding a cab, about 4 lugs, a cavity a good deal smaller. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, etc. What labor is performed by striking an anvil with a sledge? The Tosefta in this chapter explains it as follows, said our Simeon ben Gamaliel: he who during his work strikes the anvil with a sledge is culpable, because at the construction of the tabernacle those that covered the boards with middle plate would strike the plates with their hammers. Mishnah: one who plows, grubs, weeds, or prunes ever so little is culpable. One who gathers wood for the purpose of using the space occupied by the wood is culpable if he gathers ever so little, but if he gathers it for the purpose of lighting a p. 206. Fire with it, he is culpable only if he gathered as much as is required to cook an easily boiled egg. If one gathered grass for the sake of the space occupied by it, he is culpable for gathering even ever so little. If for the purpose of feeding cattle, he does not become liable unless he gathered as much as a goat's mouthful. Gemara: of what use is a place where a man plowed ever so little? It may be used to plant one seed of a cucumber in. This was also done at the tabernacle, where one root was all that was necessary for dyeing, and was pulled out of the ground, thereby making a hole. This is not contradictory to what we have learned previously, that the minimum prescribed quantity for cucumber seeds was 2, because a man will not take one cucumber seed out for sowing, but when sowing a separate hole is made for each seed, and thus the prescribed quantity in this case is limited to 1. One who plows, grubs, weeds, or prunes. The rabbis taught, one who tears out herbs, which when damp are good for human food, for the purpose of eating them is culpable if the quantity equals or exceeds the size of a dried figure. For cattle the prescribed quantity is that of a goat's mouthful. If for the purpose of using for fuel, the prescribed quantity is as much as is used to cook an easily boiled egg with. If for the purpose of cleaning, weeding, his place, he is culpable even for ever so little. Is all this kind of work not done for the sake of cleaning the place? One said Rabbi and Dar Joseph, the Mishnah treats of a case where even if the man was not standing in a garden belonging to an individual, but even if he did it in a public field, if his intention is to clean the place he is culpable. Abai said, the same is the case, even if he did it in a private field and had no intention to clean the place, as it did not belong to him but to someone else. Mishnah: one who writes 2 letters, with the right or with the left hand, be they of one denomination or of different denominations, or be they written with different inks or be they letters of different languages, alphabets, is culpable. R. Jose said, the only reason that one is declared culpable for writing 2 letters, is because they can serve as marks. For thus the boards used at the tabernacle were marked in order to be able to tell which fit together. Rabbi Jehuda Hanasi said, we p. 207. Also often find a short name which forms part of a long name, as Sam for Simeon and Samuel, Noah for Nahor, Dan for Daniel, Gad for Gadiel. Gemara: it would be right if the Mishnah were to say that if one write with his right hand he is culpable, because writing with the right hand is the general way, but writing with the left is entirely out of the ordinary. Why should he be culpable? Said Jeremiah, the Mishnah also refers to a left-handed man. A left-handed man? His left is his right and his right his left hand. Let him then not be culpable if he use his right hand. Said Abai, in the case of the Mishnah, a man is referred to who has equal strength in both hands, but Jacob, son of the daughter of Jacob, said, the Mishnah stands according to the decree of Hosea that the reason of a man's culpability is because of the letters standing for marks, and the making of marks with either the right or the left hand is prohibited. How can the first part of the Mishnah be according to the opinion of Hosea? It teaches further, Hosea said. If the latter part is explicitly attributed to Hosea, the first part cannot be in accord with him. Nay, the entire Mishnah is in accord with Hosea, say then because Hosea said. Rabbi said, we also often find a short name, etc. What does Rabbi mean by this teaching? Shall we assume that one is culpable only if he wrote two letters representing two different names, but if the two are merely an abbreviation of one name he is not culpable? Did we not learn in Aboraitha, it is written, Lev. 4. 2, and do, of, any, one, of them. One might assume from this verse that the man is not culpable unless he wrote the entire name, or wove the entire cloth, or he finished the whole length of the seam, therefore it is written of any, one, of them. Now, if we take of any, one, of them literally, the writing of even one letter or the weaving of even one thread should make one culpable. Therefore it is written, of any, one, of them. How should this be understood? One is not culpable until he writes a short name which forms part of a long name, like Sam for Simeon or Samuel, Noah for Nahor, etc., etc. Rabbi Jehuda said, the two letters need not be part of a long name, but even if the two form a name, of a thing, in themselves like, Shesh, Tes, Red, Gag, Choke. Shesh lion, Tes to give, Red go below, Gag roof, Choke noseband, said Hosea, is then the man culpable because of writing? It is only because of making a mark, for thus were. p. 208. The boards of the tabernacle marked in order that one mill tell which fit together. Therefore if one made but one scratch on two boards or two scratches on one board, he is culpable. Simeon quotes the same verse, and do, of, any, one, of them. One might assume that the man is not culpable unless he wrote the entire name, etc. How should this be understood? One is not culpable until he has performed labor which is permanently fixed. Now in the Boraitha we see that Jehuda said the two letters need not be part of a name, but even if the two form a name. Does not Jehuda contradict himself? This presents no difficulty. In the above Mishnah he gives his own opinion, while in the Boraitha he cites his master's opinion, because we have learned in another Boraitha, Jehuda said in the name of Gamaliel, even if the two letters are not part of a long name, but form a name in themselves, he is culpable. For instance, Shesh, Tes, etc. Did not Simeon say the very same thing as the first Tana? Perhaps one might say that Simeon refers to one who wrote two letters that have no meaning and are part of a long word. For instance, from Azruko, I assisted you. In such a case Simeon would be the stricter and the first Tana the more lenient. Is this not contrary to Simeon's wont, as we have learned in a Tosafta further on, if one bore a hole with a drill, be the hole ever so small, he is culpable, etc. Simeon however declares him free until the hole made was as large as it was originally intended to be. Answer and interpret Simeon's words thus. One might say that one is not culpable until he writes the whole verse, therefore it is written of any one, signifying that one word is sufficient. Rabbi said, we also often find, etc. How can the name of Sem be equal to Simeon? The letter Mem and Sam is an end, closed, letter, while the Mem and Simeon is an open, middle, mem. One said Arhusta. From this we may infer that if one write by mistake an open mem instead of a closed mem in the scroll of laws, the scroll may be used. The rabbis said to Jehoshua ben Levi, "There were some young men at the schoolhouse today, and they related such wonderful things as were never taught before even in the time of Joshua the son of Nun. These are they, Aleph, Beth. p. 209. Means a life by no. Go and teach knowledge. Gimel, daled means gmel, be bountiful, dalim, to the poor. Why is the foot of the gimel pointed toward the daled? Because so should be the feet of those who are bountiful, ever ready to seek beneficiaries. Why is the foot of the daled pointed back toward the gimel? In order that the poor man may know that he must not conceal himself from his benefactor. Why does the daled turn its face from the gimel? In order to teach us that the benefactor should give to the poor without ostentation and that the poor man be not abashed. Hey, Vav, Zayin, Cheth, Tes, Ayad, Kaf, Lamad means, Hey Vav, which is the name of the Holy One, blessed be He, Zayin, Zon He will feed thee, Cheth, Chin will be gracious unto thee, Tes, Tov will be good to thee, Ayad, Irusha He will make thee inherit in the world to come, Kaf, Kasser He will give thee a crown, Lamad, Limhaba in the world to come. Mem open, middle, and mem closed, end, means mema sayings, pathwatch, open, implying that there are such sayings of God as are open to everyone, but mema sayings, sathm, closed, implying that there are sayings of God which are hidden to most men. Noon curved, middle, and noon straight, end, means man, an upright man, cop, curved, should be, curved, bowed down, modest in this life, and in the life hereafter he will become a man, an upright man, pashut, straight. Samach means smach, assist. In means anim, the poor. Around, middle, and ba straight, end, means a mouth, paswatch, shall be open, to teach, and mouth, sasam, shall be closed, to slander. Tsadi round, middle, and tsadi straight, end, means tzadik, a righteous man, should be modest and fearless, straight. Means kodosh, holy, implying who does all, that has been mentioned, is holy. Resh means rasha, wicked, implying, who does the contrary is wicked. Why does the crown of the Kf look down upon the Resh? Just as the Kodosh, Holy One, blessed be He, looks down upon the Rasha, the wicked, saying, Turn from thy ways and I shall also give thee a crown. Why does the foot of the Kf hang unsupported? In order to admit of the wicked entering into the Krisham, holiness, if he turned from his ways. Shin means sheker, a lie, and that means emeth, truth. Why are the letters of sheker so near to one another? The order of sequence in the alphabet is Resh, Kf, Shin, and p. 210. Paragraph continues, emeth so far from one another, being the first, middle, and last letters of the alphabet? Because lies are very frequent, while truth is very scarce. Why have the letters in sheker but one foot while those in emeth have so many? Because lies will finally totter, while truth will stand supreme. Mishnah, one who through forgetfulness at one time wrote two letters is culpable. He may have written with ink, paint, dye, gum, or vitriol, or with anything making a permanent mark. Further, one who wrote on two walls forming a corner, or on two covers of an arithmetical book, so that the two letters can be read together, is culpable. One who writes on his own body is culpable. One who tattoos letters in his flesh or releaser holds him culpable for a sin offering, and Jehoshua holds him to be free. If one write with dark liquids, with fruit juice, or in road dust, in fine sand, or in anything that does not retain the writing, be as free. If one write with the back of his hand, with his feet, with his mouth, with his elbow, or if one write one letter to another letter, that had already been written, or writes over letters that had been written before, or when one's intention was to write a cheth and wrote two zayans, or if one write one letter on the ground and another on the wall, or on two separate walls, or on two separate pages of a book, when the two letters cannot be read together, he is free. If one wrote one abbreviated letter, our Jehuda ben Bethar holds him culpable and the sages hold him free. Gemara, or with anything making a permanent mark, etc. What other additional things does the Mishnah mean to express by this? Arhananya taught, it means if one wrote with berry juice or with gall nuts, he is also culpable. Arhaya taught, if one wrote with graphite, soot, or black ink, he is culpable. One who tattoos two letters on his flesh, etc. We have learned in Aboretha, said our Eliezer to the sages, did not the son of Sadai one bring witchcraft out of Egypt, through tattooing on his flesh? Answered the sages, he was a fool and we do not cite single instances of fools. If one write one letter to another letter, etc. according to which Donna's opinion is this? Said Rabbi Bar Arhuna, this is not according to the opinion of our Eliezer, for our Eliezer said that if one add another thread to one already. p. 211. Woven, he is culpable. We have learned in Aboretha, if one wrote one letter at the end of any scriptural book, thereby finishing that particular book, or if one added another thread to one already woven, he is culpable. According to which Donna's opinion is this? Said Rabbi Bar Arhuna, this is in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, who said that if one add another thread to one already woven he is culpable. Arashi said, we may assume that the opinion of the sages does not conflict with this opinion, because the case of finishing a book differs from that of adding another thread, hence, according to their opinion, one is also culpable, for finishing a book by adding one letter. We have learned in Aboretha, if one corrected one letter in the scroll of laws, he is culpable. How can this be? One is not held culpable for writing one letter, how can the Aboretha hold one culpable for merely correcting one letter? Said Arshasheth, here a special case is treated of, that is, if one take off the top bar of the cheth and make two zayans out of it. Rabha said, the same is the case if, for instance, one remove the square portion of a daled and form a resh therefrom. If one wrote one abbreviated letter, etc. Our Johanan said in the name of our Jose ben Zimra, whence do we know that there are abbreviated letters in the scriptures? As it is written, in General 17. 5, Ki abhamon goim sathacha, for the father of a multitude of nations have I made thee. In the word Ab the Aleph is the abbreviation of Ab father, and the Beth stands for Bakro selected, Hamwan stands for Haviv lovely, Milik king, Vathig modest, Nun upright. All this I have made thee among the nations. Our Johanan declares of his own accord, the 10 Commandments commence with Anaki when it could be Ani, meaning I am. The Anaki is an abbreviation for Ano, I, Nafshi, my soul, Kthivith, I have written, Yehovith, and have given. Mishnah, if one, through forgetfulness at two different times, write two letters, say one in the morning and the other toward evening, our Gamaliel holds him to be culpable and the sages declare him free. Gemara, on what point do our Gamaliel and the sages differ? Our Gamaliel does not consider the consciousness, of its being Sabbath, during the time intervening between the perpetration of the two acts, each of which executed only half the p. 212. Prescribed deed, as being of any consequence, but considers the two unfinished acts as one prolonged act done unintentionally and making the perpetrator culpable. The sages, however, considered the consciousness of Sabbath, during the period intervening between the two unfinished acts as a neutralization of the unintentional character of the unfinished acts and thus make the perpetrator not culpable.
Chapter 13. Regulations concerning weaving, tearing, hunting, etc., on the Sabbath. Mishnah, our Eliezer said, One who weaves, on the Sabbath, is culpable, as soon as he has woven 3 threads at the beginning of the web, and with a web already begun the addition of 1 thread suffices to make him culpable. The sages said, both at the commencement of a new web, as well as at the continuation of one already begun, the prescribed quantity, making one culpable, is 2 threads. One who attaches 2 threads to the web, either to the warp or to the shoot, to the fine or to the coarse sieve, or to the basket, is culpable. Also one who sews 2 stitches, or tears asunder, in order to sew, together with, 2 stitches. Gemara. When Aritzhak came to Babylon, he taught that our Eliezer said 2 threads and not 3, as stated in the Mishnah. But we learn 3. This is no contradiction. Aritzhak refers to thick threads and the Mishnah to thin. One who attaches 2 threads, etc. said Abai, this means, one who attached 2 threads to the web and 1 in the web. One who sews 2 stitches, etc. Was this not taught in the Mishnah treating of the principal acts of labor? Because in the succeeding Mishnah the rule is taught concerning one, who tears while in a rage, or through grief at the death of a near relative, sewing and tearing is repeated in this Mishnah. Or tears asunder in order to sew together with 2 stitches. How is this to be imagined? If by tearing the thing one means to spoil it, he may tear even as much as will require any number of stitches and not be culpable. But if he tears in order to sew together with 2 stitches and thus improve the thing, how can that be done? This can be done in the case of a piece of cloth protruding from a garment, which one would tear off, and then sew up the remaining rent. Mishnah, one who tears a thing while enraged, or through. p. 214. Grief on account of his dead, and, in general, all who spoil a thing are not culpable. If, however, one destroy a thing with the intention to mend it, the prescribed quantity, making him culpable, is determined according to the prescribed quantity of the act by which it is mended. The prescribed quantity of wool when being washed, carded, dyed or spun is a thread the length of a double sit, 1 in the weaving. The prescribed quantity for wool is the breadth of 1 sit. Gemara, there is a contradiction. We have learned in Aboratha, one who tears a thing while in a rage, or through grief, or through mourning for the dead, is culpable, and although he desecrates the Sabbath, the duty of tearing, ordained in cases of mourners for the dead, is fulfilled. This presents no difficulty. The Aboratha treats of the case of a man who tore his garment on account of the death of one on whose account it was his duty to tear his garment, while the Mishnah treats of the case of a man who did not do so for duty's sake, but on account of a death of a stranger, and this not being his duty, he merely spoiled his garment. How can you say, that the Mishnah treats of a man who tore his garment on account of the death of a stranger? It says distinctly his dead? Yea, it says his dead, but he has such relatives, on whose account he need not tear his garment, though it may be his duty to bury them, he being the nearest living relative, and tearing one's garment becomes a duty only in the event of the death of a father, mother, son, daughter, brother, or sister. Now, there is no contradiction then as far as mourning for the dead is concerned, but there surely is as regards one who is enraged. In the Aboratha he is held culpable and in the Mishnah he is not. Here also there is no difficulty. The Mishnah's statement is in accord with our Simeon's decree, who holds, that one is not culpable of performing a deed not for its own sake, while the Aboratha is in accord with the opinion of R. J. Huda, who holds one culpable of performing work even not for its own sake. But you have heard that R. J. Huda's opinion only applied to an act by which a thing was mended? Did you also hear that he decreed thus in the case of where a thing was destroyed? Said R. Abin. This is also a case of mending, because it relieves the man's p. 215 mind, and while he may spoil the garment at the same time he abates his fury. Is such action permitted? Have we not learned that R. Simeon ben Elazar said in the name of Hilfa bar Agra, quoting R. Johanan ben Nuri, he who tears his garments in his fury, or he who breaks his vessels, or he who throws away his money while in a rage, shall be regarded in your eyes as a worshipper of idols, because such is the custom of the misleader. Today he says to one, do so, tomorrow do something else, until he tells one to go and worship idols and the man does so. R. Abin added to this, where can a scriptural passage be found prohibiting this? SOUTHLAKE 10. There shall not be among thee a foreign god, nor shalt thou bow thyself down to any strange god. This means that no foreign god, misleader, shall be in thy heart, because it says bicho, and thee. The latter part of the verse infers, that if he allows the misleader to dwell in his heart it will bring him to bowing down to idols. Such action is permitted only when a man is not in an actual fury, but wishes to appear as if enraged in order to command obedience from his family, as R. Ahibar Jacob used to do, viz., when he wanted to show displeasure at the deeds of his family, he would take up a broken vessel and shatter it, making his family believe that he was furious and was breaking whole vessels. Said R. Simeon ben Pazi in the name of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kappara, 1. The tears shed by a man on account of the death of an upright man are counted by the Holy One, blessed be he, and stored in his treasury, as it is written, Psalms LVI. 9. My wanderings hast thou well numbered, put thou my tears into thy bottle, behold they are numbered by thee. R. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, one who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar deserves being buried alive, as it is written, Joshua 24:30, and they buried him on the border of his inheritance at Thimnath-Serach, which is on the mountain of Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Gaash. Gaash signifies storm, and from this it is inferred, that because the people did not mourn the death of Joshua the mount stormed and tried to bury them alive. Said Arhiah Barabba in the name of Arjohanan, 1. p. 216. Who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar will not have long life. This is in retaliation. Because he did not mourn the death of the scholar, his own death will be hastened, as it is written, Isaiah 26:8, in measure, by driving him forth, thou strivest with him. Arhiah Barabba objected and said to Arjohanan, how canst thou say, that one who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar will not have long life? Is it not written, Judges 2:7, and the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders, that lived many days after Joshua, who had seen all the great deeds of the Lord, which he had done for Israel. Arjohanan answered, thou Babylonite. Does the verse say, that lived many years? It only says many days. Now, according to Arjohanan's argument, does the verse, Dut 11:21, in order that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, etc., also mean days and not years? In this verse it is different. Where a blessing is conferred days and years are meant. Arhiah Barabba said again in the name of Arjohanan, if one brother die, let the remaining brothers take care that they do not die. Or if a member of a society die, let the other members take care that they die not. This means, if the best one among them die, another says, on the contrary, if the least one among them die. The prescribed quantity of wool, etc. R. Joseph showed the extent of a double sit as being twice the distance between the fore and the middle finger when spread out, and Arhiah Barama showed its extent as being the distance between the thumb and the forefinger when spread out. Mishnah, R. Jehud said, one who chases a bird into a bird tower or deer into a house is culpable. The sages said, one who chases a bird into a bird tower, a deer into a house, yard, or into a menagerie, is culpable. Said R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, not all menageries are equal. Following is the rule, where another chase would be necessary, to catch the deer, one is not culpable, where no further chase is necessary, one is culpable. Gemara, the rabbis taught, one who caught a blind or a sleeping deer is culpable, but if the deer is lame, sick or old he is not culpable. Said Abai to R. Joseph, What difference is there between the two? Answered R. Joseph, a blind or a sleeping deer, as soon as touched, would attempt to escape, whereas a lame or a sick animal could not do this. Have we p. 217 not learned in Abortha, that one who caught a sick deer is culpable? This presents no difficulty. The rabbis refer to a deer sick with fever, when it was impossible for it to move, while the Abortha refers to sickness arising from overexertion. Mishnah: if a deer run into a house and one lock the doors behind the deer, he, the man, is culpable. If two men lock the doors, both are free. If one of them could not lock them himself and both did so, they are both culpable. Our Simeon declares them free. If one sit down at the entrance of the house without filling it up and another sit down beside him, thus filling up the gap, the latter is guilty. If the former sat down at the entrance and filled it up, and another came up and sat beside him, the former, even if he got up and walked away, is culpable, and the latter free, for this is the same as if one locked his house to preserve its contents and a deer were on the inside. Gemara: R. Jeremiah bar Abba in the name of Samuel said, one who catches a lion on the Sabbath is not culpable until he brings him into his cage. R. Abba said in the name of R. Hiab Ashi, quoting Rab, if a bird flew under a man's coat skirt, the man may keep it there until dark. R. Naaman b. Itzhak objected, from the above Mishnah, if a man sat down at the entrance and filled it up, and another came up and sat beside him, the former, even if he got up and walked away, is culpable and the latter is free. Would we not assume that the man is free, that is, he need bring no sin offering, but he should not have done it in the first place? Nay, it means he is free and may do so to commence with. This seems to be borne out by the latter part of the Mishnah, viz., for this is the same as if one locked his house to preserve its contents and a deer were on the inside. It is certainly allowed to close the house on a Sabbath and hence, being the same as locking the house, it is allowed in the first place. Said Samuel, at all times when it is taught, that one is not culpable of performing work on the Sabbath, it is meant that, while he is not culpable, he must not perform such work to commence with, excepting in the three following instances. One of the three has just been mentioned, concerning the deer. The second is, when one lances a wound on the Sabbath, if the intention is to extract the pus contained in the wound, he is not p. 218 culpable, and may do so in the first place, as we have learned in the following Mishnah, that a sewing needle may be used to remove a splinter from the flesh. The third is, when one catches a snake on the Sabbath and he did so in order to escape being bitten, he is not culpable and may do so to commence with, as we have learned in a preceding Mishnah, that one may put a vessel over a serpent, in order to escape being bitten.
Chapter 14. Regulations concerning the catching of reptiles, animals and birds. Mishnah: one who catches or wounds any one of the 8 kinds of reptiles enumerated in the scriptures, Lev. 11. 29-30, viz., the weasel, the mouse, the tortoise, the hedgehog, the chameleon, the lizard, the snail and the mole, is culpable. One who wounds worms or any other kind of reptiles, not enumerated above, is free. One who catches them for a purpose is culpable. He who does so without the intention to use them is free. He who catches such animals or birds as are within his domain is free. He who wounds them is culpable. Gemara: from the teaching of the Mishnah that the reptiles, enumerated above, must not be wounded, it is evident that such reptiles must be possessed of a skin, which can be wounded. According to whose opinion is this? Said Samuel, this is according to the opinion of R. Johanan ben Nuri, for he so stated, in Tract Chilin. Rabbi bar Arhuna, however, in the name of Rab said, it may also be assumed that the Mishnah is in accord with the rabbis, who disagree with R. Johanan ben Nuri only where defilement is concerned, but who agree with him as to Sabbath. And as regards the Sabbath day, the rabbis do not disagree with R. Johanan. Have we not learned in Abortha, that one who caught one of the 8 kinds of reptiles enumerated in the scriptures, or who wounds them, is culpable, and that this applies only to such reptiles as have skins, and only such a wound is called incurable which has been produced by the blood clotting in the skin and remaining there, even when no blood came to the surface. R. Johanan ben Nuri, however, states that all the 8 reptiles enumerated in the scriptures have skins, and therefore one who wounds any of them is culpable. We see that they disagree even as regards the Sabbath. Said R. Ashi, the first Tana of the mentioned Abortha, at variance with R. Johanan, is R. Jehuda, who stated that there are among the 8 such as have no p. 220 skin, but the other rabbis, who differ with R. Johanan, where defilement is concerned, do not disagree with him in regard to Sabbath. Then why is it stated that R. Johanan ben Nuri, however, states, etc., as if he opposed the rabbis? Read, thus states R. Johanan ben Nuri and his opponents. Or any other reptiles. How is it, if one kills them? Is he culpable? The Mishnah must be understood that if one only wounds them he is not culpable, but if he kills them he is culpable? According to whose opinion is this? Said R. Jeremiah, this is according to the opinion of R. Eliezer, as stated in the first chapter, page 22. R. Joseph opposed this, thou sayest, according to the opinion of R. Eliezer? The rabbis only differ with R. Eliezer when such reptiles as are incapable of breeding are concerned, for then they are not considered as actual living beings. But as to reptiles that are capable of breeding, they also agree that one who kills them on the Sabbath is culpable, because that would be taking life, and taking life is prohibited on the Sabbath. One who catches them for a purpose is culpable. He who does so without any intention to use them is free. According to whose opinion is this teaching? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab. It is according to the opinion of R. Simeon, who states that any work not committed for its own sake does not make one culpable. Samuel said, one who takes a live fish out of the water is culpable as soon as a part of the fish as large as a sella has become dry, because then the fish cannot live. Said R. Jose bar Abin, Samuel means to say that he is not culpable unless a place as big as a cell become dry under its fins, and not on its body. Marbar Hamduri in the name of Samuel said, if one thrust his hand into the entrails of an animal and displaced a fetus that may have been there, he is culpable. Why so? Said Rabha, Marbar Hamduri explained this to me as follows, did not R. Shesheth say that if a man tore out flax from among the thorns surrounding it, he is culpable, because he removed a thing whence it grew? So also in this case he is culpable because he displaced the fetus whence it grew. Said Abayi, the same is the case with one who tore out a mushroom which grows near a vessel filled with water, because he removed an object whence it grew. Aroshia objected, did we not learn that one who tears out a thing from a flower pot, which is p. 221, not perforated, is not culpable, but from a perforated flower pot he is culpable? Why should he be culpable in this case? Because a thing does not grow in a flower pot which is not perforated, as a rule, but in this case it grows in its usual way. He who catches such animals or birds as are within his domain, etc. Arhuna said, it is allowed to write tefillin on the skin of a bird which is ritually clean. Said R. Joseph, what would be inform us? That a bird has a skin? This is taught in the Mishnah, for it says, he who wounds a bird is culpable. Said Abayi to R. Joseph, he informs us of a very important matter. From the Mishnah we would simply know that the bird, having a skin, must not be wounded, but we might think that such a skin, being porous, must not be used for tefillin. Hence he informs us that it may also be used for tefillin, as it was said in Palestine that pores which do not permit of ink soaking through cannot be considered as pores. More the son of Rabbina asked of R. Naaman bar Itzhak, is it allowed to write tefillin on the skin of a fish which is ritually clean? R. Naaman answered, this can only be decided by Elijah. When he comes again, he will decide whether it is allowed or not. Samuel and Karna were sitting on the banks of Lake Malka. Samuel noticed that a ship was struggling with the rough waters and a man was suffering in consequence. Said Samuel to Karna, it seems to me that a great man is coming from Palestine and that he is sick at the stomach. Go and see what ails him. He went and found Rab on the ship, and asked him, whence do we know that tefillin may be written only upon the skin of a ritually clean animal? Rab answered, it is written, Exod 13:9, in order that the law of the Lord shall be in thy mouth, which means, that the law shall be written only on such a thing as thou mayest take into thy mouth. Karna asked him again, how do we know that blood is red? Rab answered again, because it is written, 2 Kings 3:22, the Moabites saw the water at a distance as red as blood. In the meantime Rab felt that Karna was quizzing him. He asked him, what is thy name? He answered, Karna. Said Rab, a Karna, thorn, be in thy eyes. Finally Samuel took Rab to his own house, gave him barley bread, small fishes, milk and such things as tend to produce looseness of the bowels, but did not show him the place to excrementize in. So. p. 222. Paragraph continues, Rab cursed him and said, may the one who wishes to make me suffer, not be able to rear his children. So it was. The rabbis taught, it is allowed to write tefillin on the skins of, ritually, clean animals and creatures, also upon the skins of such as died a natural death and were not slaughtered, and it is an ordinance, instituted, by Moses at Sinai, that the tefillin are wound in the hairy hide of such animals, whence the skin may be taken, and are sewed with the veins of such animals, but it is not allowed to write tefillin on the skins of, ritually, unclean animals and creatures, whether such animals were slaughtered or naturally expired. This question was asked by a Bathusay of R. Joshua of the city of Garci. Whence do we know that tefillin must not be written on the skin of an unclean animal? From the passage, Lev 13:9, in order that the law of the Lord shall be in thy mouth, which means, that the law shall be written only on such a thing as a man may put into his mouth. According to thy argument, said the Bathusay, tefillin should not be written on the skin of a, ritually, clean animal, that died a natural death, because it must not be eaten also. Answered Dar Joshua, I will give thee an instance of 2 men, who incurred the death penalty. One was duly executed, while the other died at the moment that he reached the gallows. Which is preferable? Certainly the natural death. In this case also, why should the skin of the animal that died a natural death not be used for writing the tefillin thereon? According to that, then, said the Bathusay, why should it not be eaten also? Answered Dar Joshua, it is written, 14:21, ye shall not eat anything that dieth of itself, and thou wouldst that it should be eaten. Answered the Bathusay, Kalos, Greek kappa lambda omicron sigma equals nice, well. Mishnah, it is prohibited to prepare brine on Sabbath, but the making of salt water, in order to dip one's bread into it, or to use for seasoning other dishes is permitted. Said R. Jose, is this not brine? What is the difference? Be it more or less salted? Only the following kind of salt water may be made, if oil is first put into the water or into the salt. Gemara, how should the Mishnah be understood? Said Yehuda. In the name of Samuel, it is not permitted to make a great deal of salt water, but a little may be made. Said Jose, is this not brine? Be it more or less salted? The schoolman asked, does Jose, by making that statement? p. 223. Mean to say that both should be prohibited or that both be allowed? Said Rabba and also Johanan, Jose meant to say that both should be prohibited. We have also learned this in Abortha, one shall not make a great deal of salt water in order to put it into a gistar, a large vessel, filled with things requiring a soaking, but he may make a little salt water to dip his bread into it or use it for seasoning other dishes. Said Jose, because one is more and the other less salted, the former should be prohibited and the latter should be permitted. Then one might say that a greater act of labor should be prohibited and a smaller one permitted. Therefore, I say, both are not allowed, but it becomes permissible, if oil is put into the water or into the salt. The main thing is that one should not mix water and salt to commence with. Judah bar have I taught, one shall not make salt water very strong. What does he mean by very strong? Rabba and Joseph bar Abba both said, if one put an egg into the water and the egg float, it is strong salt water. How much salt must be used for such water? Said Abai, 2/3 salt and 1/3 water. For what purpose can that be used? For fish brine. The same Judah b. Have I taught, one must not salt pieces of radishes and eggs on the Sabbath. Hizkiah in the name of Abai said, salting radishes is not allowed, but salting eggs is. The same Judah b. Have I taught, if citrons, radishes and eggs are eaten without the peel, in the case of an egg, the yolk without the white, they remain in the stomach. Rabin walked behind Jeremiah on the banks of the Sea of Zidon. Rabin asked Jeremiah, is it allowed to wash oneself in this water on Sabbath? Jeremiah said, yes, it is. Asked Rabin again, how is it if a man who is bathing in this water, opens and closes his eyes, so that the water has access to the eyes? Answered Jeremiah, I never heard of just such a case, but of one similar to it. I heard Zerah say at one time in the name of Mathn, another time in the name of Marukba, both of whom said, that the father of Samuel differed with Levi and that one of them said, that pouring wine on the eyes as a remedy is allowed but pouring wine into the eyes is not allowed, while the other said that the saliva of a man who had not broken his fast is a remedy for the eyes and must not even be put on the eyes, but Marukba in the name. p. 224. Of Samuel said, a man may soak a medicament for the eyes on Friday in water and may then use the water on Sabbath with impunity. Bar Levi was standing before Marukba, and saw the latter opening and closing his eyes, so that the medicinal water may have access to them. Said he to Marukba, so much Mar Samuel did certainly not permit. Aryani sent to Marukba a request, let master send his the eye salve prescribed by Samuel for sore eyes. Marukba answered, I send it to you, so that you do not think me parsimonious. But Samuel said, that bathing the eye in cold water in the morning and bathing the hands and feet in warm water at night is better than any medicine for the eye in the world. The same we have learned in Abortha, by Armuna in the name of Jehuda. The same Armuna used to say, as soon as a man rises and his hand touches his eye, nose, mouth, ear or a vein, it had better be chopped off. The same should be done with a hand that touches a pitcher used for beer, before it, the hand, is washed, because such a hand causes blindness, deafness and bad odors. We have learned, Nathan said, the eye is, like, a princess and it hurts her to be touched by a hand that has not been washed 3 times. R. Johanan says, Puch, a precious stone or a certain kind of paint one, applied to the eye, stills its wrath, dries its tears and causes its lashes to grow. Marakva said, one who, accidentally, injured his hand or foot so that blood flowed, on the Sabbath, may steep them in wine in order to stop the flow, with impunity. The schoolman asked, may he do this, in vinegar also? Said R. Hillel to R. Ashi, when I attended the school of R. Kahana, it was said, that it is not allowed in vinegar. Said Rabha, and the men of the city of Matzah, who are very delicate, are generally cured by wine the same as other people are by vinegar. It happened, that Rabbana came to the house of R. Ashi and saw the latter, having had his foot trodden upon by an ass, soaking it in vinegar. Said Rabbana to him, does not the master coincide with R. Hillel, who said, that soaking in vinegar is not allowed? R. Ashi answered, with a wound on the instep. p. 225. Of the foot and the back of the hand it is different, because R. to b. Mathan said in the name of Rab, that a wound on the back of the hand and on the instep of the foot is equal to an internal wound and the Sabbath may be desecrated on its account. The rabbis taught, one may wash his body in the waters of Graur, Chamdan, Essa and Tiberias, all of which are salt waters, but it is not allowed to bathe oneself in the Great Sea and not in water used for soaking flax, also not in the Sea of Sodom. Is this not contradictory to what we have learned in the Boretha, viz. One may bathe in the Tiberias and in the Great Sea, but not in water used for soaking flax and in the Sea of Sodom. This presents a difficulty, for in the Boretha bathing in the Great Sea is permitted, while the rabbis prohibit it. Said R. Johanan, there is no difficulty. One Boretha is in accordance with the opinion of R. Meir, while the other is in accord with the opinion of R. Jehuda, who differ in Tract Mikvath, Chapter 5, Mishnah 6. R. Naaman bar Itzhak opposed this, and said, they differ only as regards defilement, but have ye heard that they also differ concerning the Sabbath? Hence R. Naaman bar Itzhak explained this otherwise. He said, that the Boretha which does not permit bathing in the Great Sea refers to one who stays in the water some length of time, and it is obvious that this is done on account of his health. Now, if we say, that the one Boretha refers to a man who stays in the water for some time, we must assume, that the other Boretha refers to one who does not stay long, and if this is so, why should not the one, who does not stay long, be permitted to bathe even in the water used for soaking flax? Have we not learned in another Boretha, one may bathe in the Tiberias, in flax water or in the Sea of Sodom, even if his head be scrofulous, provided he does not stay long in the water? Therefore we must explain, that the difficulty existing between the two former Borethas concerning the Great Sea is, that the one prohibiting bathing in the Great Sea refers to bad water which is not usually used for bathing, while the other refers to the good water generally used by bathers and in both the case refers to one who stays in the water for some time. Mishnah, it is not allowed to eat Greek hyssop, a remedy for worms, on the Sabbath, because it is not food for healthy people. It is allowed, however, to eat yoeser, wild rosemary, and to drink shepherd blossom tea, an antidote for poisonous. p. 226. Beverages. It is permitted to partake of all usual eatables and beverages on the Sabbath as medicaments with the exception of tree water, water of a certain spring, and root tea, a compound of gum, herbs, and powdered roots, because the two latter serve only as a remedy for jaundice. At the same time it is permitted to drink tree water to quench one's thirst, and one may anoint himself with root oil but not as a remedy. Gemara, it is allowed, however, to eat wild rosemary, etc. For what purpose is it eaten? To drive out worms in one's liver. What is it eaten with? With 7 white dates. What does the illness, requiring this remedy, arise from? From the eating of meat broiled over live coals and the drinking of water immediately after the eating on an empty stomach, or from eating fat meat, beef, nuts or rapa twigs when eaten on an empty stomach and immediately washed down with water. The mother of R. A had boy B. M.E. made a remedy for a man who had imbibed poison of an adder by cooking laurel leaves in a cupful of beer, giving it to the man to drink, then clearing out the coals from a burning hearth, placing a brick on the hearth and making him sit on that brick until the poison left the man in the shape of a green fern. Rivia said that she did not cook the laurel leaves in beer but in a quarter lug of milk of a white goat. One who swallowed a small snake should eat costos, an Indian root of which a precious salve was made, called in the Bible onycha, in salt, and should run 3 miles. R. Simeon B. Ashi once saw a man who had swallowed a snake, so he disguised himself as a Persian horseman, called to the man, compelled him to eat costos with salt, then chased him for 3 miles. In consequence of fright the man then vomited the snake piece by piece. One who was bitten by a snake should get a bearing, female, ass, tear her open, take out the fetus, and apply it to the wound. One who was encircled by a snake should run to the water, take a basket, place it over the snake's head, and as soon as the snake winds itself around the basket, throw it into the water and escape. One who is pursued by a snake should, if he is in company of a friend, jump on the friend's back and have the friend carry him at least 4 ells so as to hide the scent of his footsteps, or, if alone, should jump over a stream or pond of water. At p. 227. Night he should place his bed on 4 empty casks, then tie 4 cats to the casks, and sleep in an unroofed space. He should also place a lot of twigs and dry branches in front of his bed, so that if the snake glide among them they will rustle, in which event the cats will hear the noise and devour the snake. If one is pursued by a snake, he should run to a sandy place, where it is hard for a snake to glide. It is permitted to partake of all usual eatables, etc. What does the Mishnah mean to add by the word all? A milt, which is good for the teeth, although it is bad for a weak stomach, or bran, which is good for the stomach, but bad for the teeth. What does the Mishnah mean to add by the word all, referring to beverages? Water of slat, kaffir corn, boiled with vinegar. With the exception of tree water. We have learned in Aboritha, with the exception of prickly water. One who teaches prickly water does so because the water pricks the gall, and one who teaches tree water refers to water running out of 2 trees? What does he mean by this? Said Rabbi Barbrona, there are 2 date trees in Palestine that are called thalai, and between them is a spring of water. The first cup of this water produces a weak sensation in the stomach, the second cup purges, and the third leaves the stomach as clear as when imbibed. Said Eula, I drank the Babylonian beer with better effects than that tree water, but it is only then effective if drunk for the first time in 40 days. R. Joseph said, the water called prickly water above is Egyptian beer, which is 1/3 barley, 1/3 wild saffron, and 1/3 salt. Our Papa said, it is 1/3 wheat, 1/3 wild saffron, and 1/3 salt, and it should be drunk between Passover and Pentecost, when it will relieve constipation and stop diarrhea. And root tea. What is root tea? Said R. Johanan, it is made of Alexandrian gum, alum, and garden saffron, each the weight of 1 zuz, and ground together. To one who suffers with too frequent menstruation, 3 cups of this tea should be given in wine, and she will not be barren. For jaundice 2 cups are to be administered, in beer, but the patient will be barren ever after. May this be done? Have we not learned in Abortha, whence do we know that castrating a man is prohibited? From the passage, Lev. 22:24, and in your land shall ye not make the like. Which means, ye shall not do this on your own bodies. So said Arhanina. p. 228. Paragraph continues, this is said only in reference to one who has the intention of making one a eunuch, but not with reference to one who administers the remedy for jaundice, and incidentally makes one impotent, as R. Johanan said, one who wishes to castrate a cock shall cut his comb, and thus the cock will become impotent. Did not Rashi say, that a cock whose comb is cut off is not rendered impotent thereby, but, being very proud, will have no more coition with hens on that account? Were he actually rendered impotent, it would not be allowed to remove his comb, for it is written, Ibid, and in your land shall ye not make the like. It is allowed to give a man 2 cups of root tea for jaundice, providing he was already impotent. But even this is prohibited, in Menacheth 56. Say rather it may be given to a woman who is not subject to the command of bearing children. Mishnah, one who suffers with toothache must not gargle vinegar for it, but he may dip something in vinegar and apply it, and if the pain is relieved hereby, he need have no fear of the consequences. One who has pains in his loins must not rub them with wine or vinegar, but may anoint them with oil, not with rose oil, however. Children of princes may anoint their wounds even with rose oil, because it is their wont even on weekdays to anoint themselves with rose oil. R. Simeon said, all Israelites must be considered as children of princes. Gemara, Araha bar Papa asked Arabuha concerning the following contradiction. The Mishnah teaches, that one who has a toothache must not gargle with vinegar, implying thereby, that vinegar is a remedy for toothache, and still we find in the passage, Proverbs X. 26, as vinegar is to the teeth, and as smoke is to the eyes. This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to an injured tooth, whereas the passage refers to sound teeth, which are put on edge by vinegar. Must not gargle vinegar. Have we not learned in Abortha, that it is not allowed to gargle vinegar and then spit it out, but if swallowed afterwards gargling is allowed? Said Abayi, such is also the intent of the Mishnah, meaning, if he spit out after gargling. One who has pains in his loins, etc. said Rabba B. Zabda in the name of Rab, the law according to the opinion of R. Simeon prevails. Shall we assume that Rab holds with R. Simeon? Did not R. Simi bar Hiya say in the name of Rab, that a bung head tied around with a piece of cloth must not be hammered into a barrel on a festival, because the barrel being p. 229. Full of wine, the cloth will absorb some, and by being pressed into the hole the wine absorbed will run out, and wringing a thing is not allowed, although the wine runs out of its own accord, and not through the intention of the man, but according to R. Simeon this would be permitted? Where an act is concerned which will most certainly be consummated, even without the agency of man, as the head of a creature being removed, death must surely follow. R. Simeon also admits that it is not allowed. We have learned elsewhere, however, explicitly, that Hiya bar Ashi said, that Rab holds according to R. Jehuda, and Samuel according to R. Simeon? How can it be said that Rab holds with R. Simeon? Said Rabba, I am the lion of our society, that is, R. Hiya bar Abin, explained this as follows. The ordinance prevails according to R. Simeon, that rose oil is allowed, but not for the reason advanced by R. Simeon. R. Simeon says that all Israelites are considered as princes, and therefore, even in such places where rose oil is very costly, one may also anoint himself with it, but Rab says it is allowed, because, where he, Rab, resided, rose oil was very cheap. But where it is costly it is not allowed.
Chapter 15. Regulations concerning the tying and untying of knots on the Sabbath. Mishnah, following are the knots for the tying of which one becomes culpable. The knot of the camel drivers, made on the guiding ring, and the knot of the seamen, made on the bow of a ship, just as one becomes culpable for tying them, so also one becomes culpable for untying them. Armir said, one does not become culpable for any knots that can be untied with one hand. Gemara, what is the meaning of a knot of the camel drivers and a knot of seamen? Shall we assume that by such a knot is meant the one that is tied in attaching the guiding line suspended from the nose ring of a camel to something else, and also the knot made in attaching the hawser of a ship to a capstan on the dock? Such knots are not permanent, why should the tying of them be prohibited? Nay, by that knot is meant the one made in attaching the guiding line to the nose ring and the hawser to the ship itself, both of which are permanent knots. Mishnah, there are knots on account of which one does not become culpable, as in the case of a camel driver's or seaman's knot. A woman may tie the slit of her chemise, the bands of her hood, the bands of her girdle, the straps of her shoes and sandals, also the bands of leather flasks, filled with wine or oil, and of a pot of meat. Our Eliezer, the son of Jacob, says, one may tie a rope in front of cattle, in order that they may not escape. One may tie a bucket over the well, with his girdle, but not with a rope. Our Jehudah permits this to be done with a rope also. For a rule was laid down by our Jehudah, one is not culpable for any knot which is not permanently fastened. Gemara, is there not a difficulty in understanding the Mishnah itself? The first part states, that there are knots on account of which one does not become culpable, etc., implying p. 231. Therefore, that, while one who ties them does not become liable for a sin offering, at the same time he must not do it to commence with. The latter part, however, says, that a woman may tie the slit of her chemise, etc., implying, then, that she may do it in the first place. The Mishnah means, there are some knots for the tying of which one does not become culpable, as in the case of the knots of the camel drivers, etc., and they are, the knots by means of which the guiding line is attached to the nose ring, and the knots by means of which the hawsers are attached to the ship itself. For tying such knots one does not become liable for a sin offering, but he must not make them to commence with, because at times the knot is left on the nose ring or on the ship for some time, and there are other knots which may be tied in the first place, such as the slit of a woman's chemise, etc. What would he inform us? Is it not self-evident, that a woman must tie the slit in her chemise? The case treated of is where a chemise has two slits, an upper and a lower, and it can be put on, over the head, even if the lower one is tied. We might assume, then, that only the upper one of the slits would be permitted to be tied. He therefore informs us, that both the upper and the lower may be tied and untied. The bands of her hood. Is this not self-evident? The case is, that the bands of the hood are always tied, and the woman slips on the hood without untying or tying the bands, and we might assume that for this reason the knot is considered permanent. He therefore informs us, that if a hair become entangled in the hood, the woman may tie and untie the bands. The straps of her shoes and sandals, etc. Our Jehudah, the brother of our Salah the Pious, had a pair of sandals, which were sometimes worn by him and sometimes by his child. He came to Abai and asked him whether he might tie and untie them on Sabbath. Said Abai, he who does this unintentionally becomes liable for a sin offering. Said our Jehudah to him, if thou hadst said, that one is not culpable for doing this, but that it must not be done to commence with, it would seem strange to me. Thou sayest now, that one is liable for a sin offering. Asked Abai, why so? Answered our Jehudah, because on weekdays I sometimes also wear the sandals, and, if my child wishes to use them, I untie them and adjust them to the child's foot. Answered Rabbi, if such be the case, they may be tied or untied, on the Sabbath, to commence with. p. 232. Our Jeremiah was walking behind our Abuha on unclaimed ground, and a band of his sandal having been torn off, he asked our Abuha what to do. Our Abuha told him to take damp seaweeds, which an animal can eat, and which may therefore be handled on Sabbath, and tie his sandal. Abai stood before our Joseph in private ground, and the band of one of his sandals becoming torn off, he asked our Joseph what to do. Said our Joseph, leave thy sandal here and walk without it. Asked Abai, wherein does my case differ from that of our Jeremiah? Answered our Joseph, our Jeremiah's sandal was torn off in unclaimed ground, where, had he left it, it would have been lost, but thine is in my yard and will be safe. Said Abai, but the sandal is a perfect vessel, for I can put it on my other foot and then it will not fall off. Why should I not be permitted to handle it? Our Joseph answered, because we learned elsewhere in regard to Chlitza that our Johanan interpreted a Boratha in accordance with our Jehuda, who says, that if the band of a sandal was torn off, the sandal cannot be regarding as a vessel. We must assume, therefore, that the ordinance according to our Jehuda prevails. Also the bands of leather flasks filled with oil or wine, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case treated of is where the flasks had two mouths, and lest we assume that only one of them may be tied and untied, he informs us that both may be tied. And of a pot of meat. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah means to state, that even if the pot have an opening at the bottom it might be assumed that the knot tied around the mouth of the pot is permanent and should not be untied. We are informed that it may be untied, nevertheless. Our Eliezer, the son of Jacob, said, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case treated of is where there are two ropes, one tied higher up and the other lower. We might assume, that because the lower one is tied permanently one may not untie it, therefore he informs us that both may be tied and untied. Said our Jehuda, in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Jacob. One may tie a bucket with his girdle, but not with a rope, etc. What kind of a rope is not permitted? Is it an ordinary rope? Why does our Jehuda permit it? It remains permanently tied. Shall we assume that it refers to the rope of a weaver? Why is it not permitted? It will surely be removed, because the weaver will need it. Or is it prohibited simply as a precautionary? p. 233. Measure, lest someone tie the bucket with an ordinary rope, and our Jehuda does not entertain this apprehension? Then it is contradictory to the following Boratha, a rope fastened to a bucket which became torn, should not be tied into a firm knot, but simply tied into a loop. Our Jehuda says, it should be joined together with the owner's girdle, but it must not be tied into a loop. This would be a case of where both the rabbis and our Jehuda contradict themselves. There is no contradiction at all. As for the rabbis, they hold, that an ordinary rope may be mistaken for the rope of the weaver, because both are called ropes, but a loop cannot be mistaken for a knot, because they have different names. As for our Jehuda, he prohibits a loop to be made, not because he holds that a loop may be mistaken for a knot, but because the loop in this case is equal to a knot. Our Rabbah in the name of R-Hi-I-B. Ashi, quoting Rab, said, one may bring a rope from his house and can tie it to the cow, and then fasten it to the crib. Our Johanan asked of our Jehuda bar Levi, may weaving utensils, either upper or lower, be handled on the Sabbath? Answered our Jehuda, nay, they may not. Why so? Because on weekdays they are also never used for any other purpose, being too heavy, hence they are always used for weaving alone, and therefore must not be handled on Sabbath. Mishnah, one may fold his clothes, just removed, even 4 or 5 times, on the Sabbath. On the eve of Sabbath one may prepare his beds for use on the Sabbath, but not at the close of Sabbath for use after the Sabbath is gone. Our Ishmael says, one may arrange his clothes and prepare his beds on the Day of Atonement for the Sabbath. Further, the sacrificial tallow left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on the Day of Atonement, if the two succeed one another, before the Jewish calendar was arranged, but not such as is left over from the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. Our Akiva said, neither that tallow left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on the Day of Atonement, nor that of the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. Gemara, the school of Aryani said, the Mishnah only permits the folding of clothes by one man, but not by two, and also only in case the clothes are new, but not if they are old, because old clothes are better preserved by folding. New clothes must only be folded if they are white clothes, but not if p. 234. They are colored. White clothes may be folded only if they constitute all the garments possessed by the man. But if he had others, he must not fold even those, as we have learned in a Tosefta. The family of Gamaliel did not even fold white clothes, because they had others for a change. Arhuna said, if one have a change of clothes for the Sabbath, he should change them, if not, he should at least let them down. One Safra opposed this, if one let down his garments, he will be considered as a vain man. If he does this only on the Sabbath and not on weekdays, he will not be considered vain but simply as one desirous of keeping the Sabbath with due respect, as it is written, Isaiah vi. 13, and honor it by not doing thy usual pursuits. Honor it is meant to imply that, by wearing different clothes on the Sabbath should be honored, for our Johanan calls clothes signs of honor, and through clothes a man is honored. By not doing thy usual pursuits means that the walk on the Sabbath should not be as on weekdays. Ibid, by not following thy own business, means to say that only thy own business is not allowed, but heavenly business is. And speaking vain words, the mode of speaking on Sabbath should not be like that on weekdays. Speaking is not allowed, but thinking is. All this is perfectly proper. Not to dress as on weekdays, nor to speak as on weekdays, but what does a different walk on the Sabbath signify? It signifies that one should not make long strides on the Sabbath, as Rabbi asked of our Ishmael b. Arhos a, may one make long strides on the Sabbath? Answered he, may one do so even on weekdays? For I say, that a long stride deprives a man of a 500th part of the light of his eyes. A remedy for this is, however, the drinking of the wine over which the benediction is made on the eve before the Sabbath. It is written, Ruth 3, therefore bathe and anoint thyself, and put thy garments upon thee, by which, said our Elazar, is meant the Sabbath garments. It is written, Proverbs 9, give to the wise instruction, and he will become yet wiser. Said our Elazar, by that is meant Ruth the Moabite and the prophet Samuel of p. 235. Paragraph continues, Brahma. Naomi said to Ruth, therefore bathe and anoint thyself, and put thy garments upon thee, and go down to the threshing floor, but truth did as it is written further, Ibid. 6, and she went down unto the threshing floor, and did in accordance with all that her mother-in-law had commanded her, which means, that she first went down to the threshing floor and then dressed herself, in order not to soil her clothes. As for Samuel, when Eli said unto him, Samuel 3, 9, go, lie down, and it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth, he did at the time as it is written, Ibid. 10, and the Lord came, and placed himself, and called as at previous times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, for thy servant heareth, but did not say, Speak, Jehovah, as he was told to do by Eli, because, not knowing who was speaking, he did not want to speak the Lord's name in vain. It is written, Ruth 2:3, and she went, and came, and gleaned in the field after the reapers. Said Eliezer, she went and came to and fro until she found such men as were fit company for her. Then said Boaz unto his young man that was appointed over the reapers, whose maiden is this? Ibid. 5. Was it proper for Boaz to inquire whose maiden she was? We have learned in Aboratha, he, Boaz, noticed that she was very modest, for when gleaning from the sheaves, she did so standing if the sheaves were also standing, and if the sheaves were on the ground, she did not stoop, lest she reveal some of her form, but sat down and gleaned in that position. But keep close company with my own maidens, Ibid. 8. Was it proper for Boaz to say my own maidens? Was it his custom to mingle with the women? Said Eliezer, because Boaz saw that Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but truth cleaved unto her, Ibid. 14. He thought, that if she were such a woman it would be proper for him to associate with her. And Boaz said unto her, At mealtime come near hither, Hallam, Ibid. 2:14. Said Eliezer, by the word Hallam, near hither, Boaz hinted to her that from her would spring the kingdom of David, who used the expression Hallam, as it is written in 2 Samuel 7:18. Then went King David in and sat down before the Lord, and he said, Who am I, O Lord eternal? And what is my house, that thou hast brought me as far as hitherward, Hallam? And eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. Ruth 2:14. p. 236. Paragraph continues, from this it can be inferred, that vinegar is good for relieving excessive heat, said Eliezer. But Tar Samuel ben Ammoni said, this was also a hint to Ruth, that from her would spring forth a son, whose deeds would be sour as vinegar, and that was King Menas. And she seated herself beside the reapers, Ibid. Said Eliezer, beside the reapers and not between them, was also a hint that the kingdom of David would eventually be divided. And he reached her parched corn, and she ate, and was satisfied, and had some left. Said Eliezer, this is a reference to the kingdom of David, ate at the time of David, was satisfied in the time of Solomon, and had some left in the time of King Chizkiah. Others say, ate during the days of David and Solomon, was satisfied during the days of Chizkiah, and had some left in the time of Jehudah-Hanasi, a descendant of David, whose coachman even, according to the teaching of the master, was said to be richer than the Shah, king Shah, of Persia. In Aboratha, however, we have learned, this passage does not refer to the kingdom of David but to Israel in general. It means, Israelite in this life, will be satisfied in the times of the Messiah, and shall have some left in the world to come. Our High Barabbas said in the name of our Johanan, whence do we know that a change of clothes is a biblical prescription? Because it is written, Lev. Vi. 4, and he shall take off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes to without the camp, unto a clean place. This was commented upon by the school of Ishmael to mean, that the clothes worn while cooking for one's master should not be worn when serving the master at table. The same teacher said again, a scholar, Talmud Shechem, upon whose clothes a stain can be found, deserves to be put to death, for it is written, Proverbs 8:36, all those that hate me love death. Do not read, those that hate me, Mezanai, but those that cause others to hate me, Mani, implying that if a stain is noticed on a scholar's clothes, the whole law is held lightly. Rabina said, in the Boratha was taught not upon whose clothes a stain can be found, but upon whose clothes grease, repad, one is found. They do not differ, however. p. 237. Paragraph continues, the former refers to an overgarment, while the latter to an undergarment. R. Johanan said, who can be called a scholar trustworthy enough to be believed when claiming a lost article, without identification, but simply by seeing the article lost and claiming it as his own. A scholar who is so particular that, if he happened to put on his nightrobe wrong side out, he will take the trouble to take it off again and adjust it properly. R. Johanan said again, who is the scholar worthy of being made the president of a congregation? The one who, when asked concerning an ordinance bearing on any subject, knows exactly what to answer, even such ordinances as are contained in the tract called is a supplement to the Talmud, which is not generally read, and treats of a bride. He said again, who is the scholar that is deserving of having his work performed by his fellow citizens? The one who neglects his own affairs to attend to religious affairs. This refers, however, only to one who has lost his subsistence on account of his congregational duties. Again, R. Johanan said, who can be called a scholar, Talmud Chacham? One who can give the interpretation of any ordinance in whichever chapter, or tract, that may be shown him. What difference does that make? The difference is this: if a man is familiar only with the ordinances of a certain tract, he may only be competent to be the presiding officer of one community, but if he understands them all, he may be made the chief of the house of learning in a whole district. R. Ishmael said, one may arrange his clothes, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, Num. 28:10, this is the burnt offering of the Sabbath. From this we learn, that we may offer up the tallow left over from the Sabbath on the Day of Atonement, but one might say, that the fat left over on the Day of Atonement may be offered up on the Sabbath also, therefore the passage says, Ibid, on every Sabbath. So says R. Ishmael, but R. Akiva says, this is the burnt offering of the Sabbath on every Sabbath, implies, that the fat left over from the Sabbath may be sacrificed on a biblical feast day, but one might say, that it may be done also on the Day of Atonement, therefore the passage says on every Sabbath. The point of difference between R. Ishmael and R. Akiva is as follows: R. Ishmael contends that vow offerings and voluntary offerings may be brought on feast days, and therefore the p. 238 term every Sabbath cannot refer to feast days, but does refer to the Day of Atonement, whereas R. Akiva contends that such offerings must not be brought on feast days, and hence every Sabbath implies that the fat left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on a feast day. R. Zer or R. Rabbah said in the name of R. Huna, if the Day of Atonement fall on a Sabbath, herbs for cooking must not be selected on that day. Said R. Mana, this we have learned in Aboratha as follows: whence do we know that if the Day of Atonement fall on a Sabbath herbs must not be selected? Because it is written, Exod 16:23, a rest, a holy rest is unto the Lord tomorrow. Why is the word rest repeated? Shall we assume that no other labor must be performed? This is ordained, in chapter 20:10. Thou shalt not do any work. It must therefore refer to such work as is not really labor, as selecting herbs, and the passage must refer to a Sabbath on which the Day of Atonement happens to fall, because on ordinary Sabbaths no additional prescription is necessary, but it being the Day of Atonement, on which, were it not also Sabbath, such work would be permissible. On account of alleviating the sufferings caused by fasting, we might assume that it would be allowed also on a Day of Atonement, which occurs on a Sabbath. Therefore the passage refers to a Sabbath upon which the Day of Atonement happens to fall. R. Bar Abba, however, in the name of R. Johanan said, selecting herbs on a Sabbath concurrent with the Day of Atonement is permissible, and the repetition of the word rest is on account of the prohibition of actual labor, and as for there being another ordinance to that effect, it is for the purpose of signifying that the transgressor of this commandment will be punished for the violation of both the positive and the negative commandments. We have learned in Aboratha in support of our Johanan, selecting herbs on a day of atonement concurrent with the Sabbath is permissible. Nuts may be cracked and pomegranates cleaned after the afternoon prayer, for the purpose of alleviating the suffering of the fasting. In the house of our Jehuda, cabbage was prepared, and in Rabbi's house, pumpkins were cleaned. Later on Rabbi noticed that this was being done even before the afternoon prayer, so he told them that a message was received from our Johanan of Palestine that this was prohibited.
Chapter 16. Regulations concerning articles which may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath. Mishnah: all sacred scriptures may be saved from a conflagration on the Sabbath, be such scriptures allowed or not allowed to be read on Sabbath. The scriptures written in any language whatsoever must be considered sacred, and brought to a safe place, even on a weekday. Why are some sacred scriptures not allowed to be read on Sabbath? In order that one might not miss the sermons at the schoolhouse. One may save the case of the book with the book, the case of the tefillin with the tefillin, even if money is contained therein. Where must such things be taken, for safety? In a closed space surrounded by walks. Bin Bathara says, even in a space that has one side open. Gemara: it was taught, if the scriptures were written in Aramaic, Targum, or in any other language, they need not be saved from a conflagration. So says Arhuna. But Arhista says, they must be saved. According to the Tana, who holds that all of the scriptures may be read on Sabbath, there is no difference of opinion between Arhuna and Arhista, for the scriptures must be saved. But, according to the Tana, who holds that some scriptures may and others may not be read on the Sabbath, Arhuna says that the latter need not be saved, while Arhista says they must, in order not to disgrace the scriptures. An objection was made. Our Mishnah says that all scriptures, whether allowed to be read on the Sabbath or not, or even if written in whatever language, must be saved. We must assume that the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets and the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and if written in other languages, which are naturally non-readable, they must nevertheless be saved. How, then, can Arhuna say that the non-readable need not be saved? Arhuna might say, how can this explanation of the Mishnah correspond with the further ordinance that they should be brought to a safe p. 240 place? If it says that they must be saved from the conflagration, it is self-evident that they must be brought to a safe place. What is the correct interpretation of the Mishnah? Arhuna interprets it according to his understanding thus: the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, providing they are written in the holy language, Hebrew, but if written in other languages they need not be saved, but although they need not be saved on the Sabbath, if they lie in an unfit place even on weekdays, they must be brought into a safe place. Arhista interprets the Mishnah according to his understanding thus: the readable part is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and although written in other languages they must also be saved, and the term should be brought to a safe place refers even to torn pieces of such scriptures although written in other languages. Another objection was made: we have learned in Aboratha, if they, the scriptures, are written in Aramaic or any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration? Is this not contradictory to Arhuna's opinion? Nay, Arhuna may say that the Tana of the Aboratha holds the scriptures written in other languages to be readable. Come and hear, scriptures written in Coptic, Median, Old Hebrew, Elamite or Greek, although not permitted to be read, must be saved from a conflagration. This is surely a contradiction to Arhuna? Arhuna might say, there is a difference of opinion among the different Tanaim, as we have learned in the following Tosafta: if the scriptures are written in Aramaic or in any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration, but Arhose says, that they must not. Said Arhose, It happened that Abihalephtah went to Gamaliel the Great and Tiberius, who sat at the table of Johanan the Naziev, also called Ben Naziev, and held in his hand the book of Job in Aramaic, which he was reading. Said Abihalephtah to Gamaliel, I remember having at one time come to thy grandfather Gamaliel, who stood on the steps of the corridor of the temple when a book of Job in Aramaic was brought to him. He told the mason to take the book and immure it underneath the stairway. Whereupon the later Gamaliel also ordered the book he was reading to be immured. The rabbis taught, the benedictions, which are written in Hebrew, or amulets although containing letters of the holy name and many passages of the scriptures, must not be saved. p. 241. From a conflagration, but may be burned up together with such letters and passages. From this it was said, that one who writes benedictions commits an act equal to burning up the scriptures, as it happened in Zidon. One wrote benedictions, and it was told to Ishmael. Ishmael set forth to investigate the matter. As soon as the man saw Ishmael approach, he threw the writings into a bowl of water. Said Ishmael to him the following words, the punishment thou wilt receive for this latter deed will be greater than that for writing the benedictions. The exiliar chest of Rabbi Bar Arhuna, if the scriptures were written with paint or with dyes and in the holy language, may they be saved from a conflagration or not? I ask thee, taking in consideration the differences of opinion existing between the different Danaim, for those who hold that scriptures written in Aramaic or any other language must not be saved, what is their opinion regarding such as are written in the holy language and not with ink? Whereas those who hold that the scriptures in any language must be saved, do they not refer to such as are written in ink only, but those written with paint or dye, even if written in Hebrew, should also not be saved? Answered Rabbi Bar Arhuna, no, they must not be saved. Rejoined the exiliarch, Arhamnuna taught, in Aboratha, that they may ? Answered Rabbi, if such was taught in Aboratha, it must be so. The rabbis taught, before the passage, Num. X. 35, and it came to pass when the ark set forward, that Moses said, etc., and at the close of the next verse, the Holy One, blessed be He, made signs, the inverted letter Nun, which must be inserted in the scroll, in order to signify that this is not the proper place for the two passages, but Rabbi says, that this is out of the question, and that the two verses form a valuable book in themselves. We have heard from our Samuel ben Ammoni in the name of our Jonathan, that we have not a Pentateuch but a Septuagint one, that is, we have not 5 books of Moses, but 7. Would this imply that our Samuel holds with Rabbi and declares that there are 7, because the two verses, which form a book in themselves, divide Numbers into 2 books? Who is the Tana, however, that differs with Rabbi? He is our Simeon ben Gamaliel, for we have learned in Aboratha. p. 242. Paragraph continues, our Simeon ben Gamaliel says, that these two passages will in the future be removed and put in their proper place. Why were they put here, then? In order to make a separation between the two scourges that befell the Israelites. Which was the second scourge? The one that follows immediately afterwards, Num. 11. 1, and it came to pass, that, as the people complained in a manner displeasing to the Lord, etc., etc. And which was the first? The first was as it is written, Ibid. X. 33, and they set forward from the mount of the Lord, which, according to our Hamabi, Hanina, means and they departed from the ways of the Lord. Which is the proper place for the two passages? Said Arashi, in Numbers 2. Where it is decreed how every man should walk in the wilderness, and the end of the chapter stating that every man did as he was commanded, should be followed by those 2 verses. The schoolman asked, may the blank pieces of the scroll of laws which had become detached from the scroll be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath or not? Come and hear. the Gilionum, blank pieces of the scroll, and the Sadducean books need not be saved from the conflagration. They, together with the holy names contained in them. Does not the word Gilionum have reference to the blank pieces of the scroll? Nay, the blank pages of the Sadducean books. How can it mean the blank pages of the Sadducean books? Why, it is not even allowed to save the Sadducean books themselves. Perhaps the Boratha means that the Sadducean books are considered as blank pages, and hence must not be saved. The text of the Boratha says further, the Gilionum and the Sadducean books must not be saved from the conflagration. Our Jose says, that on weekdays the holy name must be torn out wherever it appears and preserved, and the remainder must be burned, but our Tarfan says, may I bury my children, if I would not burn such books together with the holy name, whenever they reached my hands, for when a man is pursued by murderers or by a snake, it were better for him to seek refuge in the temple of an idol than to enter the houses of such people, for the idolaters serve their idols because they know not God, but the others know God and deny Him. They, the latter, are referred to by the verse, Isaiah vi. 8, and behind the doors and the doorposts hast thou placed thy remembrance, implying that they remember the Lord very well, but nevertheless place their memory behind the doors and doorposts. p. 243. Said R. Ishmael, in the scriptures it is even allowed to erase with bitter water the holy name of God, which was written in a holy cause in order to bring about peace between man and wife. A fortiori it should be allowed in the case of those people who cause discord and enmity between Israel and the Heavenly Father. To them David had reference, in Psalms 6, 21, 22, behold those that hate thee, I ever hate, O Lord. And for those that rise up against thee do I feel loathing. With the utmost hatred do I hate them, enemies are they become unto me. So, as they must not be saved from a conflagration, they must also not be saved from the waters, or anything that might destroy them. Joseph Barhanan asked of Arabuha, may the books of Abidan be saved? Answered Arabuha, yea, nay, I really cannot tell. Rab never went to the Abidan, and all the more not to the Benitz Rifi. 1 Samuel, however, never went to the Benitz Rifi, but did go to the Abidan. Marbar Joseph said, I am of their society and do not fear them. Still it happened at one time that he was in danger on their account. Ema Shalom, the wife of Eliezer, who was also a sister of Gamaliel II, encountered a philosopher in her neighborhood who was a judge, and had the reputation of being inaccessible to bribery. Gamaliel and his sister wished to ridicule him and prove that he was accessible to bribery. Ema Shalom brought him a golden candle. He asked her what she wanted, so she answered, my father is dead, and I wish to inherit some of his possessions. The judge said, go, I will order that you be given your share. Said she, thou canst not order it so, because our law decrees, that wherever there is a son a daughter cannot inherit. Answered the judge, since you Israelites are in exile, your law given you by Moses has been revoked, and a new law was given you by which daughters may inherit equally with sons. On the morrow came Gamaliel and brought him a Libyan ass, and told him that he did not wish to let his sister inherit. Said the judge, after thy sister left I consulted the law again, and found that the new law said, I do not come to abolish the Mosaic law, neither to increase nor p. 244. To diminish it. Hence it must remain as in the old law, that where a son is left a sister must not inherit. Said Ema Shalom to the judge, may God make thy light as bright as a candle. Said Gamaliel to her, in the presence of the judge, an ass came along and extinguished thy candle. Why are some sacred scriptures not allowed to be read on the Sabbath? Etc. Said Rab, it is not allowed to read such scriptures only during the time of the sermons at the schoolhouse, but at any other they may be read. Samuel, however, said, that even at any other time they must not be read, because he holds with our Nehemiah, as we have learned in the following Baratha. Although it was said that the hagiographa should not be read, still they may be discussed and lectured upon, and when a quotation must be made, the book may be referred to and the quotation read. Said our Nehemiah, why was it prohibited to read the hagiographa on the Sabbath? In order that it might be said, as it is forbidden to read the hagiographa, it is all the more so forbidden to read ordinary papers. In a closed space surrounded by walls. What is to be understood by the term closed space? Said Arhista, this refers to a lane surrounded on 3 sides by walls and having on the 4th side 2 beams. If the lane have 3 walls and 2 beams, it is a closed space. If it have only 1 beam on the 4th side, it is an open place, and the Tana of the Mishnah as well as Ben Bathar hold in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, who decided to that effect elsewhere. Said Rabbi to Arhista, dost thou call a space surrounded by 3 walls and 1 beam an open place? If this be so, according to the sages, why cannot victuals and beverages also be brought there, not alone scriptures? In my opinion, 2 walls and 2 beams, 1 on each side, form a closed space, and 2 walls with only 1 beam constitute an open space. And the 2 Tanaim of the Mishnah are not in accord with our Eliezer, but with our Jehuda, who opposes him, in Tracta Reuben. Said Abai to Rabbah, and why should not, according to thy explanation, victuals and beverages be brought there, for safety, in conformity with the opinion of the sages? Said Arashi, however, the 2 Tanaim of the Mishnah are of the opinion of our Eliezer, and a closed place is formed by 3 walls and 1 beam, while an open place is made by 3 walls without any beam at all, and even according to our Eliezer, who? p. 245. Requires 2 beams, it is only for the bringing thither of victuals, but for the safekeeping of the scriptures, our Eliezer holds even 1 beam to be sufficient. Mishnah, one may save enough victuals to last for 3 meals, on the Sabbath and the event of a conflagration. Such food as is fit for human beings may be saved for the use of human beings, and such as is fit for cattle may be saved for cattle. How so? If a conflagration happen on the eve of Sabbath, one may save enough victuals for 3 meals. If it occur in the forenoon of Sabbath, one may save enough for 2 meals, and if it occur in the afternoon of Sabbath, one may only save enough for 1 meal. Our Jose, however, says, one may at all times save enough for 3 meals. Gemara, let us see. Why should it only be allowed to save 3 meals, or 2, or 1? It says, further on, that the victuals for the meals are to be brought into such a place as is covered by an arub. In such a place things may be carried, and the things themselves may also be handled. Then why should one not be allowed to save more than enough for 3 meals? Said Rabha, because a man is anxious for his possessions, he might, if allowed to save as much as possible, forget about the Sabbath and extinguish the fire altogether. Said Abai to him, we have learned previously, that a man upon whose roof a barrel filled with victuals becomes broken, may bring another vessel and put it underneath the barrel in order that the contents of the barrel fall into the vessel, but may not bring another barrel and transfer the contents of the broken one into the new, nor may he place a new barrel alongside of the other and remove the contents of the broken one into the new one by keeling over the former and letting its contents drop into the latter. Why should he not be allowed to do this? He is on private ground, and the barrel with its contents may be handled. If it is prohibited as a precautionary measure in the manner of the previous case, where does the precaution arise? This latter case is also a precautionary measure, for were he allowed to remove the contents from one barrel into another, there is fear of his carrying it through public ground. The text of the Boraitha, however, teaches further, that if the man had guests in his house, he may remove the contents of the broken barrel into a new one, etc. But he may not first remove the contents and then call guests, but first call guests and then remove the things, nor may he pretend to call guests, but must actually desire their. p. 246. Company. In the name of our Jose Bar Jehuda it was said, that even calling guests as a pretext is also allowed. The rabbis taught, if one had saved, from the fire, fine bread, he must not return and save coarse bread, but if he first saved the coarse he may return and save the fine. One may also save enough on the Day of Atonement in the event of a fire, when that day is succeeded by Sabbath, to last him through the Sabbath also, but on a Sabbath it is not permitted to save enough for the Day of Atonement, if the Sabbath falls on the day before, and all the more so is it not allowed if the Sabbath precedes a feast day, nor is it allowed to save on one Sabbath for the following Sabbath. The rabbis taught, if one forgets bread in an oven, and in the meantime the Sabbath sets in, it is allowed to save enough bread to last for 3 meals, and one may say to bystanders, come and take out as much as ye need, and when taking out the bread it should not be done with a baker's shovel, but with some other utensil. Arhista said, a man should see that everything should be prepared on Friday for the Sabbath as early as possible, as it is written, Exodus 16:5, and it shall come to pass, on the 6th day, when they prepare what they shall have brought in, etc., and this means, that as soon as the 6th day sets in, preparations for the Sabbath should be begun. Our Rabbah said, a man must pronounce the benediction over 2 loaves on the Sabbath, for it is written, Ibid. 16:5, double bread. Said Arashi, I noticed the manner in which our Kohanim did this, he would hold 2 loaves, but would cut only 1, because it is written, Ibid. 16:18, every man according to his eating had he gathered. Our Zerah used to cut off the loaf sufficient to last him for the entire meal. Asked Rabina of Arashi, does this not seem gluttonous, to hold so large a piece in one's hand? Answered Arashi, because on weekdays such was not his wont, it does not appear gluttonous on Sabbath, and our Zerah did this only in honor of the day. Arami and Arasi, if happening to have the same bread used in making an arub, for use on Sabbath, would pronounce the benediction over the bread, for they said that because one religious duty had been fulfilled with that bread, it should be used to fulfill another religious duty. How so, if a conflagration, etc. The rabbis taught, how many meals should a man eat on the Sabbath? 3. R. Hidka said 4. Said R. Johanan, both the rabbis and R. P. 247. Paragraph continues, Hidka deduced their opinions from the same passage, as follows, Exodus 16:25, and Moses said, Eat it today, for a Sabbath is this day unto the Lord, today you will not find it in the field. R. Hidka holds that, day being mentioned 3 times, 3 meals should be eaten during the day and 1 at night, and the rabbis hold that the day includes the night and only 3 meals are required. Our Mishnah, however, which decrees that only enough for 3 meals should be saved, does therefore not agree with R. Hidka. According to whose opinion, however, will the following Mishnah be? Tract P. If a poor man have sufficient for 2 meals, he must not apply for another at the public kitchen, where food is distributed, but he may apply to the general charity fund. If he have, however, sufficient for 14 meals, for the week, he must not even apply to the general charity fund. If the Mishnah were of the opinion of R. Hidka, he should have had sufficient for 16 meals, so as to afford him 4 meals on the Sabbath, and, according to the rabbis, for 15 meals in order to have 3 meals on the Sabbath. It is therefore neither in accord with R. Hidka nor with the rabbis. Nay, it is in accord with the rabbis, and the poor man should eat his Sabbath night meal on the Sabbath day, so with his Friday night meal it will make 3 meals on the Sabbath. It may also be said that the Mishnah holds with R. Hidka, and that the poor man should leave his Friday meal for the Sabbath. Shall we make the poor man then fast on Friday? It would therefore be better to hold the Mishnah's opinion to be in accord with our Akiba, who says, that the poor man should make Sabbath equal to a weekday in order not to be forced to rely upon charity. Thus 14 meals are sufficient, and he may eat only 2 on Sabbath. But according to whose opinion is the Mishnah, Tract P, if a wandering mendicant come to a town, he must be given a loaf which can be bought for a puntian, 1/48 of a selah, when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 sahs, and the sages calculated that such a loaf is sufficient for 2 meals. If he remain overnight he must be given lodging, and if he remain over Sabbath he must be given 3 meals for Sabbath. Shall we assume that this Mishnah holds with the rabbis and not with our Hidka? It might also be in accord with our Hidka if the mendicant happen to have 1 meal with him, he is told to eat the one he has and is given 3 more. Should the mendicant then depart empty-handed? Nay, he is also given a meal. p. 248. To take along on the way. What must he be given for lodging? Said our Papa, enough to hire a bed and a pillow. The rabbis taught, the dishes used on the eve of Sabbath may be cleansed for the Sabbath morning meal. The dishes used in the morning may be cleansed for the midday meal, and those of the midday meal for the afternoon, but those of the afternoon must not be cleansed until the Sabbath is over. All this is said concerning dishes, but glasses, cups, and all drinking utensils may be cleansed at any time, because there are no fixed times for drinking. Our Simeon ben Pazi in the name of our Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kappara, said, one who keeps the commandment to eat 3 times on the Sabbath will be rid of 3 punishments, viz., the tribulations, at the time, of Messiah, the punishment of Gehenna, and the war of Gog and Magog. From the tribulations of Messiah, because the Sabbath is always mentioned as the day, and it is written, Malachi 3:23, Behold, I send unto you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the day of the Lord, the great and the dreadful. From the punishment of Gehenna, because it is written, Zephaniah 15, a day of wrath is that day, etc., meaning the Gehenna. From the war of Gog and Magog, because it is written, Ezekiel 38:18, on the day of Gog's coming. Our Johanan said in the name of our Jose, one who makes the Sabbath pleasant will be rewarded with a boundless inheritance, as it is written, in Isaiah 14, Then shalt thou find delight in the Lord, and I will cause thee to tread upon the high places of the earth, and I will cause thee to enjoy the inheritance of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Not the inheritance of Abraham, concerning whom it is written, Genesis 13:17, Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, etc., and not as in the case of Isaac, as it is written, Ibid. 26:4, And I will give unto thy seed all these countries, but as it is written of Jacob, Ibid. 28:14, And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south. R. Naaman bar Itzhak said, the man who makes the Sabbath pleasant, will also be saved the pain of exile, because it is written, Isaiah 14, And I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and, 33:29, And thou shalt tread upon their high places. Said R. Jehuda in the p. 249. Name of Rab, he who makes the Sabbath pleasant is given everything his heart desires, because it is written, Psalms 37:4, And delight thyself in the Lord, and he will give thee the wishes of thy heart. What is meant by delight? From the passage, Isaiah 13, If thou call the Sabbath a delight, we can adduce that the delight means Sabbath. Wherewith should the Sabbath be made pleasant? Said R. Jehuda, the son of R. Samuel bar Shilath, in the name of Rab, with a mess of beets, large fish, and garlic heads. But R. Hiah bar Ashi said in the name of Rab, even with any dish whatever prepared especially for the Sabbath. What does any dish whatever mean? Said our Papa, even small fish fried in oil. Our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, if the Israelites had kept the first Sabbath, after the commandments were given, properly, no nation or race on earth could have harmed them. For it is written, Exodus 16:27, and it came to pass in the seventh day that there went out some of the people to gather, but they found nothing. And not long afterwards Amalek attacked the Israelites. Our Johanan said in the name of our Simeon ben Jachai, if the Israelites were to keep 2 Sabbaths in succession as they should, they would immediately be released from exile, for it is written, Isaiah LVI 6, also the sons of the stranger, that join themselves unto the Lord, to serve him, and to love the name of the Lord, to be unto him as servants, every one that keepeth the Sabbath by not violating it, and those who take hold of my covenant. And immediately afterwards it is written, Ibid. 7, even these will I bring to my holy mountain. Our Jose said, may my share in the world to come be with those who eat 3 meals on the Sabbath. Again he said, may my share in the world to come be with those who recite Hallel 1 every day. This is not so. The Master says, that he who recites Hallel every day is a blasphemer. Nay, our Jose does not mean Hallel, but Hallelujah. Our Jose said again, may my share in the world to come be with those who perform their morning devotion as soon as the sun begins to rise. Again said he, may my share be with those who die of abdominal disease, for the Master said, that most of the righteous die of bowel troubles. He also said, p. 250. Paragraph continues, may my share be with those who die when about to fulfill a commandment, also with those who receive the Sabbath and Tiberius and see it out in Zipporias. Tiberius was in a valley in Zipporias on a hill, also with those who remain in the houses of learning, and not with those who attempt to draw scholars away from their studies, also with those who solicit alms but not with those who dispense alms, also with those who are suspected but are not guilty. Said our Papa, I have been suspected but was not guilty. Said our Jose, I have gone in unto my wife 5 times and have planted 5 cedars in Israel. Who are they? Our Ishmael, our Eliezer, our Halifta, our Aftils, and Armanim, all sons of our Jose. But he also had a son called Vradimos? Nay, Vradimos is the same as Armanim, and the reason he was called Vradimos was because his face was as beautiful as a rose. Vrad is Aramaic for rose. Said our Jose again, in all my days the ceiling of my house never saw the seam of my undershirt. Again said B, I never acted contrary to the advice of my colleagues. I know well that I am not a descendant of priests, but when my colleagues asked me to pronounce a benediction usually said by priests, I did so. Again he said, I never said a thing that I afterwards repented having said. R. Naaman said, may it be accounted to me, for my reward, that I have observed the 3 meals, in honor of the Sabbath. R. Jehuda said, may it be accounted to me, that I have given my prayers preliminary consideration. 1. Arhuna, the son of R. Jehoshua, said, may it be accounted to me, that I have never walked 4 ells with uncovered head. R. Shusheth said, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of Tefillin, and R. Naaman said again, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of Tzitzith, Shothrads. Said R. Joseph to R. Joseph the son of Rabha, canst thou tell me which commandment thy father observed most punctually? The answer was, the commandment of Tzitzith. For it happened one day that my father was ascending the stairway, and a thread of his tzitzith becoming torn off, he would not leave his place until a new thread had been brought to him and the tzitzith were mended. Said Abai, may it be accounted to me, that whenever I p. 251 noticed a young scholar, of my college, had finished a tract of the Talmud, I gave a feast to all the sages of the day. Said Rabha, may it be accounted to me, that whenever a young scholar and another man came before me for judgment, I do not put my head on the pillow, rest, until I exhausted every to find the scholar's words prove the justice of his claim. Said Mar, the son of Arashi, I am unfit to judge a young scholar because I love him as well as I do myself, and no man calls himself unjust. Arhanina used to wrap himself in a cloak on the eve of Sabbath and say, Come with me, and let us go towards Sabbath the Queen. Aryana used to clothe himself in his holiday clothes on the eve of Sabbath and say, Come, bride, come, bride. Rabba, the son of Arhuna, came as a guest to the house of Rabba the son of Naaman. At the table 3 cakes steeped in the fat of the ram, which were only served on special occasions, were placed before him. Said he to his host, Didst thou know that I would come to visit thee? Answered the host, Art thou then better than the Sabbath? We prepare it usually for every Sabbath, as it is written, And thou shalt call the Sabbath a pleasure. Rabba used to buy on the eve of every Sabbath 13 asteras, 6.5 dinars, worth of meat from 13 different butchers, and would hand them the money immediately upon their entering his door one and delivering the meat, saying to them, Make haste and deliver your orders to others. Arabuha used to sit on an ivory stool and make fire in honor of the Sabbath. Aranan used to don a black apron in order to show that this day, the eve of the Sabbath, was a day of preparation, and that work had to be performed for the Sabbath. Arsafra used to singe a cow's head himself for the Sabbath, and Rabha would salt fish himself. Arhuna would light candles himself. Arpapa would prepare the wicks for the lamps. Arhista would cut herbs himself. Rabba and Joseph would chop wood for Sabbath. Zara would light the kindling wood. Naaman Baratzak would shoulder all burdens. p. 252. To be carried in and out of the house himself on the eve of Sabbath, saying, If Rme or Arsi would come to visit me, would I not do the same for them? Others say that Rme and Asi did this on the eve of every Sabbath, saying, If it should happen that our Johanan were to visit us, would we not do the same for him? Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, had a rich Gentile for neighbor. The astrologers told the Gentile that all his goods and possessions would eventually be eaten up by Joseph, his neighbor. He went and sold out all his goods, and with the proceeds bought a precious pearl. This pearl he had set in his turban. While crossing a lake one day, the wind blew off his turban and it fell into the water. A fish swallowed it. Subsequently the fish was caught by fishermen late on the eve of Sabbath. Said the fishermen, Who will buy this so late in the evening? They were told by some people to go to Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, and that he usually bought such things. They carried it to Joseph, who bought it, and upon opening the fish he found the pearl, which he sold for 13 boxes of golden dinars. A certain old man met this Joseph, and said to him, He who lends to the Sabbath is repaid by the Sabbath itself. Rabbi Jehuda Hanasi asked of Ishmael the son of Hosea, By what acts did the rich men of Palestine, so wealthy, merit their wealth? He answered, Because they gave tithes, as it is written. 14:22 Thou shalt truly give tithes. 2. By what acts did the rich men of Babylon merit their wealth? Asked Rabbi again. Because they keep the law honorably, was the reply. And what about the rich men of other lands? Because they honor the Sabbath, as Arhiabarabba related. It happened that I was a guest in the house of a man in the city of Ludkai, and a golden table was brought for me, which required 16 men to carry, and 16 silver chains were fastened to it, and bowls, pitchers, goblets, and glasses were hung on those chains, and on the table were all kinds of food and p. 253. Beverages and spices, and when the table was set down they said, Unto the Lord belongeth the earth, with what filleth it. Psalms 24:1. And when the table was taken away, they said, The heavens are the heavens of the Lord, but the earth hath he given unto the children of men. Psalms XCV 16. I said to my host, my son, how didst thou merit all this? Said he, I used to be a butcher, and whenever I came across a good animal, I would keep it for Sabbath. Said I to him, well is unto thee, that thou hast merited this, and praise be to God, who hath rewarded thee. Said the exarch to Arhamnuna, it is written, Isaiah VI 13, the holy day of the Lord, honorable. What does this honorable signify? Arhamnuna answered, it means the Day of Atonement, on which day there is no eating and no drinking, and hence the Torah says, thou shalt honor it with clean clothes. Further, it says, Ibid, thou shalt honor it. This evidently does not refer to the Day of Atonement, which is called honorable, but must again refer to the Sabbath. How, then, should it be honored? Said Rab, thou shalt make the usual time of thy meals earlier, and Samuel said, thou shalt postpone the ordinary meal hour. The children of our Papa Barabba asked our Papa, how shall we, who have meat and wine every day, distinguish the Sabbath day? He answered, if ye usually have your meals at a late hour, have them earlier, and if at an early hour, have them later. Arshusheth, who was blind, in the summer used to seat his pupils, who came to hear him lecture on Sabbath, in a place where the sun shone earliest, in order that they might become warm and leave, and in the winter used to seat them where the sun could not reach them, that they might become cold and leave the sooner. Arzara, when seeing his pupils standing in pairs and discussing the Torah on the Sabbath, used to say to them, I pray ye, go home, eat, drink, and be merry. Do not violate the Sabbath. It is made for pleasure and not for learning. Rabha, according to others Jehoshua ben Levi, said, even a man who prays singly on the Sabbath eve must recite the prayer commencing with thus we're finished, etc. Genesis 2:1-3, for Arhamnuna said, that he who prays on the Sabbath eve and recites that prayer is considered by the verse as being a collaborator in the creation of the world. Eliezer said, whence do we know that speaking is p. 254. Equal to acting, as it is written, Psalms 33:6, by the word of the Lord were the heavens made. Arhista in the name of Marakba said, he who on the Sabbath recites the prayer commencing with, thus we're finished, etc., has the hands of the two angels who accompany each man laid on his head, and they say to him, Isaiah vi. 7, and thy iniquity is departed and thy sin is forgiven. We have learned in Aboratha, our Jose Bar Jehuda said, two angels accompany a man on the Sabbath eve on his way home from the house of prayer, one is a good angel and the other an evil one, and when the man comes home and finds the candles lit, the table set, and his bed made up, the good angel says, may it be the will of God that the next Sabbath shall be the same, and the evil angel answers amen involuntarily. If, however, the man does not find everything in order, the evil angel says, mayst thou find it so on the next Sabbath also, and the good angel answers against his own will, amen. Eliezer said, a man should set his table on the Sabbath eve, although he may not be hungry and can eat not more than the size of an olive. Arhanina said, a man should set his table on the eve following the Sabbath, though he may not be hungry and can eat but the size of one olive. This is also in honor of the Sabbath and is like the accompanying of a king at his departure. Warm water at the close of the Sabbath day is wholesome. Warm bread at that time is also wholesome. Arabuha used to have a calf which was the third calf of its mother, and hence the best, killed for him at the close of the Sabbath day, and he ate only one of the entrails of the calf. When his son Abimi grew up, he, Abimi, said, why kill a whole calf for the sake of one of its entrails? Let us leave one of the entrails of the calf killed for the Sabbath for father, that he may eat it at the close of the Sabbath. This was done, but a lion came and killed the calf that was spared. Jehoshua ben Levi said, he who answers Amen. The name of the Eternal be blessed, with all his heart, has any ill fate which has been predestined for him nullified in heaven, as it is written, Judges v. 2, when depravity had broken out in Israel, then did the people offer themselves willingly, therefore, praise ye the Lord. Why had depravity broken out in Israel? Because they had not praised the Lord. Arhiah bar Abba in the name of our Johanan said, even if p. 255. That man have amongst his sins aught of idolatry, he is also forgiven. Said Resh Lakish, he who answers Amen, etc., with all his might has the gates of paradise opened for him, as it is written, Isaiah 26. 2, Open ye the gates, that there may enter in the righteous nation that guardeth the truth. The truth in Hebrew is called Emunim, and Resh Lakish said, do not read Emunim but Amenim, the plural for Amen. What is Amen? Said Arhanina, Amen is the abbreviation for El, God, Mulek, King, Nman, truth. Meaning that by saying Amen a man certifies that his Creator is the God and King of truth. Jehudah, the son of Samuel, in the name of Rab said, a fire seldom occurs in a place unless there is a violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, Jeremiah 17:27, but if you will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, and to enter in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in its gates, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. What does it shall not be quenched signify? Said Naaman bar Itzhak, the fire shall occur at a time when men are not around, as a rule. Abai said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely on account of the violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, Ezekiel 22:26, and from the violations of my Sabbaths do they turn away their eyes, so that I am profaned among them. Arabuha said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until they had abolished the reading of the Shema in the morning and in the evening, as it is written, Isaiah v. 11:13, Woe unto those that rise up early in the morning, that they may run after strong drink, that continue until late in the twilight, till wine inflame them. And there are harp and psaltery, tambourine and flute, and wine, at their drinking feasts, but the deeds of the Lord they regard not, and the works of his hands they behold not. Therefore are my people led into exile, for want of knowledge. Arhamnuna said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until the children were kept away from school, as it is written, Jeremiah v. 11, I must pour it out over the child in the street, and it may be explained thus, why must I pour it out? Because the child is in the street and not at school. Eula said, Jerusalem was destroyed because the people were devoid of shame, as it is written, Ibid. 15, they should. p. 256. Have been ashamed because they committed an abomination, but they neither felt the least shame, nor did they know how to blush, therefore shall they fall among those that fall. Itzhak said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because no distinction was made between great and small, as it is written, Isaiah 24:2-3, and it shall be the same with the people as with the priest, etc. Emptied out shall be the land. Amram, the son of Simeon bar Abba, in the name of his father, quoting Hanina, said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because the people did not admonish one another, as it is written, Lamentations I. 6, her princes have become like harts that have found no pasture. As the harts in a herd travel head to rump, so would the men of Jerusalem not dare face each other with admonitions, but followed from behind in silence. Jehudah said, Jerusalem was destroyed because they insulted men of learning, as it is written, 2 Chronicles 37:16, but they mocked at the messengers of God, and despised his words, and scorned his prophets, until the fury of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy. What does till there was no remedy signify? Said R. Jehuda, in the name of Rab, he who insults a man of learning, can find no panacea for his affliction. R. Jehuda, in the name of Rab, said again, it is written, I Chronicles 16:22, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. By touch not my anointed is meant the children of the school, for children are usually anointed, and do my prophets no harm refers to the scholars. 1. Resh Lakish said, in the name of R. Jehuda II, the world is sustained solely through the exhalation of the children, because they are pure and without sin. Said R. Papa to Abai, what about thy and my exhalation? Answered Abai, the difference lies therein, that thou and I might have sinned, but children are incapable of committing sin. Resh Lakish said again, in the name of the same authority, the children should not be withheld from attending school, even while the new temple shall be in process of construction. Said Resh Lakish to R. Jehuda II, I have heard. p. 257. A tradition coming from thy parents which says, that the city which has no school for children shall be destroyed, but Rabina says, the tradition is to the effect that the High Court shall put the city under a ban, until a school is built for children. Rabha said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely because there were no more trustworthy men there, as it is written, Jeremiah v. 1, roam about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and notice, and search in its broad places, if ye can find one man, if there be one that executeth justice, that searcheth for truth, and I will pardon it. What is meant by trustworthy men? Such as can be trusted in business. Mishnah, further, one may save a basket full of loaves, of bread, be it even enough for 100 meals, a fig cake, and a cask of wine, and one may also call to others, come ye and save for yourselves. If those who do so understand their advantage, they make a settlement with the owner after the Sabbath is over. Where may such articles be taken to, for safety? To a court that is joined to the other, court of the house burning, by a nerub. Bin Bathara says, even to one that is not joined by a nerub. There all utensils, dishes, may be brought, that are used on the same day. One may, in the event of a conflagration on the Sabbath, put on as many clothes as possible, and may wrap himself in whatever is possible. R. Jose says, one may only put on 18 pieces of ordinary apparel, but he can come back as often as he chooses and put on the same quantity and carry them off. One may also call to others, come ye and save with me, whatever ye can. Gemara, have we not learned, in the preceding Mishnah, page 245, that only, enough victuals for 3 meals may be saved, and in the above Mishnah sufficient for 100 meals is permitted? Said Arhuna, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to one who comes to save the food with only one basket, when he may fill it with any quantity, whereas the preceding Mishnah refers to one who brings several baskets, and in such a case it is not permitted to put in each basket more than sufficient for 3 meals. But Arabu Bar Zavda, in the name of Rab, said, both Mishnahs refer to one who comes even with several baskets, but still no difficulty arises. This Mishnah speaks of one who does not carry the food beyond the same court, while the other refers to one who carries it into another court. p. 258. A fig cake, etc. Why does the Mishnah say, that if those who save for themselves know their advantage they will make a settlement with the owner after having saved the things from the conflagration? Are they not entitled to it under any circumstances, by virtue of the owner having made it public property when saying, come ye and save for yourselves? Said Arhista, this refers to pious people who would not take advantage of a man who is compelled to sacrifice his property. Said Rabha, can they be called pious, who accept remuneration for their time on the Sabbath? Nay, the Mishnah does not refer to pious men, but to God-fearing men, who, while they would not take anything not belonging to them, would not care to trouble themselves gratuitously. by stating, therefore, that those who know their advantage will settle accounts with the owner afterwards. The Mishnah means to say that their prudence consists in their knowing that they will not receive any remuneration for their time on Sabbath, but will only receive their own property as their due. Come ye and save with me. Why does the first part of the Mishnah permit the saying of come and save for yourselves, and in the last part the permission is given to say, come and save with me? Because the first part of the Mishnah refers to victuals, and a man cannot save more than sufficient for 3 meals, while the last part of the Mishnah refers to clothing, and as a man can change his clothing as often as he pleases, he may call to others to come and help him save whatever is possible. One may put on as many clothes as possible. The rabbis taught, one may dress himself, go out and undress, come back and dress again, and so on as often as he chooses. So said Amir. Jose, however, said, that one may put on only 18 pieces of ordinary apparel. These were, 1. And 2. Migshrin and unkli, a mantle with a head hold, 3. Funda, pocket for money, 4. Kalbus, a dress without sleeves, 5. Shilyuk, a kind of shirt, 6. A piliut, cover or overcoat, 7. Milpanath, 8 and 9. Drawers and pantaloons and cap for the head, 10. And 11. Shoes, 12 and 13. Socks, 14 and 15. Parged, striped suit, 16. Girdle, 17. Hat, 18. Neckties. Mishnah, Simeon, the son of Nanas, says, one may spread a goat skin over a chest, a box, or a cupboard, which lips caught fire, so that they only become singed. One may also form a partition with any utensil, or vessel, be it full of water. p. 259, or not, in order to keep the fire from spreading. Jose forbids the making of such a partition with new earthenware vessels filled with water, because such vessels cannot stand heat, but burst and extinguish the fire. Gemara, Jehuda said in the name of Rab, when one side of a garment has caught fire, the other side may be put in water, and if thereby the fire is extinguished it makes no difference. An objection was made, we have learned in a Tosefta, that if a garment has caught fire one may wrap it around him, and it makes no difference if the fire is thereby extinguished. One may also unroll the sacred scrolls, if the covering has caught fire on one side, and it does not matter if thus the fire is quenched. This Tosefta then simply permits the unfolding or the folding of a garment that has caught fire, but says nothing about soaking the undamaged part in water. Rab holds with Simeon, the son of Nanas, in the above Mishnah, who permits the prevention of the fire. Simeon, however, restricts his permission so that, while preventing the fire, it is not extinguished, but simply singes the objects. When the article, however, is soaked in water the fire will certainly be quenched, and did Simeon permit this also? Yea, he did, for the last part of the Mishnah relates, that Jose forbids the making of a partition with new pottery filled with water, because such vessels are liable to burst and extinguish the fire, and if Jose forbids this, surely Simeon, the first Anna, must have permitted it in the first part of the Mishnah. The rabbis taught, if a candle fall on the table board may be raised and the candle drop to the floor, and if it become extinguished, it matters not. Another Boraitha taught, that if a candle burn behind a door, the door may be opened and closed as usual, regardless of whether the candle is thus extinguished. Rab scolded the one that thus decreed. Said Rabbina to Ahad the son of Rabha, according to others Ahad the son of Rabha to Arashi, why did Rab scold the one who made that decree? Shall we say that it was because he holds with Jehuda, who says that an indirect act is also prohibited, and the Boraitha holds with Simeon, who permits the performance of an indirect act? Is it possible that Rab will scold everyone who holds with Simeon? He answered, In this matter R. Simeon would also agree that this is prohibited, as it would be like decapitating a man without killing him. p. 260. R. Jehuda said, one may open a door opposite a hearth fire. Abai scolded the one that decreed thus. Of what circumstances do we treat here? If the door is opened when there is an ordinary wind blowing, what reason had the one to prohibit it, and if there be an extraordinary wind blowing, why did the other permit it? The case here treated a visit of an ordinary wind, and the one prohibits the door being opened as a precautionary measure, lest this be done when a high wind is blowing, while the other does not regard a precautionary measure necessary. One may also form a partition, etc. Shall we say that the rabbis hold the indirect bringing about of an extinction to be permissible and R. Jose holds to the contrary? Have we not heard the case to be the reverse? We have learned in Aborata, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with vessels filled with water that are not liable to burst, and such are iron vessels. R. Jose, however, says, that the vessels made of pottery in the villages of Cheyenne and Hanania are also proof against bursting. Thus we see that R. Jose is even more lenient than the rabbis. This presents no difficulty, for the above Boratha is altogether in accordance with R. Jose, but it is incomplete, and should read thus, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with such as are filled with water but are not liable to burst. And such vessels are iron vessels and vessels made of pottery in the villages of Cheyenne and Hanania, as R. Jose says that the vessels made of pottery in these villages are proof against heat. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite comes near to extinguish the fire, one must neither say to him, extinguish it, nor do not extinguish it, and for the reason, that one is not obliged to make him rest, on Sabbath. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, one must not allow him to do so, because one is obliged to see that he, the minor, rests, on Sabbath. Gemara, Rami said, during a conflagration one may proclaim, whoever will come and extinguish the fire, will lose nothing by it. The rabbis taught, it happened that a fire broke out in the court of Joseph ben Samai in the town of Cheyenne, and the men of the fortress of Sepphoris came to extinguish the fire, because Joseph was an official of the government, but he would not allow them to do so, in honor of the Sabbath. A miracle occurred, and it commenced to rain, and the fire was extinguished. That. p. 261. Evening he sent to each man in the fortress 2 selah and to their officer 50 selah. When the sages heard this, they said, it was not at all necessary to do this, because the Mishnah says, that when a Gentile comes to extinguish a fire on Sabbath, one need not tell him to do it, or not to do it. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, etc. Could we conclude from this, that if a minor is detected eating forbidden food it is the duty of the court of justice to prevent his doing so, and we know such is not the case? Said R. Johanan, yea, if the minor does this with his father's knowledge. We must say, then, that the same case applies to the Gentile, who does the work with the knowledge of the Israelite whose house is burning. Is this permitted? Yea, it is, for the Gentile does it of his own volition, and it makes no difference whether the Israelite knows it or not, because he, the Gentile, knows he will be rewarded. Mishnah. One may cover the top of a lamp with a vessel in order that the ceiling may not catch fire, and also cover the ordure, of poultry on account of the children, in the house. One may also place a vessel, over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. R. Jehuda said, a case of this kind happened once in the presence of R. Johanan ben Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I am not certain whether, the man, is not culpable, and bound to bring a sin offering. Gemara, R. Jehuda, R. Jeremiah b. Abba, and R. Hanan b. Ram happened to be the guests of Abin of Nishikiah. The two former were furnished with beds, and the last one was not. At the same time, he noticed him teaching his son that the order of a child is to be covered, in order that the child should not touch it, and he said, Abin the fool is teaching foolishness to his children. Is not the order of a child useful for dogs? What can you say? It was not prepared from yesterday. But this makes no difference, for we have learned in Aboretha, that running rivers and springing wells are to be considered as the feet of every man. And Abin asked, How, then, shall we teach? And Hanan answered, Over the order of poultry, that the child shall not touch it. Over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. Arjehoshua bin Levi said, All dangerous creatures may be killed on Sabbath. Joseph raised an objection, we have. p. 262. Learned in Aboretha, that 5 creatures may be killed on Sabbath, and they are, the fly of Egypt, the wasp of Nineveh, and the serpent of Hadaiv, and the snake of Palestine, and a mad dog from any region. According to whose opinion is this Aboretha? It is not according to the opinion of Jehuda, who holds, that the performance of an act not in itself necessary makes one culpable. We must say, then, that the Aboretha agrees with Simeon. If this is so, is it allowed to kill only these 5, and not others? Said Jeremiah, who can tell us that this Aboretha is a correct one? It may be erroneous. Said Joseph, I have studied the Aboretha. The same objection was made before me, and I defended it by stating, that the Aboretha refers to the case where the creatures pursued the man in order to harm him, and under these circumstances even Jehuda permits the killing of these creatures. A certain disciple related before Rabha, the son of Arhuna, quoting Aboretha, one who kills serpents and snakes on the Sabbath does not find favor in the eyes of the pious. Answered Rabha, and these pious men do not find favor in the eyes of our sages. Thus he differs with Arhuna, for it happened that Arhuna, seeing a man killing a snake on Sabbath, said to him, Hast thou killed the last of them? If thou hast only killed one, of what use is it to violate the Sabbath? From this we see that Arhuna differs from the opinion of his son. The rabbis taught, if a man met snakes on the road and killed them, it was decreed above that he should kill them, thus, removing danger for others, because a good deed is performed through a righteous man. If, however, he did not kill them, it was decreed above that he should be killed by them, that is, he is a sinner and deserving of death, but through the mercy of the Lord a miracle was performed, and he was saved. Said Eula, according to others Rabbi Bar Hannah, in the name of Johanan, only in case the snakes prepared to strike at the man, can it be said that it was decreed that the man should be killed. Rabbi Bar Kohanan said, it happened that a snake was found in the schoolhouse, and a man of the city of Neti killed it. Said Rabbi, he met his equal. The schoolman asked, did Rabbi mean, that the man was right in his deed, or on the contrary? Come and hear. Rabbi, the son of Hiab, Abba, and Arzera were sitting in the hut of Arjanai, and they resolved to ask Arjanai if one might kill snakes and p. 263. Serpents on the Sabbath. And he answered, if a bee should annoy me, I would kill it, a fortiori, snakes and serpents. Abba the son of Marta, who is Abba the son of Miniami, was indebted in a sum of money to the exhorter's house. He was brought there and was worried. While standing in the room, Abba spat on the floor. This happened on the Sabbath, and the exhorter ordered his servants to bring a dish and cover up the spittle. Said Abba to him, this is not necessary, for Jehuda says, that one may put his foot on spittle and thus clear it off. Thereupon the exhorter remarked, this proves to me that the man is a young scholar, let him go in peace. Abba Bar Kohanan said in the name of Arhanina, the lamps of the house of Rabbi may be handled on the Sabbath. Sarah asked him, which lamps do you refer to, the lamps that can be handled with one hand, or those that require both hands? And he answered, the same as can be found in your father's house, those were small lamps. The same abbess said in the name of the same authority, that the carriages of the house of Rabbi might also be handled on the Sabbath. Our Sarah asked him which he referred to, those that one man can pull, or those that require two men, and the answer was, the same that your father possesses. Abba Bar Kahana said again, that the same Arhanina permitted the house of Rabbi to drink wine that was scaled with but one seal, in the markets of the heathens, and he states, that he does not know whether Arhanina holds with Arlezer, who held that one seal only was necessary, or whether he permitted this out of respect to the house of the Nasi, for fear that if he prohibited this, they would become angry. 1. Mishnah: if a non-Israelite lit a lamp on the Sabbath, the Israelite might make use of the light. If he, the non-Israelite, did so, especially, for the Israelite, the latter must not use it. If the non-Israelite filled up a trough with water, to water his own cattle, the Israelite may water his cattle after him. If he did so for the Israelite, especially, the latter must not water his cattle with it. If a non-Israelite made a stairway in order to descend upon it from a ship, the Israelite might descend after him. If he made it, especially, for the Israelite, the latter must not descend. Once our Gamaliel and several elders arrived on a ship, on Sabbath, and a non-Israelite made a stairway upon which p. 264. To descend, from the ship, whereupon our Gamaliel and the elders also descended. Gemara: and it is necessary for the Mishnah to mention the above cases separately, because if we were taught only concerning a lamp, we would say, that a lamp only may be used because a lamp will give light for 100 men as well as for one, but as for water, we might say, that the water should not be used, in precaution lest the non-Israelite replenish the trough, especially for the Israelite. For what purpose, however, is the stairway mentioned? That was only for the purpose of relating what happened to our Gamaliel and the elders. The rabbis taught, with grass which a Gentile mowed for his own cattle, an Israelite may feed his cattle, but if the grass was mowed especially for the Israelite, he may not. The same rule applies to water for watering the cattle. This applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, but if they are, it is not allowed, under any circumstances. This is not so. For Arhuna said in the name of Arhanina, that a man may allow his cattle to graze on the Sabbath, but must not feed them on grass which he designated previously for some other purpose. It matters not whether the grass is still uncut or cut. Now, we see that things which have been designated for another purpose must not be fed to cattle on the Sabbath. How then is it allowed to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass which was cut on the Sabbath, and surely designated for some express purpose? This presents no difficulty, for the permission to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass only holds good if the cattle feed themselves, and the man may stand by and prevent them from invading another pasture, but does not allow the man to feed them by hand. It is said above, this applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, etc. Is this so? Did not our Gamaliel descend on the stairway, although he and the Gentile were acquainted? Said Abai, the Gentile made the stairway when our Gamaliel did not see him. But Rabha said, it may be that the stairway was made in the presence of our Gamaliel, but this case would be the same as that of a lamp. A lamp for one is a lamp for 100. An objection was made to the teaching of Rabha. We have learned in a Tosafta, our Gamaliel said to the elders, as the Gentile made the stairway while we were not looking, we may descend on it. Answered Rabha, read simply, that R. p. 265. Paragraph continues, Gamaliel said, because the Gentile had already made it, we may use it. Samuel happened to arrive at the house of Abin in Tehran on a Sabbath. A Gentile came and lit a candle. Samuel turned his face away from the light, but after seeing that the Gentile brought a paper and commenced to read by the light of that candle, he said, I see now that the Gentile lit the candle for his own use, and he then made use of it himself.
Chapter 17. Regulations concerning the handling of utensils and furniture on the Sabbath. Mishnah: all utensils and furniture, which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors, lids, may be handled with them, even when their lids have been removed, for such lids cannot be considered as house doors, which are not intended to be removed. One may take a hammer on the Sabbath for the purpose of cracking nuts, an axe to chop fig cake, a handsaw to saw cheese, a shovel to gather up dried figs, a fan and a fork to place a thing, food, before a child, a spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, a sewing needle to remove a splinter from the flesh, and a packing needle to open a door. Gemara: all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors, lids, may be handled with them, even when their lids had been removed. Removed when, on Sabbath? And if removed on a weekday they certainly may be handled? Why, on the contrary? On Sabbath the lids being attached to the utensils, they were intended for use with the utensils, but if removed on weekdays, they did not form part of the utensils on the Sabbath, hence not intended for simultaneous use, and should not be handled. Said Abaye, the Mishnah means to say, that the lids may be handled with the utensils on the Sabbath even if the lids had been removed on a weekday. The rabbis taught, the doors, lids, of a drawer, chest, or cage, may be taken down on the Sabbath, but not replaced. The door of a chicken coop, which is built in the ground, must not be removed nor replaced on the Sabbath. It may be right to prohibit the removing or replacing of the door of a chicken coop, built in the ground, because removing it would constitute the act of tearing down, and replacing it would constitute building. But as for the doors of a drawer, chest, or cage, what is the opinion of the rabbis? Do they hold that the acts of building and tearing down apply also to utensils? If so, why do they permit the removing of the doors, lids, and if not, why do they? p. 267. Prohibit replacing them? Said Rabba, the act of building does not apply to utensils, but replacing is prohibited more as a precautionary measure, lest one drive the door in with a stick, and this would constitute the act of hammering. One may take a hammer, etc. Said R.J. Huda, this refers to a hammer intended only for nut cracking, and such a hammer may be used to crack nuts. But a smith's hammer must not be used for that purpose, for R.J. Huda holds, that a thing which is intended only for an act prohibited on the Sabbath, must not be used even for a permissible act. Rabba, however, says, that a smith's hammer may be used to crack nuts, for he holds that a thing which is intended only for a prohibited act, may be used for a permissible act. It was taught, Arhiah Barabba in the name of Arjohanan said, we have learned, that a hammer which is intended for hammering gold may also be used for cracking nuts. Shaman Barabba said, we have learned, that the hammer referred to is intended to be used for spices. The one who teaches that a spice hammer may be used certainly permits a gold hammer, but the one permitting a gold hammer to be used, does not allow a spice hammer, because a spice hammer must be kept perfectly clean, and is laid away for non-use during the Sabbath. A spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, etc. The rabbis taught, a date which was not quite ripe, and was put in straw which was intended for use in clay making, might be taken out, providing it was, not completely covered by, the straw, but enough to take hold of was left uncovered. The same applies to a cake which was taken out of the oven not quite done, and was put in glowing cinders to be cooked, but our Eliezer ben Taddai said, that both the date and the cake might be taken out even when completely covered, providing this is done with a prong, and then the straw or the ashes respectively fall off of themselves. Said R. Naaman, the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Taddai. From this we see that R. Naaman holds, that handling in an unusual manner is not considered handling at all, but did not R. Naaman say, that if a radish is deposited in earth with its roots downwards and its head upwards and protruding from the earth, it may be taken out, but if deposited head downwards, it must not be taken out, and thus we see that R. Naaman regards handling in an unusual manner the same as handling. p. 268. Proper? The answer is, that R. Naaman afterward retracted his decision concerning the radish. A sewing needle to remove a splinter. Rabbi the son of Rabbi sent a request to R. Joseph, let the master teach us the law regarding a needle, the eyelet or the point of which had been broken off. R. Joseph answered, we have learned this in our Mishnah, a sewing needle to remove a splinter. What difference would it make to the splinter whether the needle has an eyelet or not? Rabbi objected, we have learned, that a needle, the eye or the point of which had been broken off, is not subject to defilement. Said Abai, thou confusest Sabbath with defilement? As for defilement, a vessel must be complete in order to be subject to defilement, but for Sabbath use, anything which can be used is in itself sufficient, and with this needle I can remove a splinter. R. Naaman forbids the straightening of the limbs of a child at birth on the Sabbath, and R. Shesheth permits it. Mishnah, the hollow olive cane is subject to defilement if it has a knot, if not, it is not subject to defilement. In any event, it may be handled on the Sabbath. R. Hosea 1 saith, any utensil may be handled on the Sabbath, with the exception of the large wood saw and the plowshare. Gemara, the rabbis taught, previously only 3 utensils were permitted to be handled on the Sabbath, and they were, a knife to chop pressed dates, a skimmer, and a small table knife. Subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, and then more again, until finally any utensil was allowed with the exception of the wood saw and the plowshare. What is meant by subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, etc. said Rabbi, they allowed a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for another purpose, or whether the room it occupied was needed, then still more was allowed, namely, to shift a thing out of the sunshine to a shady place, then more again was allowed, namely, a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act, for example, a smith's hammer, was permitted to be used for another purpose or when its room was needed, but it was not permitted to be moved from the sunshine into the shade, and all this was p. 269. Allowed to be done by only one person, but not by 2, until finally all utensils might be handled even by 2 persons. Abai raised an objection to this, we have learned, that a mortar which contained garlic may be handled, but if it did not contain garlic it must not be handled. The answer was this, it is meant, to remove from the sunshine to the shade. R. Hanina said, this Mishnah was taught in the times of R. Nehemiah ben Heliah, as it is written, Nehemiah 13:15, in those days I saw in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves, etc. And because in those times there was great laxity in keeping the Sabbath, strict laws were made as a precaution, and even a mortar was not allowed to be handled unless it contained some eatables. Said R. Lazar, the Mishnahs relating to the pieces of wood for the showbreads in Tract Manahath, the sticks used by the priests for the Passover sacrifice in the Tract Pesachim, the bolts in the Tract Kelim, and the above Mishnah relating to the mortar, all of which prohibit the handling of such things on Sabbath, were all taught before it was allowed to handle all vessels. Mishnah, the utensils may also be handled with intent to use them or without such intent. R. Nehemiah saith, they may be handled only if intended for use. Gemara, what is meant by with intent to use them, etc. said Rabbi. With intent to use them means to use a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for its intended use, or whether the room it occupied was needed, and without such intent means even to shift a thing from the sunshine into the shade, and a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act was permitted to be used for its intended use or when its room was needed, but it was not permitted to move it from the sunshine into the shade. Now Nehemiah comes to say, that even if a thing was intended for a permissible act, it may be used only for its intended use, and if the room occupied by it were needed, but it was not permitted to shift it from the sunshine into the shade. Arsapa, Arahabi, Huna, and Arhuna Barhunina were sitting together. The latter asked Arsapa, according to Rabbah, who explains Nehemiah's teaching, that even a permissible thing must not be removed for the purpose of occupying its place. How can we remove dishes after eating? Said Arsapa, it is equal to a dirty thing, standing on a clean place, which may be removed at any time. p. 270. Armari Bar Rail had several leather bolsters that lay in the sun, on a Sabbath. He came to Rabha and asked him if he might move them. Rabha told him it was allowed. Said Armari again, I have other bolsters besides these. Answered Rabha, this makes no difference. Thou mightst need those too if guests should call. Said Armari again, I have sufficient for guests also. Said Rabha to him, this proves to me, then, that thou art of the opinion of Rabba, who prohibits the moving of things from the sunshine into the shade on Sabbath. Hence everybody else may do this, but thou must not. Said Rabba in the name of Arhiah Barashi, quoting Rab, whisks may be handled on the Sabbath to sweep the tables, but the brooms made of date palms, which are only intended for floor sweeping, must not be used for sweeping the tables. This was also stated by Elazar. Mishnah, of all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, fragments may also be handled, but it must be with a purpose, viz., the pieces of a kneading trough to cover the bunghole of a cask, the pieces of a glass to cover the mouth of a pitcher. R.J. Hughes says, they must be fit for the same use, as the whole utensil, viz., the parts of a kneading trough to hold a brew, and the pieces of a glass to hold oil. Gemara, said R.J. Huda in the name of Samuel, the first Dana of the Mishnah and R.J. Huda differ only as to fragments which were broken off on the Sabbath, for the former holds that the fragment is part and parcel of the utensil, and fit for the same use, while R.J. Huda holds, that the fragment is a newly created thing, but if the fragments were broken off before the Sabbath set in, all agree that they may be handled because they were prepared for use while it was yet week day. We have learned, in one Boratha, that fire may be made with utensils, but not with fragments, and in another Boratha we have learned, that as we may make fire with utensils, so we may also use fragments for the same purpose. In a third Boratha, however, we were taught, that we must not make fire with either utensils or fragments. We must say, then, that the first Boratha is in accordance with the opinion of R.J. Huda, who holds, to the theory of Muktzah and Nuld, a newly created thing. The second Boratha is in accordance with the opinion of R. Simeon, who holds to neither of the two theories, and the third Boratha is in accordance with R. Nehemiah, who holds that. p. 271. Every utensil must be used for its particular purpose and not for other purposes. R. Naaman said, bricks left over from a building may be handled, because they can be used as seats, but if the bricks were piled up one on top of the other, they were evidently designated for building, and must not be handled. R. Naaman said in the name of Samuel, a fragment of a piece of pottery may be handled in private ground, but not in unclaimed ground, because in private ground other vessels can generally be found and the fragment may be used as a lid or cover, but in unclaimed ground there are no other vessels and the fragment cannot be used in that manner, but R. Naaman himself declares, that the fragment may be handled in unclaimed ground also, because in unclaimed ground there may also be some things which can be covered, but not in public ground, and Rabha, however, says, it may be handled even in public ground, because having been once regarded as a utensil in private ground it remains such everywhere. This theory of Rabha's is borne out by his action, for it happened that he was walking on the street Ritka in the city of Melzin on a Sabbath, when his shoe became soiled with dirt. His servant came and cleaned it off with a fragment of a piece of pottery. The rabbis who went behind him scolded his servant for this act, Whereupon he, Rabbi, remarked, "It is not enough that they have not learned what is permissible and what is not, but they also want to teach others." If this fragment were in private ground, it would have been a useful article because the vessel could be covered with it, and here in public ground it is useful to me. R. J. Huda in the name of Samuel said, "The bunghead of a broken barrel may be handled on Sabbath." We have also learned this in the following Boratha, "The bunghead and the pieces of a broken barrel may be handled on Sabbath, but it is not allowed to break off a piece of the fragments and cover a vessel with it or put it under the legs of a bedstead. If the bunghead and pieces, however, were thrown away among the garbage before the Sabbath, they must not be handled at all." Our Hamdar said in the name of Samuel, "The waste of a mat may be used on the Sabbath." Why so? For what purpose can it be used? Said Rabbi, Bar Hamdar explained this to me as follows: "What is a mat used for? To prevent the dust from settling upon an object, and the waste can also be used. P. 272. For covering up dirt. Arzara said in the name of Rab, "Remnants of silken togas must not be handled on the Sabbath." Said Abai, "This is said of remnants that measure less than 3 fingers square and are of no value to either rich or poor." The rabbis taught, fragments of an old oven are equal to any other vessels that may be handled on Sabbath. So said Armir, but R. Jehud said they may not be handled. R. Jose testified in the name of R. Eliezer ben Jacob, that fragments of an oven may be handled on the Sabbath and the covers of an oven may be handled even if their handles are broken off. Said Rabina, "According to whose opinion do we handle today the covers of the ovens used in the city of Mahassa, which have no handles? It must be according to the opinion of R. Eliezer ben Jacob." Mishnah, one may dip water with a hollow pumpkin to which a stone is fastened, providing the stone will not fall off, otherwise, one must not dip water with it. One may dip water with a jug to which a vine branch is fastened. For a window blind, says R. Eliezer, a thing may only then be put up, if it be fastened and hang down, otherwise, it must not. The sages say it may be put up in any manner. Gemara, we have learned in another Mishnah, if a stone lie at the opening of a barrel, the barrel may be bent over, so that the stone fall down. Said Rabbi in the name of Arami, quoting R. Johanan, the case applies only when the stone lying at the opening of the barrel was left there unintentionally, but if placed there on purpose, the barrel becomes a base for a prohibited thing, and must not be moved. R. Joseph in the name of Arasi, quoting R. Johanan, said, on the contrary, if the stone was left there unintentionally the barrel must be bent over, so that the stone fall down, but if placed there intentionally, it serves as a lid to the barrel, and may be removed. On what points do Arami and Arasi differ? One holds, that an act must be accomplished in order to be an act, while the other holds the intention to be equivalent to the deed, and their respective theories are borne out by their opinions which follow. For when Ardimi, and according to others Arzara, came from Palestine, he related in the name of Arhanina, it happened that Rabbi once went to a certain place on a Friday, and finding a pile of stones said to his disciples, "Go and have it in your minds that we intend to sit on these tomorrow." Thus. P. 273. Paragraph continues, Rabbi did not order them to act, but merely to think. R. Johanan, however, said, that Rabbi ordered his disciples to act. And what, according to R. Johanan's opinion, were the disciples to do? Arami said, that Rabbi ordered them to place the stones in position for them to sit on, but Arsi said, that Rabbi ordered them not only to place the stones in position, but also to clean them, because, in the latter's opinion, changing the position of an object does not constitute an actual deed. It was taught, R. Jose B. Saul said it was not stones but a pile of building wood. R. Johanan B. Saul, however, said it was not building wood but poles with which the depth of the water is sounded. One may dip water with a hollow pumpkin to which a vine branch is fastened. If it is fastened one may, and if not, one may not. Shall we assume that our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon ben Gamaliel? As we have learned in Aboratha, branches of a tree which were intended for kindling, if subsequently used for sitting purposes, must be tied together, but our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, they need not be tied together. One said Arashi, it may be said, that this Mishnah is not at variance with the opinion of our Simeon ben Gamaliel, but is merely a precautionary measure, for fear that a branch, being brittle, might be broken by the man if not tied together. For a window blind, etc. Rabbi Bar Barhan in the name of our Johanan said, all agree that it is not permitted to put up even a temporary tent to begin with on a biblical festival, and decidedly not on the Sabbath, but as for adding, that is, if part of the blind was already up, a blind to a temporary tent that had already been put up, our Eliezer said, that it is not permissible on a festival and much less so on the Sabbath, and the sages declare, that it is permitted on the Sabbath and so much the more oil a festival. The sages say it may be up in any manner. What is meant by in any manner? Said our Abba in the name of our Kohana, by that is meant, that it makes no difference whether the blind was fastened or not, providing it was prepared for its purpose since the day before. Said our Jeremiah to him. p. 274. Paragraph continues, why wouldst thou assume that the sages would be more lenient in this matter? Say rather that they meant to state, that it made no difference whether the blind hung down or not, providing it had been previously fastened. Our Abba answered, because I hold with the Tana of the following Tosafta, a stick, prepared by the master of a house for the opening and locking of a door, may be used on Sabbath, providing it was fastened and hung to the door, otherwise, it must not be used. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, declared, that as long as it was prepared for that purpose, it was of no consequence whether it was fastened and hung to the door. Thus it may be seen that our Abba held with our Simeon ben Gamaliel. Our Jehuda bar Silas in the name of Arasi, quoting our Johanan, said, the halakha according to our Simeon ben Gamaliel prevails. Did our Johanan say this in reality? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that all covers of vessels having handles attached may be handled on Sabbath? Referring to this, our Jehuda b. Shala in the name of Arasi, quoting our Johanan, said, that such would be the case only if the covers could be made use of as independent vessels. How, then, can our Johanan hold with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, who says, that the stick which was not fastened to the door may be used on Sabbath? Surely it is not an independent vessel. Shall we assume, that our Johanan holds with our Simeon ben Gamaliel only in the case where the stick could also be used for other purposes and thus could be called an independent vessel? Then how can it be said that our Johanan holds with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, for the latter does not require the stick to be an independent vessel, as we have learned above in the matter of the branches, see page 273, where our Simeon ben Gamaliel declares, that they need not be tied together. Our Johanan is in accordance with him only in the matter of the stick being prepared for its particular purpose without being fastened to the door, but disagrees with him as regards an independent vessel. Our Itzhak of Naphon proclaimed at the door of the Exorch's house, that the halakha according to our Eliezer prevailed. Our Amram raised an objection. We have learned in the last Mishnah of this tract as follows, thence we learn that it is permitted to put up a window blind, to measure and to tie on the Sabbath. How, then, could our Itzhak say, that the p. 275. Paragraph continues, halakha according to our Eliezer prevailed. Said Abai to him, upon what is thy objection concerning our Itzhak based? The Mishnah just mentioned gives the opinion of the sages only, who are at variance with our Eliezer in our Mishnah, and thou mightst say, that because no contention is mentioned, the halakha according to the sages prevails, then thou knowest of another Mishnah, in Erubin, concerning the hinge of a cupboard door, no name is mentioned, And still the Mishnah appears to be in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer only, thus our Itzhak can accept our Eliezer's opinion. Saith the Gemara, although Abai justified our Itzhak, an act of the sages, as is related in the last mentioned Mishnah, is sufficiently decisive to establish the halakha. Mishnah, all lids of utensils may be removed, on the Sabbath, provided they have handles. Said Arhuz, what does this apply to? To lids of vessels fastened in the ground, but lids of vessels in general may be removed at all events. Gemara, said Jehuda bar Shila in the name of Arasi, quoting Johanan, the lids of utensils may be handled only if they can be made use of for other purposes as independent vessels. Saith the Gemara, all agree, that covers of utensils, fixtures, fixed in the ground must be handled only if they have handles attached, and lids of other utensils not fixed in the ground may be handled even if they have no handles, but the point of the divergent opinions is as regards the covers of ovens, though one side contending that ovens must be regarded as fixtures in the ground and the other side contending that they are ordinary utensils.
Chapter 18. Regulations regarding the clearing off of required space, the assistance to be given cattle when giving birth to their young and to women about to be confined. Mishnah, one may even clear off 4 or 5 chests of straw or grain, in order to provide room for guests, and to remove obstacles to instruction, but one must not clear out a whole barn. Further, one may clear off, heave offerings, grain, of which it is not certain that the tithes have been set apart, first tithes of which the heave offering has been taken off, second tithes and consecrated things which have been redeemed, and dried broad bins, which serve the poor, others say, the goats, for food. But one must not clear off mixed grain, of which tithes have not yet been separated, nor first tithes, of which the heave offering had not yet been taken off, nor second tithes nor consecrated things which had not yet been redeemed, nor aram, wikrabin, nor mustard. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel permits aram, wikrabin, to be cleared off, because it serves the house raven for food. Bundles of straw, bundles of stalks, and bundles of reeds may be handled, provided they are designed for cattle fodder, otherwise they must not be handled. Gemara, the Mishnah says, 4 or 5 chests. Why say 4 or 5? If 5 may be cleared off, surely 4 may. Said Samuel, this is said only as a customary saying, but in reality it means to say that any number may be cleared off, but by saying one must not clear off a whole barn, the Mishnah means to state that all the straw should not be removed for fear lest pits be noticed in the ground, and the man might fill them up. Even if the whole barn be full and as yet untouched, one may commence to remove as much as is necessary, and the Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon, who disregards the law of Muktzah. The rabbis taught, one may not commence on a full barn, but one may remove enough, when entering, with his feet, 2. p. 277. Provide an entrance, and when going out to make a way of egress. The rabbis taught, a sheaf of grain, if commenced prior to the Sabbath, may be used on the Sabbath, but if not, it must not be used on Sabbath, so saith our. But our Simeon permits this to be done. How large should the sheaf be? We have learned in Aboritha that it should measure 1 lethak. 1. The schoolman propounded a question, not having heard Samuel's explanation. How is the term 4 or 5 chests to be understood? Should a man clear off only 4 or 5 chests, even if there be not room enough for his guests, or should he do so in proportion to the number of his guests? If according to the number of his guests, does it mean to say that one man should clear off sufficient for all, or every man for himself? Come and hear, Rabbi told in the name of Arhiah, It once happened that Rabbi went out on a Sabbath to a certain place, and saw that the place assigned to him for lecturing was too small, so he went out into the field, and found the whole field full of sheaves. He cleared off the field, and provided sufficient room. Thence we see that he did so in proportion to the number of his guests, but this narration decides only one part of the schoolman's question, viz., the one relating to the number of sheaves to be cleared off, but not the one relating to whether one man may clear off sufficient for all, or every man for himself. Come and hear, Rabbi cleared off the field, etc. That is, one man for all. And what think you, that Rabbi did this himself? He certainly must have ordered this to be done, so it is not known whether one man did it, or each man for himself. For guests, etc. R. Johanan said, the reward for hospitality is equal to that for visiting the house of learning, for the Mishnah saith for guests and for obstacles to instruction, thus putting the two causes on a par. Said R. Dimi, hospitality is even a greater virtue, for it is given the precedence over instruction. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rab, hospitality is even a greater merit than receiving the Shekinah, as it is written, Genesis 18:3, and he said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy eyes, pass not away, etc. showing that Abraham let the Lord wait while he went to receive his guests. Said R. Lazar, come and see how the custom of the Holy One. p. 278. Blessed be he, is unlike that of human beings. An insignificant man cannot say to a great man, stay here until I come back again, whereas to the Holy One, blessed be he, Abraham said as mentioned above. Said R. Jehuda Bar Shila in the name of Arasi, quoting R. Johanan, there are 6 things, the interest on which a man consumes on earth, while the principle is given him in the world to come. They are, hospitality, visiting the sick, contemplation before prayer, attending the house of learning, educating children in the law, and charity in judging others. Is this so? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, these are the things the interest of which a man consumes on earth and the principle of which is given him in the world to come? Honoring father and mother, doing favors to neighbors, peacemaking among men, and, above all, the study of the law. Now, if the Mishnah says these are the things, it means no others. Nay, the 6 things previously mentioned are included in those subsequently enumerated. Hospitality and visiting the sick are included in doing favors to neighbors. Contemplation before prayer is a favor to one's self, as it is written, Proverbs 11:17, the man of kindness doth good to his own soul. Attending the house of learning and educating children in the law is included in the study of the law. Charity in judging others is included in peacemaking among men, and R. Johanan does not dispute the Mishnah, but merely expounds it. The rabbis taught, one who exercises charity in judging others is charitably dealt with when judged above. It once happened that a man came from Upper Galilee and hired out to a master in southern Palestine for 3 years. On the last eve of the Day of Atonement, when his term was up, he asked his master for his wages, so that he could return to his wife and children. The master replied that he had no money. Said the man, then give me my money's worth in grain. And the master answered, I have it not. Said the man again, give me my money's worth in land, and again the master replied, I have it not. Then give me my money's worth in cattle. I have it not, was the reply. I will take my money's worth in bolsters or bedclothes, pleaded the man, but the answer was still the same. The poor man shouldered his bundle and sorrowfully went away. After the holidays the master took the hired man's wages and, besides, 3 asses, one laden with victuals, the second with beverages, and the third. p. 279. with spices, and went to his hired man's house in Galilee. After having partaken of a meal together, the master paid him his wages, and asked him, When I told thee that I had not the money to pay thee thy wages, what didst thou suspect me of? The man answered, I thought that perhaps thou hadst come across a bargain and hadst paid out all thy ready money. And when thou askedst me for cattle and I refused thee, what didst thou think then? I thought that thou hadst hired out thy cattle on some other farm, and thou couldst not give me any at the time. And when thou askedst me for grain and I refused, I thought perhaps thou hadst not yet paid thy tithes and hence thou couldst not give me any. And when I refused thee land, I thought perhaps thou hadst rented it out. And when I refused thee bedclothes, then I thought that thou hadst devoted all thy possessions in honor of the Lord. I swear to thee, then, that such was really the case. I had made a vow to give away all my possessions for charitable purposes, because my son Hercnus did not want to study the law. Afterwards, when I came to my comrades in the south, they released me from my vow, and as thou didst judge me in kindness, so may God judge thee in kindness. The rabbis taught, a pious man once ransomed a Jewish maiden from captivity. When they came to a lodging place at night, he laid her down at his feet. On the morrow he bathed, and then went out to teach his disciples. During the lesson, he asked his disciples, When I laid the damsel down at my feet last night, what did you suspect me of? And they answered, Perhaps there may be one among us who has not yet been tried and thou couldst not trust him, so thou laidst her near thee. And when I went in the morning and bathed, what did you suspect? Perhaps, on account of the hardships on the way, thy seed of copulation ran out from thee and thou wert compelled to bathe. By the Lord, said the master, so it was, and as ye have judged me in kindness, so may the Lord judge you in kindness. The rabbis taught, it happened that the sages had business with a Roman matron to whom all the great men of Rome came for advice, and they could not decide who should go to her. Finally Jehoshua volunteered to go, and so he and his disciples went to her. 4 ells from the door of her house, Jehoshua removed his phylacteries and went in, locking the door behind him. When he came back he bathed, and then went. p. 280. Back and taught his disciples. During the lesson he asked, When I removed my phylacteries, what did ye suspect? And they answered, The phylacteries are holy, and thou didst not wish to bring them into a profane place. And when I locked the door behind me, what did ye suspect? We thought perhaps thou hadst a secret political affair to transact and didst not wish us to enter. And when I came out and bathed, what did you suspect? And they replied, We thought perhaps some of the matron's spittle had accidentally dropped on thy garments and thou hadst to bathe. By the Lord, said Jehoshua, so it happened, and as ye judged me in kindness, so may the Lord also judge you in kindness. Further, one may clear off heave offerings, etc. Is this not self-evident? It might be assumed that the heave offerings being in possession of a plebeian who is not allowed to partake of them, they must not be handled, but the Mishnah comes to teach us, that because a priest is allowed to eat them, they may be handled by everybody. 1. And dried broad beans. The rabbis taught, hats of, a certain plant the roots of which grow deep into the ground but do not spread, may be handled on the Sabbath, because it is food for deer. Mustard may be handled, because it is food for doves. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said that pieces of glass may be handled, because ostriches eat them. Said our Nathan, in this case twigs may be handled, because they serve elephants for food. What did our Simeon answer our Nathan? Ostriches are more frequently owned by men than elephants. Said Imamar, our Simeon ben Gamaliel means to say, that only one who possesses ostriches may handle pieces of glass? said Ar Ashi to Amamar, if this is so, what did Ar Nathan question? If one possesses elephants, he may surely handle twigs. So Ar Nathan means to say, that because twigs serve as food for elephants, anybody may handle them, and the same applies to pieces of glass, because they serve ostriches for food, everybody may handle them, on the Sabbath. Bundles of straw, etc. The rabbis taught, bundles of straw, bundles of stalks, and bundles of reeds may be handled, provided they are designed for cattle fodder, otherwise, they must not be handled. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if the p. 281 bundles can be lifted with one hand they may be handled, but if not they must not be handled. Bundles of satura, abrotum, and thyme, if prepared for fuel, must not be used on Sabbath, but if prepared for cattle food may be used. Grain from an ear, of wheat, etc., may be taken by hand only, but not with a vessel. One may even take a few grains from growing ears with his fingers, and eat them, but must not take them with a vessel, so saith Ar Jehuda, but the sages say, that one may do this with his fingers, but not with both hands, as usually done on weekdays. The same ordinance holds good for any other spices. It was taught, salt meat may be handled on Sabbath, but fresh meat must not be handled, according to Ar Hisda, but Ar Huna permits this. The rabbis taught, salt fish may be handled, but not stale unsalted fish, and meat may be handled, be it fresh or salt. The rabbis taught, bones may be handled, because dogs eat them, putrid meat may be handled, because beasts of prey eat it. Uncovered water first of may be handled, because cats drink it. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, said, that all these things should not be kept in the house even on weekdays, because they are dangerous. Mishnah, one may set a basket on end for chickens, in order that they may climb up or down upon it. A runaway hen may be chased until she goes back again. One may lead about calves or young asses to exercise them. A woman may lead her son about to give him exercise. Ar Jehuda says, when may she do this? If the child lifts one foot and sets down the other, but if it trails its leg behind, she must not. Gemara, said Ar Jehuda in the name of Rab, if a cow fall into a lake, it is allowed to throw into the lake bolsters, bundles, vessels, etc., in order to give the cow a foothold and enable her to get out. An objection was made, we have learned in Aboritha, if a cow fall into a lake, food may be brought to her in order that she may not starve to death. So it refers only to food, but nothing is said in reference to bolsters, etc. This presents no difficulty. Where food can be brought it may be done, but when the cow cannot be reached, bolsters, etc., may be brought. But a vessel that is prepared for other p. 282 purposes is thereby destroyed? That is simply a rabbinical ordinance, but pity for creatures is a Mosaic law and has precedence. A runaway hen may be chased, etc. The hen may be chased, but not led. This is a similar teaching to that of another Boritha, wherein we have learned, that all animals and birds may be led about in private ground with the exception of a hen. Why not a hen? Said Abayi, because a hen, when led, will not walk, but will jump and fly, and the man leading her will be forced to carry her. Mishnah, on a feast day one must not deliver cattle, about to give birth, of their young, but may be of assistance to them in any other manner. One may give a woman, about to give birth to a child, all assistance possible, even call a midwife from a distance. One may violate the Sabbath on her account and tie the navel string. Our Jose says, one may also cut the string. Lastly, one may accomplish anything necessary for the circumcision on the Sabbath. Gemara, what is meant by being of assistance? Said Jehuda, to hold up the young, that it may not fall, and Naaman said, to pull out the young by pressing the sides. Jehuda's explanation is supported by the following Boratha. How is an animal assisted in giving birth to her young? By holding up the young, blowing air into its nostrils, and leading it to its mother's breast, so that it may suck. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, when a clean animal, one that may be eaten, gave birth to her young on a festival and would not take to it, we would coerce her into taking to her offspring. How would this be done? Said Abai, they would bring a handful of salt, lay it in the mother's womb, and the pain that would be caused thereby would remind the mother of her young, and she would immediately take to them, and they would pour the water discharged by the mother on the young, so that the mother would scent it and seek her young. This was done, however, only with a clean animal, but not with an unclean animal. Why so? Because usually an unclean animal will not cast off her young, and should she do so, she will never take to them again. One may give a woman, about to give birth to a child, all assistance possible. Let us see. The Mishnah says, that one may call a midwife even from a distance, and then, that one may violate the Sabbath on her account. What is the object in p. 283? Particularizing what may be done. The Mishnah means to tell us, what the rabbis taught, viz., if a woman lying in is in need of a light, another woman may light a candle for her, and if she needs oil, the waitress may bring her oil through public ground in her hands. Should that not be sufficient, she may bring it in her hair, and if that does not suffice, she may bring it in a vessel. The Master said, if a woman lying in is in need of a candle, another woman may light it for her. Is this not self-evident? He means to tell us, that even if the woman lying in be blind, and one might say, that being blind she needs no candle, hence it should not be lit, the candle should her at all events, for she may need a thing that others could not see without a light, while, by aid of the light, they would find it and hand it to her. Further, it says, that a woman may bring her oil in her hair. This would be worse still, for the hair would have to be wrung, and that would make the woman, who brought the oil, guilty of wringing, on Sabbath. Rabbi and Dar Joseph both said, that wringing hair does not constitute wringing within the meaning of the law. Rashi said, even if wringing the hair would constitute wringing within the meaning of the law, the woman should bring the oil in a vessel which should be placed on the hair, head, for any work which must of a necessity be performed on a Sabbath, should be performed in as far different a manner from that done on a weekday as possible. Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, as long as the womb of the woman lying in is still open, whether she says she must have it done or not, the Sabbath may be violated for her. As soon, however, as the womb is closed, the Sabbath may be violated only if she says she must have it done, otherwise, it must not be violated, so taught Mars Utra. Rashi, however, taught in the name of the preceding authority, that as soon as the womb is closed, even if the woman says she must have it done, the Sabbath must not be violated on her account. Said Rabbin Tamara Mars Utra is more lenient in his teaching, and Rashi the stricter. According to whom does the halakha prevail? Answered Mirama'er, the halakha according to Mars Utra prevails, for it is the general rule, that wherever human lives are concerned, the more lenient teaching is always accepted as final. At what time is the womb considered to be open? Abai. p. 284. Said, from the time the woman commences to give birth. Arhuna the son of Jehoshua said, from the time blood commences to flow, and others say, from the time that she becomes helpless and her attendants lay her on the bed. How long is the womb considered to be open? Abai said, for 3 days after birth, and Rabha in the name of Jehuda said, for 7 days, and others say for 30 days. The scholars of Nerdai divide the time of a woman lying in into 3 periods of 3, 7, and 30 days each. During the first period, whether the woman says she must have it done or whether she says it need not be done, the Sabbath may be violated for her. During the second period, if she says it must be done, the Sabbath may be violated, but if she says it need not be done, it must not be violated, and during the third period, even if she says she must have it done, the Sabbath must not be violated by Israelites, but it may be done by Gentiles. This is according to Arula the son of Arilai, who says, that everything which must be done for a sick person on the Sabbath should be done by Gentiles, and also according to Arhamnuna, who said, that all things which are to be done for a person who is not dangerously ill, should be ordered done by a Gentile. As it happened with the daughter of Arhisda, the wife of Rabbah, who took a bath in her husband's absence, before the 30 days were up, and caught cold, and friends were compelled to bring her, still lying in bed, to Rabbah in Pumbeditha. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, a woman lying in should be given 30 days. For what law should she be given 30 days? The men of Nerdai said, for bathing, that is, she should not bathe for 30 days, in order that she may not catch cold. Said Rabha, this rule applies to women whose husbands are not at home, for when the husband is at home, he can take care of his wife and prevent any bad consequences. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said again, one may kindle a fire for a woman lying in, on the Sabbath, and not only for a woman lying in, but also for a sick person, not only in the winter but also in the summertime. As Arhiabarabin said in the name of Samuel, that one, who was bled and caught cold, may have a fire made for him on Sabbath not only in the winter, but also in the summertime. Samuel once was bled and caught cold, so a chair made of elmwood was chopped up and a fire made for him, on Sabbath. The same thing happened to p. 285. Paragraph continues, Jehudah, so a table of cedar wood was chopped up and a fire made for him. Rabbah had the same experience and a stool was used to make a fire, and when told by Abai that he was guilty of destroying a useful article said my personal welfare is dearer to me than the article. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, a man should salive in the roof of his house and buy shoes for himself if in need of them, but if he had recently been bled and feels hungry, he should salive in these shoes and buy food with the proceeds. What kind of food should he purchase? Rab said meat, and Samuel, wine. Rab said meat, as being a substitute for flesh lost through bleeding, and Samuel said, red, wine, as a substitute for red blood. When Samuel had himself bled, a dish made of milk was prepared for him, and Johanan would drink wine until it could be smelt through his ears. Naaman would drink wine until his spleen would float in wine. Joseph would drink wine until his veins would swell so that the lancet would be forced out, and Rabhel would drink only wine that was 3 years old. Said Naaman Baruchak to his disciples, I beg of you, that on the day on which you have yourselves bled, you should go home and say that Naaman will come to visit you. In consequence a good meal and wine will be prepared, and you can partake of it. Deceit is not permitted under any circumstances, but those mentioned as follows. One who is bled, and has not the money to buy wine, should take a mutilated zuz and go to 7 wine dealers. When asking for wine he will be given some to taste, and when offering his money, it will be rejected. He will then proceed to another dealer, and keep on until he will have drunk a quarter of a lug. One who cannot even do this, should eat at least 7 black dates and should put oil on his temples, then lie down in the sun and go to sleep. Ablat, a Persian official, found Samuel sleeping in the sun and said to him, thou leader of Jews? Can a good thing emanate from a bad one? Samuel answered, This is my bleeding day. In reality this was not so, but there are days when sleeping in the sun is healthful, for instance, on the day when the Tammuz, July, equinox falls, but Samuel, who was a physician, would not tell this to Ablat. Rab and Samuel both said, The man who eats a light. p. 286. Meal on the day when he is bled, has light earnings decreed for him in heaven for the following year, because if he himself has no pity for his own body, he is not worthy of being pitied by the heavenly host. The same two authorities also said, that one who was bled should not sit where the wind blows, for it may be that the surgeon who bled him allowed too much blood to escape, and the wind might force still more blood from him, and thus become dangerous. Samuel was always bled in a house the walls of which were of 7 bricks thickness, and at one time it happened that he felt weak. He looked up, and noticed that a brick was missing from the wall. Rab and Samuel also said, that a man who was bled should not go out into the street without having partaken of something. If he does and meets a corpse, his face turns yellow, and if he should happen to meet a murderer he will die himself, and if he meets a pig he will become scabby. They also said, that after bleeding a man should not rise immediately, but should rest a while and then get up, for the Master said, that 5 things are more conducive to death than to life. They are, eating and arising immediately, drinking and arising, sleeping and arising, being bled and arising, and having sexual intercourse and arising immediately afterwards. Samuel said, a young man should be bled every 30 days until he is 40 years of age. From 40 to 60, he should be bled every 2 months. And after 60 he should be bled every 3 or 4 months. Samuel said again, the 4th day of the week, if falling on the 4th, 14th, or 24th day of the month, or if it is a Wednesday after which there are less than 4 days to the end of the month, is a dangerous day for bleeding. Bleeding on the 1st and 2nd of every month produces weakness, and on the 3rd day it is dangerous. Bleeding on the eve of any biblical festival produces weakness, and on the eve of Pentecost it is dangerous, in consequence of which the rabbis instituted the precautionary measure, that no man should be bled on the eve of a festival, for fear that he might have it done on the eve of Pentecost. Again Samuel said, one who had eaten heartily of wheaten food is not wholly benefited by being bled, but is simply cased for the time being. This means to say, then, that one who has a heavy feeling can ease himself temporarily by being bled after a meal, but is not permanently benefited thereby. After being p. 287. Bled one may drink immediately, but should not eat until the time in which he could walk half a mile had elapsed. On a day when nothing profitable had been performed, Rab used to proclaim the following simile: if one bled 100 persons, he earned a zuz for each; if he cut the hair of 100 persons, he earned a zuz for each; but if he trimmed the mustaches of 100 men, he labored in vain. 1. There was no charge made for trimming mustaches when done in conjunction with hair cutting or bleeding, said R. Joseph. We learned at the College of Arhuna, that a day on which the disciples did not study was called a mustache day, and I did not understand the meaning of the term, but now I can see the significance of the expression, for it means to say that the day was lost. And tie the navel string. The rabbis taught, one may tie the navel string, and R. Jose said, one may cut it also on the Sabbath and deposit the afterbirth, which is supposed to be a remedy to keep the child warm. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, daughters of kings would deposit the afterbirth in a bowl of oil and rich men's daughters would deposit it in carded wool. Poor people would deposit it in feathers. Said R. Naaman in the name of Rabbi Bar Abuha, quoting Rab, The halakha according to R. Jose prevails. R. Naaman said again, quoting the same authorities, the rabbis agree with R. Jose, that when two children were born, both attached to one navel string, the latter may be cut, because otherwise it would be dangerous. He also said again, in the name of the same authorities, all that is contained in the sermon of Ezekiel may be done for a woman lying in on Sabbath, as it is written, Ezekiel 16:4, and as for thy birth, on the day thou wast born thy navel was not cut, nor wast thou washed in water to be cleansed, and thou wast not rubbed with salt, nor wrapped in swaddling clothes. And as for thy birth, from this we may infer, that one may assist in the birth of a child on Sabbath. Thy navel was not cut, from this we infer, that the navel may be cut on Sabbath. Nor wast thou washed in water to be cleansed. This teaches us that the child may be washed on Sabbath. Thou wast not rubbed with salt. From this we know, that a child may be rubbed with salt on Sabbath. Nor wrapped in swaddling clothes. This teaches us, that we may wrap a child in clothes on the Sabbath.
Chapter 19. Regulations ordained by R. Eliezer concerning circumcision on the Sabbath. Mishnah, R. Eliezer saith, if the knife used for circumcision was not brought on the day preceding the Sabbath, one is to bring it publicly on the Sabbath. In times of danger, during persecutions, one may conceal it, about the person, before witnesses. Further, R. Eliezer saith, one may even cut wood to be burnt into charcoal, in order to forge an iron instrument, knife for circumcision. The following rule was laid down by R. Akiba, all work, necessary in aid of circumcision, which could have been performed on the day before Sabbath, does not supersede the observance of the Sabbath, but such work as could not have been performed on the day before does supersede the observance of the Sabbath. Gemara, a question was propounded by the schoolman, what does R. Eliezer mean by saying, one is to bring it publicly on the Sabbath? Does she mean to say, that the man thereby demonstrates how dear a commandment of the Lord is to him, that he is ready to violate the Sabbath for its sake, or is it rather, because the man would be suspected of carrying a prohibited thing oil the Sabbath, if he did so surreptitiously? What difference does it make what R. Eliezer meant? The difference is this, if the man does it in order to allay suspicion, it would be sufficient to have two witnesses see him conceal the knife about his person and then carry it even in times of peace, but if the man does it in order to demonstrate his love of God's commandments, he must carry it publicly even if he have two witnesses. What is the conclusion? It was taught that R. Levi said, R. Eliezer meant only for the man to demonstrate his veneration of God's commandments. This is supported by a Boratha, which plainly states, that a man should carry it publicly, and not have it concealed. Such are the words of R. Eliezer. Said Darashi, all this is unnecessary. Our Mishnah plainly teaches us the same, for it says, that only in p. 289 times of danger the knife should be concealed, and it is easily understood that only in times of danger is this to be done, but not under ordinary circumstances, and for what purpose? Only to show that a commandment should be venerated. It follows, therefrom, that the argument is accepted. We have learned in another Boratha, one is to bring it publicly, and not have it concealed. Such are the words of R. Eliezer. And R. Jehuda said in the name of R. Eliezer, that in times of danger the custom was to conceal it about the person before two witnesses. Further, saith R. Eliezer, etc. The rabbis taught, in the place where R. Eliezer resided, wood was cut and burnt into charcoal, in order to forge an instrument, knife for circumcision, on Sabbath. In the place where R. Jose of Galilee lived, fowls were eaten with milk. R. Itzhak said, there was a city in Palestine where R. Eliezer's teaching was carried out, and there were no premature deaths in that city, and not only this, but at one time when the government prohibited circumcision in the entire land, That city was not included in the decree. We have learned in Abortha, our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, every commandment of the Lord which was received by the children of Israel with joy, for instance circumcision, concerning which it is written, Psalms 6. 162, I am rejoiced over thy promise, one as one that findeth great spoil, is even now observed with joy, but every commandment which was received with protest, for instance the law of incestuous marriages, concerning which it is written, Numbers 11. 10, and Moses heard the people weep according to their families, meaning the case of intermarriage among the families, is even now observed reluctantly, for there are no marriages celebrated without some discord among the families. We have learned that Tar Simeon ben Elazar said, every commandment for the observance of which the Israelites were ready to lay down their lives, as for that prohibiting idolatry and commanding circumcision, is observed punctually even to this day, but such commandments as they would not sacrifice themselves for are even now lightly regarded, as is the case with the commandment concerning Tefillin. As Ariani said. p. 290. Paragraph continues, Tefillin require a clean body, such as Elisha the man of Dobbs possessed. What is meant by a clean body? Abai said, a body that emits no odor when clothed with tefillin, and Rabbah said, a body that will never become drowsy while wearing tefillin. Why was Elisha called the man of wings? It once happened that the government promulgated a decree by which all Israelites who would use tefillin, phylacteries, were to be decapitated. This Elisha donned his phylacteries and went out into the market. He was seen by a quester, and the latter pursued him. Seeing that he could not escape, Elisha took the phylacteries from his head and carried them in his hand. When questioned by the quester what he carried in his hand, he replied, wings of doves. When opening his hand, he really found dove's wings, and was therefore called the man of wings ever afterwards. Abba the son of Arada said in the name of Aritzhag, it once happened that having forgotten to bring the knife for circumcision on the day before Sabbath, a man brought it on Sabbath, by way of the roof in private ground, against the will of Eliezer. Joseph opposed this. How canst thou say that this occurred against the will of Eliezer? It was Eliezer himself who permitted bringing the knife on Sabbath. Thou wouldst infer, then, that bringing the knife by way of private ground, and not publicly, was against his will, because he p. 291 insists that the knife should be brought publicly through public ground only. In accordance with whose will was it done? If thou wilt say, it was done in accordance with the decree of the rabbis, who prohibit bringing the knife through public ground, and permit it through private ground and roofs, did the rabbis indeed permit this? Have we not learned in Abortha, that in the same measure as it is not allowed to bring the knife through public ground, it must also not be brought through roofs and private ground? Therefore Ashi supplemented the statement of Rabba by adding, that the knife was brought against the will of Eliezer and his opponents, but in accordance with the decree of Simeon, who permits the carrying of everything through private ground and roofs, even if they were not combined by an Arab. In Tract Erubim. Zerah once found Arasi sitting and saying, Simeon ben Lachish said in the name of Jehudah Hanasi as follows, it once happened that they forgot to bring a knife for circumcision on the eve of Sabbath, so they brought it on Sabbath. This angered the sages very much, for the reason that the decree of the former sages had been set aside and that they had acted according to the decree of Eliezer. Firstly, because Eliezer was an adherent of the school of Shammai, and secondly, because where one man is opposed to a number the majority should prevail, and the majority was against Eliezer, and Osiah answered the sages, who were angered, that the case was not as it appeared to them. For, said he, I asked Jehudah the circumciser, and he told me, that the knife was brought through an alley which was not combined by an Arab, from one end to the other, but not through public ground. Arzera then said to RC, "Does the maester hold that things may be removed in an alley which was not combined by an Arab?" RC answered, "That they might." Said Arzera again, "Did I not ask thee once before and thou gavest me another answer? Was it because thou wast engaged in other matters and this halakha escaped thee?" And the answer was, such was the case. Our High Ayatbar Rabbah said in the name of our Johanan, the rule laid down by our Eliezer, that for everything pertaining to circumcision the Sabbath may be violated, does not apply also to other duties of the day which should happen to fall on the Sabbath, because, where the preparations necessary for the p. 292 bringing of the 2 loaves on Pentecost are concerned, our Eliezer permitted them to be made on Sabbath merely through deduction by analogy, although this was also a duty of the day based on a biblical ordinance. Which other duties of the day does our Johanan intend to accept from this rule? We know that in preparing the booth, the palm branch, and all their accessories, for the Feast of Booths, the Sabbath may be violated. The same is the case with lulab, with matzah, and with shofar, as it is stated in other borathas. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. Said Darei Debar Rabha, our Johanan intended to accept tzitzith, show threads, for a garment and a mezuzah, doorpost inscription, for a house, although both of these are duties of the day, for if a man wear a garment he must have tzitzith, and if he enter a house he must have a mezuzah. This we have also learned in a boratha. They all agree, even our Eliezer, that if one made a show thread for his garment, or a mezuzah for his door, on the Sabbath, he is liable for a sin offering. Why so? Said Dar Joseph, because no specified time is set for the accomplishment of these duties. Said the Bailey to him, on the contrary, just because no specified time was set for the accomplishment of that duty, every moment is the time for performing it. So, if he have the garment on Sabbath, or enter the house on that day, he should perform those duties, and hence it must be considered a duty of the day. Therefore said Dar Mammon in the name of Artizhag, and according to others Arhuna the son of Arjehoshua, the reason is, because one is enabled to abandon these things for the time being, and hence the duty does not devolve upon him for that day. From what we have learned above, we see that for the circumcision itself and all its necessary accessories the Sabbath may be violated, according to the dictum of our Eliezer. Whence does he deduce this? This is the reasoning of our Eliezer. It is written, Leviticus 12:3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. Thus, as it says distinctly the 8th day, it makes no difference what day the 8th falls on, whether it be Sabbath or not. Let us see, the rabbis and our Eliezer differ only as far as the preparations for circumcision on the Sabbath are concerned, but not as to the circumcision itself. If, then, they do not regard the text quoted as does our Eliezer, they should not even permit the violation of the Sabbath on account of circumcision itself. What source? p. 293. Do they base their permission on? Said Eula, and also Artizhag, this is traditional. An objection was raised. We have learned that the Sabbath may be violated in order to save life. Whence do we know this? Said Dar Elazar ben Azariah, why? If it be permitted when circumcision is concerned to violate the Sabbath, where but one of the many members of the body is concerned, it should certainly be permitted in so much greater degree when the whole body is to be saved. If thou sayest, then, that the permission to perform circumcision on the Sabbath is only traditional, how is it possible that thou shouldst derive an a fortiori assumption from a traditional institution? Therefore our Johanan saith, that the permission to perform the rite of circumcision on Sabbath is not based upon tradition, but is derived from the word day, as the verse quoted above reads, and on the 8th day, etc., whereas it could read simply, and on the 8th, for in the preceding verse we read 7 days, etc. Said Resh Lakish to our Johanan, the word day, however, is also necessary, that we may know that the rite must be performed during the day and not at night. This can be inferred from another passage, Genesis 17:12, where it expressly says, "And at 8 days old shall every man-child in your generations be circumcised," etc. Bar Jacob said, as far as the rite of circumcision itself is concerned, the rabbis also hold that the permission to perform it is based on the passage quoted, "and on the 8th day," but as for the preparations necessary for circumcision, they claim to find no justification for violating the Sabbath on that account. But it is absolutely necessary that the 8th be mentioned, for otherwise how would we know that the rite should not be performed on the 7th? That is also definitely settled by the other passage, as stated above, "and at 8 days old," etc. Still, both passages are necessary, in order to prove that the 8th day is the day for circumcision, because, if it did not state expressly on the 8th day, it might be presumed that the 7th day would do, and if it did not state at 8 days old, it might be presumed that after the child is 8 days old any other later day, for example, the 9th, would do. Hence R. Johannan's explanation is the most acceptable, and we have learned in Aboratha in support of R. Johannan's explanation, and not of that of R. Bar Jacob, as follows, on p. 294. "The 8th day shall he be circumcised, even though it be Sabbath." How, then, is it possible to keep the commandment in Exodus 31:14? "And ye shall keep the Sabbath, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death." This refers to other labor, but not to that of circumcision. How, then, do we know that circumcision is not included in the prohibited labor, and that the 8th day does not refer to all other days except Sabbath? To this end it reads the 8th day, and day means, even on Sabbath. The rabbis tout, although it is written, that 24:8, "Take heed in the plague of leprosy," which signifies that the leprous spot must not be cut, but if the white spot, the symptom of leprosy, show itself on the member to be circumcised, it may be cut off, whether the member be circumcised at the prescribed time or afterwards. A biblical festival must not be violated on account of circumcision, unless it happen to be the 8th day, precisely the prescribed time. Whence do we adduce these two ordinances? From the teaching of the rabbis, as follows. The first one is based on the verse, Leviticus 12:3, "And on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised." The order is imperative, regardless of whether the member be leprous or not. Whence do we know this? Perhaps it means to say, that only the healthy flesh of the foreskin be circumcised? Nay, it could say merely the foreskin, but it says expressly the flesh of the foreskin, meaning that even if the flesh be leprous it should also be circumcised. What need is there of a special verse for this purpose? During circumcision no intention to cut leprous flesh exists, hence, if it be done, it is done unintentionally, and an unintentional act does not involve culpability. Said Derbe, the verse is used here to counteract the opinion of R. Jehuda, who holds that an act committed unintentionally also involves culpability. Rabha said, the verse must be used, even if the opinion of R. Simeon be adhered to, who holds that an act committed unintentionally does not involve culpability. For in this case it is different. The act committed here is like the one where a man would behead another and still claim no intention to kill him, and when circumcising the flesh of the foreskin, if there be a leprous sore, one cannot help but cut it. This, even R. Simeon admits, would involve culpability, were it not for that exonerating verse. Does Rabha alone hold thus? Have we not learned elsewhere that Abai and Rabha both p. 295 agree that R. Simeon declares even an unintentional act, which is, however, like the case of one beheading another without the intention to kill him, to be prohibited. After Abai had heard Rabha's explanation, he accepted it. The second ordinance mentioned is, according to Rabbi, based upon the verse, Exodus 12:16, no manner of work shall be done on them, save what is eaten by every man, that only may be prepared by you. That stands for circumcision only in its prescribed time, but not for the preparation for it, and only stands as a prohibition not to perform the rite unless it be the prescribed time. Rashi, however, said, no special verse is needed for this, for a festival is referred to, in Leviticus 23:32, as a Sabbath of rest shall it be unto you. Hence it is a positive commandment, and the verse stated, immediately before this, is a negative commandment. Thus a festival is covered by both a positive and negative commandment, while circumcision is covered by a positive commandment only, and one positive commandment cannot supersede a joint positive and negative commandment. A rule was laid down by Arakiba, said Yehuda, in the name of Rab, the halakha according to Arakiba prevails. We have learned also in the matter of Passover sacrifices to the same effect, that every act of labor that can be performed on the day before Sabbath must not supersede the due observance of Sabbath, but the killing of the sacrifice, which cannot be done on the day before Sabbath, does supersede the due observance of Sabbath. And Yehuda declared also, in the name of Rab, that the halakha according to Arakiba prevails. It is necessary that he should so instruct us at both times, because, if he instructed only as concerns circumcision, we might assume that where sacrifices for the Passover are concerned, the preparations which could have been made on the day before Sabbath, but were not, would supersede the due observance of the Sabbath, because failure to bring that sacrifice would involve the punishment of karoth, being cut off, while failure in circumcision would not involve karoth, if not performed at the right time, and, on the other hand, had he instructed us only as concerns sacrifices for the Passover, we might assume that the Sabbath could be violated if the acts necessary for circumcision which could have been performed on the day before, were not, for the reason that the covenant regarding circumcision is mentioned 13 times in the Torah. p. 296. And is in consequence regarding as a 13-fold commandment, which must under all circumstances be observed. Hence the necessity for the twofold instruction. Mishnah, one may perform everything necessary for circumcision on the Sabbath, as circumcising, tearing open, sucking out the blood, applying a plaster or caraway seed. If the letter had not been ground before the Sabbath, one may masticate it with the teeth and then apply it. If one had not mixed wine with oil before the Sabbath, he may apply each separately. One must not prepare an actual bandage on the Sabbath, but may apply an old piece of linen, and if such had not been prepared before the Sabbath, the circumciser may bring it with him tied around his finger and even from another courtyard. Gemara, let us see. The Mishnah enumerates all the acts necessary for the performance of the rite of circumcision. Why, then, does it commence by saying, everything necessary for circumcision, and then proceed to detail everything? What act is there that has not been enumerated? The Mishnah means to include what was taught us by the rabbis, as follows: the circumciser, while engaged in finishing the circumcision, if noticing that excrescences still remain on the gland, whether they are of a nature which make the circumcision invalid or such as do not make it invalid, may remove them. But if he had already finished, and put up his instruments, if excrescences which make the circumcision invalid remain, he may remove them, but if they do not make the circumcision invalid, he must not remove them. Hence by stating everything that is necessary, etc., the Mishnah means to include, that it is permitted even to remove excrescences which do not make the circumcision invalid, provided the operator had not already finished and put up his instruments. Who is the Tana who holds that if the circumciser had already finished he must not return and remove the excrescences? Said Rabbi Bar Hana in the name of R. Johanan, it was our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Berekah, as we have learned in Aboratha. If the 14th of Nisan fall on a Sabbath, the animal used for the Passover sacrifice may be skinned only as far as the breast, so saith our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Berekah, but the sages say that the whole animal may be skinned. Now, we see that our Ishmael holds that after the work had been completed as far as was necessary no more may be done, hence he is the one who says that the circumciser must not return to remove the excrescences. This p. 297 is not conclusive evidence. It may be that our Ishmael in the case of the sacrifice holds that because it is not necessary that the commandment be beautified. But in the case of circumcision, where the beautifying of the commandment is necessary, as is taught in Tract Saka, we might say that our Ishmael is of a different opinion. Therefore the sages of Neherdai say that the Tanas who hold that after having finished the circumcision the operator must not commence anew, are in reality the rabbis who differ with our Jose in Tract Menacheth concerning the law of the Shobriads. 2. The rabbis tout, if excrescences remain on the gland after circumcision, and are such as make the circumcision invalid, they must be removed, and failure to do so involves the punishment of Karath. Who becomes liable to be punished by Karath? Said Dar Kahana, the circumciser. If he performed the circumcision on Sabbath and did not finish it, he simply made a wound and did not perform a commandment, hence he becomes amenable to Karath. Our Papa opposed this. The circumciser might say, I have performed one half of a commandment, come ye and complete the other half. Why should I be punished by Karath? Therefore if the circumcision was performed on an adult who, excrescences which make it invalid having remained, will not permit them to be removed, he becomes amenable to Karath. This was opposed by our Ashi. As for an adult, what news does that impart to us? It is expressly stated, Genesis 17:14, and any uncircumcised male, who circumciseth not the flesh of his foreskin, that soul shall be cut off from his people. Therefore he says nay, it really refers to the circumciser, and only then if he came late on Sabbath, near twilight, and was told that it would be impossible to finish the operation before night, but persisted in performing it. If in consequence he left excrescences which make the circumcision invalid, he simply made a wound without performing a commandment, and thus he becomes amenable to Karath. Sucking out the blood. Our Papa said, the circumciser who does not suck out the wound places the child in danger, and should be discharged from office. Is this not self-evident? p. 298. Paragraph continues, it certainly must be dangerous not to do this, or the Sabbath would not be violated in order to perform that duty. We might assume that the blood having already come to the surface it would run out of itself, and hence by sucking it out the Sabbath is not violated, hence we are given to understand that this is not so, the blood is moved only by the suction, and the Sabbath is violated. But failure to do this would involve danger for the child and hence it is permitted, and is regarded the same as applying a plaster or caraway seeds, mentioned further on in the Mishnah, the omission of which would also involve danger to the child. Applying a plaster or caraway seeds. Abai said, my mother told me that the most effective plaster for all ills is made of 7 different kinds of fat and 1 kind of wax, and Rabbi said, the best plaster for all ills is one made of wax and resin. Rab has stated this publicly in a lecture in the city of Meza, and 2 brothers the sons of Miami, who were physicians, tore their clothes in anger, for they had known of it and made capital out of the secret, until Rabha came and revealed it. Said Rabha to them, I will tell you of something that I shall not proclaim publicly, and that is, Samuel said, that one who washes his face and does not dry it thoroughly, becomes afflicted with scabs, and the remedy for such is the fluid extract of mangold. If the latter, caraway seeds, had not been ground before the Sabbath, etc. The rabbis taught, in preparing for circumcision, such things as must not be done on Sabbath, may be done on a festival. One may grind the seeds and mix wine with oil. Asked the Bey of R. Joseph, why may the caraway seeds be ground on a festival? Because they may be utilized for cooking. Then why should it not be permitted to mix wine with oil on Sabbath? It may be utilized for a sick person who is not dangerously ill. As we have learned in Aboreta, wine and oil must not be mixed for a sick person on the Sabbath, but Tar Simeon ben Elazar in the name of our Mir said, that it may be. Said Tar Simeon ben Elazar, it once happened, that our Mir was sick with stomach trouble, and we wanted to mix wine with oil for him, on the Sabbath, but he would not permit us to do this. So we asked him whether he wished his own words to be made void during his lifetime, and he answered, nay, it is allowed to mix wine with oil on Sabbath, but I cannot bring it over me to act contrary to the decree of my colleagues. p. 299. Paragraph continues, thus we see, that it is at all events allowed to mix wine with oil on the Sabbath. Why, then, does the Mishnah say, that if this was not done on the day before the Sabbath, each should be applied separately? The difference lies therein, that when giving it to a sick person, it is merely mixed, but when used for a bomb, at circumcision, it must be thoroughly stirred and requires a good deal of labor. Let it be given, applied, just mixed. That is just what the Mishnah prescribes, each to be applied separately, that is, it should not be stirred. Abai said, my mother told me, that if a child appears red all over it is a sign that the circulation is imperfect, and hence circumcision should be postponed until the circulation is perfect. If a child has a greenish cast it is a sign that the blood is impoverished, and circumcision should then be postponed until the blood is richer. This we have also learned in Aboreta, as follows, our Nathan said, I once went to a city by the sea, and there met a woman whose first and second child both died in consequence of circumcision. The third child she brought to me, and I noticed that it was quite red. I told her to wait until the blood had settled and then circumcise it. She did so and then circumcised it, and the child lived. The child was then named after me, Nathan the Babylonian. At another time I came to the country of Cappadocia, and a woman came to me telling me that she had had 2 children circumcised, both of whom had died in consequence of circumcision. The third she brought to me, and I noticed that it had a greenish cast. I also noticed, that if it were circumcised no blood would flow, so I told her to wait until the circulation of the blood was in order. She did so, and the child was circumcised, and lived. She named it also after me, and called it Nathan the Babylonian. Mishnah, one may bathe the child both before the circumcision as well as after, on Sabbath, by sprinkling water over it with the hand, but not by pouring water over it from a vessel. Our Eliezer ben Azariah says, one may bathe a child on the 3rd day, after the circumcision, even if it fall on a Sabbath, for it is written, Genesis 34:25, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. On account of a doubtful child, a child about which there is a doubt whether it was born in the 8th month of its gestation, and is therefore not expected to live, or an hermaphrodite, the Sabbath, rest, must not be desecrated. Our Jehudah permits this in the case of an hermaphrodite. p. 300. Gemara, the Mishnah commences by saying, one may bathe the child, and then goes on to say that it may only be sprinkled by hand. That is not bathing. Said Rabha, the Mishnah means to state, that a child may be bathed as usual on the day of circumcision, either before or after the performance of the rite, but on the 3rd day after circumcision, if that day should be a Sabbath, one may only sprinkle the child by hand, and not bathe it in a vessel. Our Eliezer ben Azariah, however, said, that even if the 3rd day fall on a Sabbath the child may be bathed as usual, as it is written, General 34:15, And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Elazar, that the halakha prevails according to Elazar ben Azariah. In the West the question was discussed whether Elazar ben Azariah meant that the whole body of the child might be bathed, or whether the parts circumcised only might be bathed. Said one of the rabbis, whose name was Jacob, "It seems to me that the whole body is meant, because if the wound only was meant, wherein does the wound caused by circumcision differ from any other wound? Any wound may be bathed on the Sabbath in water and oil, according to Rab's opinion." This was opposed by Joseph, "Is it immaterial whether the water was warmed on the Sabbath or before the Sabbath?" This was again opposed by Ardimi, "Whence dost thou know that the Mishnah refers to water that was warmed on Sabbath? Perhaps they, the sages and Elazar, differ even as to water warmed before the Sabbath set in." Said Derbe, "I was prepared to answer this question myself, but Joseph preceded me and said, that of a necessity the water must have been warmed on Sabbath, because the precariousness of the child demanded it." We were also taught, that when Rabin came from Palestine, he said in the name of Abuha quoting Elazar, and according to another version, in the name of Abuha quoting Johanan, that the halakha prevails according to Elazar ben Azariah, whether it be with water that was warmed on the Sabbath or before the Sabbath, or whether the whole body or only the circumcised part is concerned, because it would be dangerous not to bathe the child on that day. It was said above in the name of Rab, that every wound may be bathed on the Sabbath with water or oil, but Samuel said that water may be poured to one side of the wound and it may. p. 301. Run down into the wound. An objection was made. We have learned that oil or water must not be put on a piece of cotton to place on a wound. This is prohibited on account of the necessity to wring the piece of cotton. We have been taught by Aboratha in accordance with Samuel's opinion, viz., water must not be placed directly on the wound, but near it, that it may run down into the wound. The rabbis taught, dry cotton and dry sponge, but not dry papyrus or dry cloth, may be placed on the wound. This presents a contradiction. Is not dry cotton the same as dry cloth? This is no difficulty. By cloth is meant new cloth, which must not be used, whereas old cloth may be. Said Derbe, from this we see, that pieces of cloth heal a wound. On account of a doubtful child or an hermaphrodite, etc. the rabbis taught, it is written, Leviticus 12:3, his foreskin. So, on account of a foreskin which must be circumcised, the Sabbath may be violated, but on account of one which is doubtful the Sabbath must not be desecrated. Such also is the case with the circumcision of the foreskin of a true male, but not with that of an hermaphrodite. Jehuda, however, says, that the Sabbath may be violated on account of an hermaphrodite, and if the latter is not circumcised he becomes amenable to karoth. The Sabbath may also be violated on account of a child who was born at a certain time, but not on account of one who was born at twilight, and it is not known whether it was born on Sabbath or on the following day. It is not allowed to violate the Sabbath on account of a child who was born without a foreskin, because the school of Shammai only contends that even if a child is born without a foreskin, some blood must be drawn in commemoration of the covenant. The school of Hillel, however, says, that is not necessary. Said Simeon ben Elazar, the school of Hillel and the school of Shammai did not differ as to child born without a foreskin, both agree that blood must be drawn from it, because the foreskin is not wholly missing, but is merely ingrown. They differ only as regards a proselyte who was born without the foreskin. When seeking conversion, the school of Shammai contends that blood of the covenant must be drawn from his gland, whereas the school of Hillel does not require this to be done. The master said, on account of a doubtful child, the Sabbath must not be desecrated. What does he mean by doubtful? he means to say what we learned from the rabbis. p. 302. Viz., a child born in the 7th month may have the Sabbath violated for it, but if born in the 8th it must not. If it is doubtful whether it was born in the 7th or in the 8th month, the Sabbath must not be violated on its account. Not only this, but a child born in the 8th month must not even be carried on the Sabbath, because it is like a stone, and cannot live. It is allowed, however, for the mother to stoop down and suckle the child, because it is dangerous for the mother to carry too much milk. We were taught that Rab said, referring to child born without a foreskin, the halakha prevails according to the unknown Tana, while Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon ben Elazar. Arada Barhabha had a child that was born without a foreskin, so he carried him to 13 circumcisers, until the child was maimed and made impotent. Said he, I deserve this fate, because I did not follow the dictum of Rab. Said Dar Naaman to him, thou hast not only disobeyed Rab, but also Samuel, for Samuel said, that a child born without a foreskin should be bled only if it was born on a weekday, but not on a Sabbath, and thy child was born on a Sabbath. Arada Barhabha, however, held that he had only disobeyed Rab, because he was certain that the foreskin of a child is never wholly missing, but is merely ingrown and should be lanced even on Sabbath, as we were taught. Rabbi said, that there is fear lest it be an ingrown foreskin, but Tar Joseph said, that we were certain that it is so. Said Tar Joseph, whence do I know this? From the following Boratha, our Elazar HaKapper said, that the school of Shammai and Hillel do not differ as to child that is born without the foreskin. Both agree that the blood of the covenant must be drawn from the gland. The school of Shammai, however, contends that this may be done on the Sabbath, while the other holds that the Sabbath must not be desecrated on that account. If, then, our Elazar HaKapper holds that they differ only as to the desecration of the Sabbath, the first Tana must hold that both schools agree that the Sabbath may be desecrated on that account, and in consequence must also hold that the foreskin is not wholly missing but is merely ingrown. Hence I am certain that it is so. Whence do we know that the first Tana holds, as above, and not that both schools agree to the contrary, viz., that the Sabbath must not be desecrated? If such would be the case, for what reason would HaKapper tell us that Beth Shammai holds? p. 303. That the Sabbath should be violated. The halakha would not prevail thus? Nay. Perhaps our Elazar means to tell us, principally, that both schools hold that if a child is born without a foreskin on a weekday he must have his gland lanced, and incidentally mentions that if a difference existed, it was concerning the Sabbath. RC said, if a child be born of a woman who, after giving birth, must keep the law mentioned in Leviticus 12. 2. The child must be circumcised on the 8th day, but on a case where the woman need not keep the law mentioned, for instance, if the child was taken out through the sides by means of instruments, or if the woman was a Gentile on the day of giving birth to the child and became a convert to Judaism on the day following, and hence need not observe that law, the child need not be circumcised just on the 8th day, but at any time, as it is written, Ibid. If a woman have conceived seed, and born a male child, then shall she be unclean 7 days, etc., etc. Ibid. 3. And on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. Said the Bailey to him, what about the generations before the law was given? The women knew nothing of the law of uncleanness, and still the children had to be circumcised on the 8th day? Answered RC, since the law was given, a new halakha has been in force. Nay, this is not so. Have we not learned that if a child was taken through the side of a woman, or if it had 2 foreskins, Arhuna and Arhi Barab entertained different opinions as to whether it should be circumcised on the Sabbath or not. One claimed that it should, and the other that it should not. Now we see that they differed only as to a desecration of the Sabbath, but nothing is said about the non-necessity of the child's being circumcised on the 8th day. One is dependent upon the other. He who holds that the Sabbath should be violated, does so because he also holds that the child must be circumcised on the 8th day, while he who holds that the Sabbath must not be violated, does so because he holds that such a child need not be circumcised on the 8th day. We have learned in a Boratha, Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel said, every human child that has lived for 30 days cannot be called a miscarriage, as is written, Numbers 18:16, and those that are to be redeemed from a month old shalt thou redeem, and any young of an animal that has attained the age of 8 days, cannot be called a miscarriage, as it is written. p. 304. Paragraph continues, Leviticus 22:27, when a bullock, or a sheep, or a goat is brought forth, then shall it remain 7 days by its mother, and from the 8th day and henceforth shall it be favorably received, etc. And how is it, if the child has not yet attained the age of 30 days, is it still a doubtful child? How then is it allowed to circumcise any child on the Sabbath? Perhaps it is a miscarriage, and in that event it would be wrongful to inflict the wound in vain. Said Dare de Barhab, we may do so at all events. If it is a regularly born child, the commandment is fulfilled, and if not, no wound is inflicted, but merely a piece of flesh is cut. Now, then, we have learned in the above Boratha, that if it be doubtful whether the child was born in the 8th or in the 7th month, the Sabbath must not be violated on its account. Why should this be so? Let it be circumcised at all events. If then it proves to be a regularly born child, it was right to circumcise it, and if not, no labor was performed, but merely an incision in the flesh was made. Said Bar the son of Rabina, I and our Nehumi bar Zacharias have explained it thus, the child should be circumcised, but the injunction of the above Boratha not to violate the Sabbath refers to the preparations which are necessary for circumcision, and this is in accordance with the decree of our Eliezer. The schoolman propounded a question, do the rabbis differ with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, or do they not? If they do, does the halakha remain according to our Simeon, or not? Comment here, our Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon ben Gamaliel. Now if he says that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, there must be some who differ with our Simeon. Abai said, if a child was killed by accident, either through falling off a roof or through being killed by a lion before it had lived 30 days, all agree that it must be presumed that it was a regularly born child. A point of difference arises concerning a child that had lived less than 30 days and during its lifetime was very weak and merely breathing. Some say that it was a miscarriage and others that it was a regularly born child. What difference does it make? It makes a difference where the levirate marriage one is concerned. If the child is presumed to be a regularly born child, it exempts a man from the levirate. p. 305. Marriage, but if it is presumed to be a miscarriage, it does not exempt a man. Let us see. It is said above, that if the child die by accident, all agree that it is a regularly born child, yet we know that it happened to our Papa, and Arhuna the son of our Jehoshua, who were the guests of our Dibar Rabin, that the latter prepared for them a calf, which was the third in birth of its mother, in the 7th day of its life, and they said to him, if ye had waited to kill this calf until evening we would eat of it, because it would then have been in its 8th day, but now we will not eat of it. Hence we see, that although this was a healthy calf and met its death violently, they regarded it as doubtful whether it was a miscarriage or not. Hence say, rather, that on the contrary, if the child was weak and barely breathing prior to its death, all agree, that it must be presumed to be a miscarriage, but they differ as to child which had met its death by accident. Some say, that it must to be regarded as a regularly born child, and others, that it was a miscarriage. The son of Ardami Bar Joseph had a child born to him which died inside of 30 days, so he went into mourning for it. Said his father to him, What wouldst thou? Eat delicacies one, that thou sittest in mourning? And he answered, I am positive that the child was a regularly born child. Our Jehuda permits this in the case of an hermaphrodite. Said Dar Shesby, in the name of our Hisda, not in every case does our Jehuda hold an hermaphrodite to be a male, for if we would say that in all cases he considers him to be a male, the hermaphrodite would come under the law of estimations, Leviticus 27:2-15, and in the tract Arachim, estimations, we may learn, that according to our Jehuda he is exempt. Why is he considered a male as concerns circumcision? Because it is written, Genesis 17:10, Every man-child among you shall be circumcised, and every includes also hermaphrodites. Mishnah, if one have two children to be circumcised, one after the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness circumcise the former on the Sabbath, he is culpable. If one of the children, however, was to be circumcised on the day before Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness one had the former circumcised on the p. 306 Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable for a sin offering and our Jehoshua declares him free. Gemara, our Huna learns the Mishnah literally, in the first case, he is culpable. Our Jehuda, however, learns to the contrary, that he is not culpable. Our Huna learns he is culpable, from what we have learned in Aboreta, viz., said our Simeon ben Elazar, our Eliezer and our Jehoshua do not differ as to the case where a man has two children to be circumcised, one after the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, who through forgetfulness circumcise the former on Sabbath. They both declare him culpable. Their point of difference is, if one of the children was to have been circumcised on the day before Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness the former was circumcised on the Sabbath, the former declares him culpable and the latter free. Both of them derive their decrees from the law concerning idolatry. All sin offerings are based upon the sin offerings incidental to the laws of idolatry. Our Eliezer holds, that as in idolatry so also it is with the Sabbath. If the commandment is, thou shalt not do so, and a man did so, he is liable for a sin offering, and our Jehoshua says, here it is different. The intention was to fulfill a commandment, and if accidentally it was not done he should be free. And our Jehuda learns the Mishnah not culpable, deriving his support from the following Boreta. Our Mir said, our Eliezer and our Jehoshua do not differ as to the case where a man has two children to be circumcised, one before the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness circumcise the former on Sabbath. They both declare him not culpable. Their point of difference is, if one of the children was to be circumcised on the day after Sabbath and the other on Sabbath, and through forgetfulness the former was circumcised on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him culpable and our Jehoshua declares him free. Both of them derive their decrees from the law concerning idolatry, as is said above. Mishnah, a child may be, legally, circumcised on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th day, after its birth, but neither before nor after. How so? Usually, it may be circumcised, on the 8th, one born at, the evening, twilight, on the 9th, one born at, the evening, twilight before Sabbath, on the 10th, if a feast day follows that Sabbath, it may be circumcised, on the 11th, if both New Year feast days follow that. p. 307. Paragraph continues, Sabbath, on the 12th. A sick child must not be circumcised until it is thoroughly recovered. Gemara, said Samuel, after the fever has left the child, 7 days should be allowed to elapse until the child get well, before the circumcision is performed. The schoolman propounded a question, must every day be of 24 hours duration, or may the last of the 7 days be counted if only a few hours have passed. Comment here, Luda taught, the last day of the child's convalescence is more important than the day of its birth, for a child may be circumcised on the 8th day after its birth, even if only 1 hour of that day be passed, but the 7th day of its convalescence after sickness must be one of fully 24 hours, before circumcision is permitted. Mishnah, the following principal excrescences, knobs, make the circumcision invalid: flesh that covers the larger part of the gland, of the organ. A man so circumcised must not, if he be a priest, partake of teruma, heave offerings. If the child be very fleshy and, such imperfect circumcision, is caused thereby, the knobs must, for appearance's sake, be cut away. One who was circumcised without having had the skin torn open, is considered as uncircumcised. Gemara, Arabina in the name of our Jeremiah bar Abba, quoting Rab, said, by stating flesh, that covers the larger part of the gland, the Mishnah means to say the upper part of the gland. If the child be very fleshy, we have learned in a Boretha, our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if the gland of the child be surrounded by a fleshy coating, and when erect the gland appears to be circumcised, the coating need not be cut away, but if it does not appear to be circumcised, the coating should be cut away. One who was circumcised without having had the skin torn open, etc. The rabbis taught the benediction to be pronounced by the circumciser, before performing the rite, should be as follows: Praised art thou, Lord, our God, King of the universe, who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast commanded us the circumcision. The father of the child should pronounce the following benediction, in the interval between the circumcision and the tearing open of the skin: Who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast commanded us to enter the child into the covenant of Abraham our father. The p. 308. Bystanders must respond, as he hath been entered into the covenant, so may he also be entered into the law, into the bridal canopy, and into good deeds. The man who makes the benediction, over the goblet of wine, should say as follows: Blessed art thou, etc., who hast sanctified thy favored one, meaning the patriarch Isaac, see Genesis 22. 2. Even in the womb, as it is written in Genesis 17:19, and I will establish my covenant with him, who hath made a sign in his body, and hath scaled his children with the sign of the holy covenant. Therefore as a reward for this we pray thee, thou living God, to command that our children be saved from the grave because of the covenant that is scaled in our flesh. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast made the covenant. One who circumcises proselytes must say, Blessed art thou, etc., and hast commanded us the circumcision. The one who pronounces the benediction, over the goblet, must say, Blessed art thou, etc., and hast commanded us to circumcise the proselytes, and to draw from them blood of the covenant. For were it not for the blood of the covenant, heavens and earth would not exist, as it is written, Jeremiah 33:25, If not my covenant by day and night, I would not have instituted the ordinances of heaven and earth. Blessed be thou, O Lord, who didst make the covenant. One who circumcises slaves pronounces the same prayer as is used for proselytes, inserting slaves where proselytes is used, and the one making the benediction does likewise.
Chapter 20. Regulations concerning certain acts of labor which must be performed differently on a Sabbath and on a festival. Mishnah, Eliezer says, one may stretch a wine filter, of cloth, over a vessel on a feast day, and on the Sabbath one may pour wine into it, if it was already fastened, to the vessel. The sages say, one must not stretch it, over a vessel, on a feast day, and on Sabbath one must not pour wine into it, but the latter act is allowed on a feast day. Gemara, how is it possible that Eliezer should decide, that one may stretch a wine filter, etc., on a festival, if he does not even allow a window blind to be added to a temporary tent, as is explained by Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of R. Johanan, chapter 17, p. 272. In that case he does not even allow the addition of a blind, and here he permits the stretching of a filter to commence with. Our releaser holds as R. Jehuda, as we have learned in Aboraitha, there is no difference between the Sabbath and the festival, except that the preparation of food is permitted on the latter. R. Jehuda, however, even permits the arrangements for the preparation of food. What arrangements for the preparation of food are we aware of, that R. Jehuda permits? Such as cannot be made at any time before the festival, but did we hear of his permitting the arrangements for the preparation of food that could be made before the festival, to be made on the feast day? In this respect our Eliezer is more lenient than R. Jehuda, for he permits all arrangements for the preparation of food to be made on the festival. The sages say, one must not stretch it, etc. The schoolman propounded a question, what if a man did stretch the filter over a vessel on a festival? Is he culpable? Said Abai, this is only a rabbinical prohibition, that one should not do on a festival such things as one does on a weekday. Abai collected all the rabbinical prohibitions to be found in the Boraithas, and taught as follows. A leather bag, a wine filter. p. 310. A baldachin, and a folding chair is used in the city of Gallon, must not be spread, but if one does so, he is not culpable. Tents, however, which are permanent, must not be put up, and if a man does this he is culpable. One way, however, set up an ordinary bed, a chair, a tripod, and a stool with impunity. One must not pour wine into it, etc. The schoolman asked, what if a man did pour wine into it? Is he culpable? Said R. Kohanna, yea, he is liable to bring a sin offering. R. Shusheth opposed this. Have ye ever seen that our Eliezer should permit a certain thing to be done to commence with, which the rabbis hold would make one liable for a sin offering? R. Joseph interposed, why not? Have we not learned, p. 114, in the case of a woman who went out with a golden ornament, that our Amir held her liable for a sin offering and our Eliezer permitted her to go out with it to commence with? Said Abai to him, dost thou think that our Eliezer opposes our Amir and the above passage? Nay, he merely opposes the sages, who said that a woman must not go out wearing the ornament, but if she do so, she is not culpable, whereas he says, that she may do so to commence with. How should a man be warned not to pour wine into the filter? That is, in what category of labor is that act to be classed, so that the man can be warned that he is performing a certain prohibited principal act of labor? 1. Rabbi said, he is to be warned against fruit cleaning. Arzera said, against sifting. Said Rabbi, it seems to me that my decision is more in conformity with reason, for as in fruit cleaning the good fruit is separated from the bad, so it is also in this case, he separates the clean wine from the lees. Said Arzera, it seems to me that my decision is more in conformity with reason, because as in sifting the good falls to the bottom and the bad remains in the sieve, so it is also in this case, the good wine falls into the vessel, while the lees remain in the filter. Rami the son of Ezekiel taught, a folded garment should not be spread on poles to serve as a sunshade, but if a man do this, he is free. If, however, a string or a hanger was already attached to the garment with which it could be fastened to the poles, this may be done to commence with. Our Kohanna asked of Rab, what is the law regarding a baldachin? And he answered, even a bed is not permitted. p. 311. Our Kohanna then inquired, what is the law regarding a bed? And Rab answered, even a baldachin is allowed. What is the law regarding a bed and a baldachin? A bed is allowed but a baldachin is not allowed. In spite of this, there is no difficulty. In not permitting even a bed, Rab had reference to a folding bed as used by the Carmanites, and where he said, Even a baldaquin is allowed. He had reference to a baldaquin as described by Rami Bar Ezekiel, that is, one which had strings attached to it. In saying, a bed is allowed and a baldaquin is not allowed, he meant to say, that an ordinary bed, such as is generally used, may be set up, but a baldaquin, that had no strings or hangers attached, must not be set up. Said R. Joseph, I have seen the baldachins in the house of Arhuna. At night, on Sabbath Eve, they were folded up and in the morning they were all set up. Rami Bar Ezekiel sent to Arhuna and asked him to impart to him some of the good sayings of Rab, 2 concerning the Sabbath and 1 concerning the law. So Arhuna sent him the following sayings, concerning what we have learned in Aboraitha, that a leather bag which had strings already attached may be spread on poles on Sabbath. Rab said, that this may be done jointly by 2 men but not by one. One said Abai, a baldaquin which must not be set up must not even be set up by the joint efforts of 10 men. What was the other good saying of Rab concerning Sabbath? Concerning what we have learned in Aboraitha, that if an iron stove had 1 leg missing it may be handled, but if 2 legs were missing it must not be handled. Rab said, that it must not be handled even if 1 leg was missing, as a precaution lest one might be tempted to fasten the missing leg, and that would constitute building. What was the good saying of Rab concerning the law? Rab said, there will be a time when the law will be forgotten by Israel, as it is written. 28. 59. Then will the Lord render wonderful the plagues, etc. And I could not understand what is meant by wonderful plagues, but it is written, Isaiah 29. 14. Therefore, behold, I will do yet farther a marvelous work, doing wonder on wonder, so that the wisdom of their wise men shall be lost, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hidden. P. 312. The rabbis taught, when our teachers went into the vineyard at Jamnia, they said that the law would be forgotten by Israel, as it is written, Amos 8. 11. Behold, days are coming, saith the Lord Eternal, when I will send a famine in the land, not a famine for bread, nor a thirst for water, but to hear the words of the Lord, and, Ibid. 12. And they will wander about from sea to sea, and from the north even to the cast, they will roam about to seek the word of the Lord, but they shall not find it. By the word of the Lord is meant, halakha, the end of exile, that is, the coming of the Messiah, and also the prophecies. 1. In another Boratha we have learned, our Simeon ben Jahai said, May God forbid that the law be forgotten by Israel. It is written. 31. 21. For it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of their seed. How then can the previous passage, and they will roam about to seek the word of the Lord, but they shall not find it, be verified? It means they shall not find a perfect halakha, which shall be incontestable, nor Mishnah, which shall be beyond refutation, anywhere on earth. We have learned in Aboraitha, if thou shouldst live in a generation in which there is much trouble, persecution, go and investigate amongst the judges of Israel, for most of the trouble that happens in this world happens only on account of the corruption of the judges, as it is written, Micah 3. 9-11. Hear this, I pray you, ye heads of the house of Jacob and ye princes of the house of Israel, that abhor justice and make crooked all that is straight. They build up Zion with blood guiltiness and Jerusalem with wrong, her heads judge for bribes, and her priests teach for reward, and her prophets divine for money, and yet will they lean upon the Lord, etc. They are all wicked, and yet they all lean upon the one who spoke and the world was created, and therefore the Lord will bring upon them 3 troubles for the 3 sins of which they were guilty as mentioned above, judging for bribes, teaching for reward, and divining for money, as it is written, Ibid. 12. Therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, and Jerusalem shall p. 313. Become ruinous heaps, and the mountain of the house, forest covered high places, and the Holy One, blessed be He, will not permit his Shekinah to rest again amongst Israel until the corrupt judges shall be removed and the guardians of the peace shall be abolished from Israel, as it is written, Isaiah 25 and 26, and I will turn my hand against thee, and purge away us with thy dross, and remove all thy sin. And, then, I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Eula said, Jerusalem will not be redeemed except through charity, righteousness, as it is written, Isaiah 27, Zion shall be redeemed through justice, and her converts through righteousness. Our Papa said, when the proud men will be destroyed, then also will the men who slander and cause us to be hated be destroyed, as it is written, and purge away us with thy dross. And when the corrupt judges will be removed, the bailiffs will also become extinct, as it is written, Zephaniah 3:15, the Lord hath removed thy punishment, he hath cleared away thy enemy. Melai in the name of our Eliezer ben Ar Simeon said, it is written, Isaiah 14:5, broken hath the Lord the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers. The staff of the wicked refers to the judges who made of themselves a staff upon which their servants, scribes, should lean, that is, they gave them all the opportunities to extort money, of which they took a share. The scepter of rulers refers to the judges who made their relatives rulers. Mars Utra said, the above verse refers to the teachers who turn out ignorant men and allow them licenses to be judges, and through ignorance they were incapable of judging rightfully. Our Elazar ben Milai said in the name of Resh Lakish, it is written, Isaiah 3, for your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity, your lips have spoken falsehood, your tongue uttereth deception. Your hands are defiled with blood refers to the judges, your fingers with iniquity refers to the scribes of the judges, your lips have spoken falsehood refers to the lawyers, and your tongue uttereth deception refers to the litigants themselves. Armilai said again in the name of Artzhag of Magdala, from the day that Joseph left his brethren, he tasted not wine, as it is written, Genesis 26. These shall be on the p. 314. Head of Joseph, on the crown at the head of him that was separated one from his brothers. Our Jose Barhanina said, that the brothers of Joseph also did not taste wine, because it is written, Ibid. Zli 34, and they drank, and were merry with him, because it says with him, the inference is, that without him they did not drink. Armilai said again, the reward due Aaron for what is written, Exod 4:14, and when he seeth, he will be glad in his heart, was given him in the breastplate of judgment, Seavad 28:15. The inhabitants of the city of Bashkar sent a query to Levi, as follows, what is the law concerning a baldaquin, what is the law concerning flax sown in a vineyard, does it come under the head of Kalim or not, and what is the law concerning one who dies on a festival? While the messenger was on his way, Levi died. Said Samuel to Armanus, if thou wouldst be wise, answer thou these queries. So Armanus answered as follows, as for a baldaquin, we have investigated on all sides and found no permission, for setting it up. As for flax sown in a vineyard, it constitutes a case of Kalim. As for a man that had died on a festival, the corpse should be kept until after the second day of the festival, and it should not be interred, neither by Israelites nor by Gentiles. This is not so. Rami Bar Ezekiel found permission for a baldaquin as previously said. Our Tarfan decided that flax sown in a vineyard does not constitute Kalim, and Rab had decreed, that a corpse may be interred on the first day of a festival by Gentiles and on the second day even by Jews. However, because the men of Bashkar were ignorant, Armanus gave them the stricter decrees, lest they take advantage of the more lenient. Arabin Bar Arhuna said in the name of Arhama Bar Guria, a man can wrap himself in the canopy that has not been fastened to the poles, together with its fringes, and go out into public ground with impunity. In what respect does this decision differ from that of Arahuna, who said in the name of Rab, that one who went out into public ground wearing a talith, toga, without tzitzith, show threads, is culpable and liable for a sin offering? In the case of a talith, the show threads, being the most important part of that garment, are p. 315. Valuable, and without them the talith is simply a burden, whereas the fringes of a canopy are not an essential part of the canopy, and having used the latter for a garment it may be worn even with fringes. Rabbi Bar Arhuna said, a man may with cunning stretch a wine filter over a vessel and say, that he intends to use it as a receptacle for pomegranates, but when it is already stretched he may filter wine through it. Said Arashi, he may do this only if he had previously placed pomegranates in the filter. In what respect does this decision differ from the following Baratha? During the intermediate days of a festival, either Passover or the Feast of Tabernacles, a man may brew beer for consumption on those days but not for use on other days, be it beer made of dates or of barley, and although he have stale beer still on hand, he may with cunning brew new beer and drink it. Should he have any left over he may keep it for other days, hence we see that it is not necessary to dissemble by doing something else before performing the actually intended. In the latter case it is not known whether the man have any stale beer on hand or not, and hence it might be presumed that he has none and must brew more, but in the former case, when the wine filter is stretched and wine is being immediately filtered through it, the presumption would be that it was stretched for that purpose only. Said the disciples to Arashi, we would call the attention of the master to this young scholar, Arhuna Bar Hivan or Haluvan by name, who takes the clove of garlic and stops up a hole in a wine barrel with it, saying, that he intends merely to preserve the clove of garlic. He also goes and lies down on a ferry, presumably to sleep. In the meantime he is ferried across the river, and on the other side he watches his fields, saying, however, that he merely intended to sleep. Answered Arashi, ye speak of cunning, trickery. All the acts mentioned by you are prohibited by rabbinical laws only, and in the case of a scholar, there is no danger that he will commit them publicly, without resorting to cunning. Mishnah. One may pour water on yeast in order to thin the latter, and one may filter wine through a cloth or an Egyptian wine basket. One may put a beaten egg in a sieve. One may also make honey wine on Sabbath. Arjehuda says, on Sabbath this may be done only in a cup, on feast days even in a lug, pitcher, and on the intermediate days. p. 316. Even in a barrel. Arzadik says, at all times it should be made according to the number of guests. Gemara, Zerah said, a man may pour clear wine or clear water into a filter with impunity. May clear wine only, and not dim wine, be poured into a filter? Have we not learned, that our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, a man may stir up a cask of wine, with the lees, on the Sabbath and pour it through a filter with impunity? Zerah explained the decree of our Simeon ben Gamaliel to the effect, that the latter spoke of wine that was just being pressed, when it is customary to drink the wine with the lees, hence the wine is not improved, as it can be drunk without filtering. One may filter wine through a cloth. Arsimi B. Hiya said, providing the cloth is not turned into a funnel, that the cloth should not subsequently be wrung. An Egyptian wine basket. Said Arhiya Barashi in the name of Rab, providing the wine basket is not lifted above the bottom of the vessel to the height of one span. One may put a beaten egg in a mustard sieve. Our Jacob Kara explained this as follows, because the yolk is used only for coloring, the white of the egg is nevertheless as much an article of food as the yolk, hence no sifting takes place. It was taught, mustard which had been prepared before Sabbath may be ground on the Sabbath, either by hand or with a vessel. Honey may also be placed in the mustard on Sabbath, it must not be thoroughly mixed, however, but merely stirred. Cresses which had been cut up before the Sabbath may be mixed with oil and vinegar on the Sabbath, and one may also add mint. It must not be thoroughly mixed, however, but merely stirred. Garlic which had been ground before the Sabbath may be mixed with broad beans and peas, but must not be ground together. Mint may also be added. Said Abai, we see that mint is good for the spleen. One may make honey wine on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, one may make honey wine on the Sabbath, but not an oil wine salve. The difference between honey wine and oil wine salve is that the former is made of honey, wine, and pepper, while the latter is made of old wine, clear water, and aromatic balsam to be used as a lotion after a bath. Said R. Joseph, once I went with Marakba to a bathhouse. When we came out, he gave me a cup of wine which, when drinking, I felt all over from the roots of my hair to the p. 317 nails of my feet, and had he given me another, I am afraid that the reward due me in the world to come would have been lessened in proportion. Marakba drank this wine every day. He was accustomed to it. Mishnah, one must not put laser-pidium in tepid water for the purpose of softening the former, but one may put it in vinegar. One must not soak bran nor grind it, but may put it in a sieve or in a basket. One must not sift feed straw through a winnow, nor lay it in a high place so that the chaff fall out, but one may take it up in a winnow and then pour it into the crib. Gemara, the schoolman asked, what if one did put laser-pidium in tepid water? Said Abai, this is only a rabbinical prohibition, that it should not be done as on a weekday. R. Johanan asked of R. Yanai, is it allowed to put laser-pidium in cold water, on Sabbath? And he answered, it is not. Said R. Johanan, we have learned in the Mishnah, that it is not allowed to put it in tepid water, but in cold water it should be allowed. Answered R. Yanai, if thou askest me concerning a Mishnah, what difference is there between me and thee? The Mishnah is according to the opinion of one man, and the halakha does not prevail according to his opinion. As we have learned in a Tosafta, laser-pidium must not be put in either cold or tepid water. R. Jose said, it is not allowed to put it in tepid water, but it may be put in cold water. For what purpose is it used? For a heavy feeling in the chest. Bar Joseph had a heavy feeling in the chest, so he came to Marakba, and was told to drink laser-pidium to the weight of 3 shekels in 3 days. He drank some on Thursday and Friday, and on Sabbath he came to the house of learning to inquire whether he might drink it. He was told, that the disciples of Ada, others say of Marbar Ada, taught, that one may drink, even a keb or 2 cabs with impunity. He then said to them, I am not asking whether I may drink it. That I know is allowed, but I should like to know whether I may put the laser-pidium in water in order to drink it. How shall I do? Said Ar-Hi-Barab to them, the same thing happened to me, so I went to Ar-Barabha and asked him, but he did not know, so I asked Arhuna, who said, that Rab decided that first it should be put in cold water and then it may be put in warm water. p. 318. Bar Joseph leaned on the shoulders of his nephew, Naaman bar Itzhak, and went out into the street, and told him, when they came to the house of Safra, to lead him in. When they got there, they went in, and asked of Safra, may a shirt that had been laundered too stiffly be rubbed and softened by hand on the Sabbath? Shall we assume, that it is only intended to soften the shirt and is therefore permissible, or that it is intended also to bleach it and is hence prohibited? Safra answered, that it might be done, and asked him, why dost thou ask about a shirt, why not ask also about a turban? I have already asked concerning a turban of Arhuna, and he said, that it is not permitted. Why, then, didst thou come to ask about a shirt? Thou couldst have inferred, from the turban, that the other was also not permitted? Answered a turban is bleached by unfolding and rubbing, but a shirt is not. Arhista said, if a shirt had been hung up to dry by means of a stick drawn through the armholes, it should be taken down from the stick, but the stick should not be taken down alone, because the stick is not a vessel and hence must not be handled. Said Rabha, if the stick was one that may be used by a weaver, it may be taken down, because it is regarded as a vessel. Arhista said again, a bundle of herbs, if suitable for cattle food, may be handled on the Sabbath. If not, it must not be handled. Said Arhai Barashi in the name of Rab, dried salt meat may be handled on Sabbath, because it can be eaten uncooked, but dried salt fish must not, because it cannot be eaten uncooked. Arhista said again, a man who attends school, and has not sufficient bread, should not eat herbs, because it creates hunger. I myself have never eaten herbs, neither when I was poor nor when I was rich. When I was poor I did not want to stimulate my appetite, and when I was rich I rather ate meat and fish in place of herbs. Again he said, a young pupil who lacks food should not eat a little at a time. He should wait until he can accumulate sufficient for a hearty meal, and then eat. When I was poor I never ate until I could put my hand in the basket and find sufficient to satisfy my hunger. The same Arhista said to his daughters, be chaste in the eyes of your husbands. Do not go about eating in the presence of your husbands. Do not eat herbs at night, for fear of bad. P. 319. Breath. Do not eat dates at night. Do not drink beer at night, and use not the same toilet that men do. When someone knocks at your door, do not ask who is it. In the masculine, but in the feminine. One must not sift feed straw through a winnow. This Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of the Tana of the following Baratha. Eliezer ben Jacob said, a winnow must not be touched at all. Mishnah, one may clean out the crib for the stalled ox and throw the superfluous fodder over the side, so that it does not become unclean, so says Ardosa. The sages declare this to be prohibited. One may remove the fodder in front of one animal and place it before another, on the Sabbath. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question, do the sages dissent from the first part of Ardosa's decree, from the last part, or from both? Come and hear, we have learned in Aboretha, the sages said, neither one nor the other may be thrown over the side. Said Arhista, the sages differ with Ardosa only when the crib was a separate vessel, but if it was part of the stall and fixed to the ground, all agree that it is prohibited to clean it out. One may remove the fodder from in front of one animal, etc. In one Baratha we learned, that one may remove the fodder from cattle with healthy snouts and place it before cattle with diseased snouts, and in another Baratha we learn the contrary, that fodder may be removed from cattle with diseased snouts and placed before cattle with healthy snouts. Said Abayi, according to both Barathas, the fodder of an ass may be placed before an ox, but the fodder of an ox must not be placed before an ass. The first Baratha refers to fodder placed before an ass who does not emit phlegm from the mouth, and which may be placed before a cow who does emit phlegm, and the other Baratha, which permits the placing of fodder of animals with bad snouts, also refers to an ass, and calls the snout of an ass bad, diseased, because he feeds on all manner of things, like thistles, etc. The cow is referred to as having a healthy snout because she is very particular as to what she feeds on, hence the two Barathas do not differ. Mishnah, straw on a bed must not be shaken up with a hand, but it may be moved with the body. If it be designed for fodder, or a pillow or a cloth lie over it, it may be shaken up by hand. A clothes press which is kept in the house may be p. 320. Opened, but must not be used for pressing. The clothes presses of the professional washers must not be touched. Jehuda says, if the press was partly open before the Sabbath, it may be entirely opened and drawn out. Others say, the clothes may be drawn out. Gemara, Jehuda said, It is permitted to triturate pepper seed with the handle of a knife one by one, but not two together, on Sabbath. But Rab has said, that as a man usually triturates pepper in a mortar on a weekday, he may on Sabbath triturate as many together as he chooses with the handle of a knife. R. Jehuda said again, on the Sabbath, a man who bathes should first dry himself standing in the water and then go out, otherwise he carries water into unclaimed ground for 4 ells. If that is so, what about the man going into the water? By entering he pushes the water forward 4 ells, into the lake or river, by mere motion? Motion has not been provided for in the prohibitions of unclaimed ground. Said Abai, according to another version R. Jehuda, if a man stepped into loam, he should wipe his feet on the ground and not on the wall. But Rab has said, why should he not do that, because it might be presumed that he plasters the wall and is engaged in building. Nay, this is not ordinary building, but more like field work. On the contrary, if he wipe his feet on the ground he may perchance smoothen out an incavation, hence he should rather wipe his feet on the wall. For the same reason, he should not wipe his feet on the side of an incavation, lest he smoothen it out. Rab has said again, one should not cork a bottle with a piece of cotton or cloth, lest he wring it. Our Kohanna said, the dirt on a garment should be removed by rubbing the cloth on the inside and not on the outside, lest it seem like washing. Our Abuha in the name of our Elazar, quoting our Yanai, said, one may scrape off dirt on an old shoe, but not a new one. With what should it be scraped off? With the back of a knife, said our Abuha. Said a certain old man to him, withdraw thy teaching before that of our Hayah. One must not scrape off dirt on an old nor on a new shoe. One must also not rub his foot with oil, while it is still in the shoe. He may, however, rub his foot with oil and then put on his shoe or his sandal. He may also anoint his whole body with oil and lie down on his skin, although the skin is benefited by the oil. Said Arhista. p. 321. Paragraph continues. Providing the oil dripping from the body onto the skin is only sufficient to polish the skin, but if there is enough to soften the skin one must not lie down on it. The rabbis taught, a small man should not wear a large shoe, lest it fall off and he be forced to carry it on the Sabbath. He may, however, wear a large shirt, as there is no fear of his taking that off and carrying it. A woman should not go out with a torn shoe on the Sabbath, lest she be laughed at and carry the shoe. She also must not accept jalitza in such a shoe, but if she did so, the jalitza is valid. She also should not wear a new shoe, that she had not tried on before the Sabbath, lest it be too large and she take it off and carry it. Such is the explanation of Bar Kapara. In one Boratha we have learned, that one may remove the shoe of a statue, while in another we were taught that it must not be removed. This presents no difficulty. The one Baratha is in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis, who differ with our Eliezer, while the other is in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, as we have learned in another Boratha. Our Jehuda said in the name of our Eliezer, that if the shoe was loose and easily removed it might be taken off.
Chapter 21. Regulations concerning the pouring out of wine from vessels covered with a stone, which must not be lifted, and the clearing off of crumbs, etc., from the table. Mishnah, one may lift up a bedded child, that has a stone in its hand, also a basket in which there is a stone. One may also handle unclean theruma, heave offerings, together with clean and with ordinary grain. R. Jehuda saith, one may also take out theruma from mixed grain in proportion of 1 to the 100. Gemara, Rabhu said, if a man carried out a child to whose neck a purse of money was fastened, he is culpable of carrying the purse, but if he carried out the corpse of a child which had a purse of money fastened to it, he is free. Why is the man culpable in the first instance, for the carrying of the purse and not for carrying the child? He holds with our Nathan, who said, that a living thing carries itself? Why not say, that the purse is an accessory to the child? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, p. 182, that if a man carried out a person on a litter he is not culpable of carrying even the litter, because it is of no consequence to the person? A litter is regarded as of no consequence to the person, but a purse is not held to be part of a child. Why, in the second instance, is the man not culpable for carrying the corpse of the child? Rabba holds, with our Simeon, that every labor which is not performed for its own sake does not make a person culpable, and he is not culpable for carrying the purse, because in his sorrow he does not think of the purse that the child was wont to play with. An objection was made to Rabba's teaching by virtue of the above Mishnah, one may lift up a child with a stone in its hand? The disciples of Aryana explained this as follows: a child is referred to that yearns for its father, and if it were not carried it would become sick. The stone is no hindrance to its being carried. If that is the case, why is a stone mentioned? Why not money? Did not Rabbi say, that the child may be carried if it p. 323 have a stone in its hand, but not money? That is simple. If the stone fall to the ground the father will not pick it up, but if money falls he will pick it up. We have been taught by a Boratha in support of Rabba, if one carry his clothes, folded, on his back, or his sandals or his rings in his hand, he is culpable. If he wear them, however, he is free. If he carry out a man dressed in clothes, sandals, and rings, he is also free, but if he carried the clothes, sandals, or rings alone, he would be culpable. A basket in which there is a stone, etc. Why should a man not be culpable for carrying it? Is not the basket a basis for a prohibited thing? Said Arhiya Barashi in the name of Rabba, here a basket is spoken of which is broken, and where the stone fills in the gap, making the basket whole. One may also handle unclean heave offerings. Said Arhista, when may unclean heave offerings be handled? If the clean heave offering be at the bottom and the unclean on top, the unclean may be removed, but if the clean be on top, it may be removed, and the unclean must remain untouched. If the unclean be on top, let it be thrown off until the clean is reached. Answered Darilai, Rab said, here fruit is spoken of, that would be spoiled by being thrown off. An objection was made, we have learned in a Boratha, unclean heave offerings may be handled with clean and with ordinary grain, it makes no difference where it lies, on the top or at the bottom. This is a refutation of Arhista. Arhista might say, that our Mishnah treats of a heave offering that is needed for food, while the Boratha treats of a heave offering when the space it occupies is needed. What impels Arhista to explain the Mishnah in that manner? Said Rabba, from the latter part of the Mishnah it seems to be in the sense explained by him, for that part of the Mishnah says, that if money lie on a bolster, the bolster may be turned so that the money shall fall down. And Rabbi Barhana in the name of Arjohanan explained, that such is the case only if the bolster itself be needed, but if the space occupied by the bolster is required, one may lift the bolster, with the money, and deposit it elsewhere. Now, if this part of the Mishnah refers to the demand for the object itself, the first part does likewise. Arjehuda saith, one may take theruma from mixed grain in proportion of 1 to the 100. How can this be done? In doing it, one would make a useless thing useful, and that is not permitted. Arjehuda holds with our Simeon Ben. p. 324. Paragraph continues, Elazar, who declares, that one may look upon one side of a mixed grain pile and consider it theruma, and eat from the other. How can it be said, however, that Arjehuda holds with our Simeon ben Elazar, for have we not learned in a Boratha, that they differ on this question, the former holding that one may take a measure of grain from the pile, of 1 to the 100, set it aside as theruma, and use the remainder, while the other says, that one should look upon one side of it and eat from the other. Arjehuda is even more lenient, for he permits all of it to be used after a measure had been set aside, while our Simeon permits only part of it to be used. Mishnah: if a stone lie at the opening of a barrel, the barrel may be bent over, so that the stone fall down. If the barrel stand amongst other barrels, it may be lifted and then bent over, in order that the stone fall down. If money lie on a bolster, the bolster may be turned, so that the money fall down. If dirt be found on the bolster, it may be cleaned off with a rag, and if the bolster be of leather, water may be poured on it until the dirt is removed. Gemara, said Arhuna in the name of Rab, the Mishnah refers to a case where the stone lying at the opening of the barrel was left there by accident. If it was placed there purposely, the barrel becomes a basis to a prohibited thing and must not be handled. If the barrel stand amongst other barrels, etc., who is the Tana who holds that where there are both a permissible and a prohibited thing we must engage ourselves only with the permissible thing and not with the prohibited? Said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Arjohanan, that is Ar Simeon ben Gamaliel, who said in Tract Betza, that if the waste was in a larger quantity than the eatable portion might be taken, but the waste must not be touched. In the case of the barrel, the useful portion is certainly in a larger quantity than the useless. Why, then, should he not remove the stone? If a man should wish to remove the wine, it would necessitate his lifting the barrel at all events. With the barrel the stone would also be lifted, and in that case the useless would surpass in quantity the useful. We have learned in Aboratha, Ar-Jose said, if the barrel stood in a cellar amongst other barrels, or among glassware, and there is danger that if the barrel is lifted and bent over the stone covering it will fall upon another barrel, or upon some of p. 325. The glassware and break it, it may be lifted, carried to another place, bent over so that the stone roll off, its contents removed to the quantity required, and returned to its former place. If money lie on a bolster, etc., said Arhiah Barashi in the name of Rab, the Mishnah here refers to a case where the money was accidentally left on the bolster, but if it is laid there on purpose, the bolster becomes a basis to a prohibited thing and must not be handled. Hiah the son of Rab of Difti taught the same as Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Arjohanan, viz. Page 323, that if the space occupied by the bolster is required, the bolster together with the money may be moved. Aroshe said, if a purse of money was accidentally left in private ground, one may put a loaf of bread or a child on it and take it back to the house. Aritzhak said, this rule applies not only to a purse of money, but also to a brick that is needed for any purpose. Said R.J. Huda Barshila in the name of Arasi, that a box of money was once forgotten in the market and Arjohanan was asked what was to be done. He ordered them to place a loaf of bread or a child on it, and take it in. Said Mars Utra, all these rules are laid down in the case of where the things referred to were left by accident. But Arashi said, that such is not the case, and that a child or a loaf of bread can be used to move a corpse only. When a Bai had to bring in stalks of grain, he would put on them some article of food, or some vessel, and bring it into the house, and when Rabhuk had to bring in an uncooked dove, he would put a knife on it and bring it into the house. When Joseph heard of this, he said, how sagacious are the minds of these young scholars! When did the rabbis permit this to be done? When the things to be brought were forgotten on the outside, but they did not permit their being moved to commence with. Abai answered, I have done right, for were I not a trustworthy man, I would not have used those means to bring in the grain at all. Stalks of grain are a useful thing to sit on, and may be handled. And Rabhu said, I have also done right, for were I not a trustworthy man, I would not have placed a knife on the dove at all, as there are some people who eat it raw, hence it may be handled on the Sabbath. Shall we say, that Rabbi holds that the raw dove may be handled only because it is eaten, raw, by some people? P. 326. And were it not so it could not be handled, on Sabbath, Hence beholds as R. Jehuda in Tract Betza. Did not Rabhu say to his servant on a festival, Fry a duck for me and throw the entrails to the cat, and we see thence that he permitted his servant to handle the entrails because they were food for a cat? The entrails would have spoiled if left over for the next day, and we must assume therefore that they were designed as food for the cat from the day preceding. Mishnah, the school of Shammai teaches, bones and husks may be removed from the table. The school of Hillel, however, teaches, one may only lift the whole table board, or cloth, and shake off what is left over. All crumbs smaller than an olive may be removed from the table, also the hulls of beans and lentils, because they may serve for fodder. It is allowed to use a sponge for wiping, providing it has a handle made of leather, otherwise, it is not allowed. At all events, one may handle a sponge on the Sabbath, and it is not subject to defilement. Gemara, said R. Naaman, we know that the school of Shammai holds to the opinion of R. Jehuda, who accepts the theory of Muktzah, and that the school of Hillel holds to the opinion of R. Simeon, who disregards the law of Muktzah. Hence the order of the Mishnah should be reversed, the dictum of the school of Shammai should be credited to the school of Hillel, and vice versa. Hulls of beans, etc. The permission to remove the hulls of beans, etc., is certainly in accordance with R. Simeon, who disregards the law of Muktzah, and the latter clause of the Mishnah referring to a sponge, which must not be used for wiping off the table unless it have a handle, because without the handle it would be wrung and that is prohibited, although the intention to wring it did not exist, is in accordance with the opinion of R. Jehuda, who holds, that one must not perform an act even unintentionally. In this case R. Simeon also agrees with R. Jehuda, because it again presents a parallel case to the beheading of a creature where no intention to kill it exists. The pits of dates, are Myasa, to which some of the meat adheres may be handled, and those of Parshasa one must not be handled. Samuel used to handle the latter with bread, holding to his opinion that anything at all may be done with bread, while p. 327. Others hold that bread should not be put to any uses except for food. Rabbi would hold them with a pitcher of water. R. Sheshith would throw them out by means of his tongue, and R. Papa would throw them underneath the bed. It was told of R. Zacharias ben Abkilos, that he would turn his face towards the back of the bed and throw them out with his tongue.
Chapter 22. Regulations concerning preparation of food and beverages. Mishnah, should a cask break open, sufficient may be saved for 3 meals. The owner may also call to others, come and save for yourselves, whatever you can. No portion of the leakage, however, may be sponged up, soaked up with a sponge. One must not press fruit in order to extract the juice, and if it ooze out by itself, it must not be used. R. Jehuda said, if the fruit is for eating, the juice which oozes out may be used, but if it is for beverage, it must not be used. If honeycombs be broken on the eve of Sabbath and the honey ooze out, the honey must not be used. R. Eliezer, however, permits this. Gemara, we have learned, that wine must not be soaked up with a sponge, and oil must not be dipped with a spoon, in the same manner as it is done on weekdays, there must be a slight change. The rabbis taught, if fruit becomes scattered in a courtyard, private ground, it may be gathered up and eaten, but this must not be done as on a weekday, that is, gathered in a basket. One must not press fruit, etc., said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel. R. Jehuda, of the Mishnah, agrees with the sages in the case of olives and grapes. Why so? Because this class of fruit is intended only for pressing, and the juice which must of a necessity ooze out might be calculated upon by the owner for a beverage. Eula said, that R. Jehuda differed with the sages even in the case of olives and grapes. R. Johanan said, that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda as far as other fruit is concerned, but not as regards olives and grapes. said Arabah in the name of Jehudah, quoting Samuel. Jehudah subsequently agreed with the sages as regards olives and grapes, and the sages also agreed with him later concerning other fruit. Said Jeremiah to Arabah, wherein do they differ? And Arabah answered, Go and seek, and thou wilt find it. Said Naaman bar Itzhak, it seems to me. p. 329. That they differ concerning berries and pomegranates, for we have learned in Abortha, the juice of olives or grapes, which after having been pressed and brought into the house had oozed out by itself, must not be used, whether the fruit had been brought in for eating or beverage. If a man squeezed out the juice of berries and pomegranates and brought the pressed fruit into the house to eat, if any more juice oozed out, he might drink it, but if he brought the fruit expressly for eating purposes or for beverage, or without any express design, he must not drink the juice that had oozed out. So said Jehudah. The sages, however, prohibit the use of the juice under any circumstances. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, a man may squeeze out a bunch of grapes directly into a pot, but not into a bowl. Why not? Because if he squeezed it into the pot it is proof positive that it will be used for food, but if squeezed into the bowl it might be used as a beverage. Said Hisda, from the decree of our master we can learn, that a man may milk a goat right into the pot, but not into a bowl. Thus we see that Samuel holds, that beverages when mixed with eatables are also regarded as eatables. Said Zerah in the name of Arhiah bar Ashi, quoting Rab, a bunch of grapes must be squeezed directly into the pot, but not into a bowl, but the oil of fish may be pressed out even into a bowl. Ardimi repeated this decree. Said Abayi to him, Ye teach this in the name of Rab, hence ye have no objection, but we learn this in the name of Samuel, hence we have the following objection. Can Samuel say that the oil of a fish may be squeezed out even in a bowl? Were we not taught, that if a man squeezed out herbs which were soaked in wine and vinegar, it is, according to Rab, permitted to commence with, if the herbs were to be eaten, but if the juice only was to be used, the man would not be liable for a sin offering, but he should not do it to start with. If the herbs, however, were cooked, whether the man wished to eat them or only use the juice, he might squeeze them out into a bowl. Samuel, however, decreed, that be the herbs cooked or raw, one may do this only if he intends to eat the herbs, but not if he only intends to use the juice. If he does, however, he is not liable for a sin offering. Ardimi answered, By the Lord. My eyes have seen it, and not as a stranger, that I heard this decree from Jeremiah. p. 330. He from Zerah, he again from Arhiah bar Ashi, and the latter from Rab's mouth. In regard to the quoted Boretha concerning the herbs that one had squeezed out, we have heard the opinion of Rab and Samuel. Johanan said, Be they cooked or raw herbs, he may do so to commence with, if he intends to eat the herbs, but if he only desires the juice he must not do so, and if he does he is liable for a sin offering. All this however, is opposed by the following Boretha. One may squeeze out herbs which were soaked in wine and vinegar on the Sabbath for use on the same day, but not for later use, but one must not press olives or grapes, and if he does, he is liable for a sin offering. Now, this is in opposition to all three, Rab, Samuel, and Johanan. Rab could explain this in accordance with his teaching, viz., the herbs may be pressed on the Sabbath, for use on that day and not later, providing he uses the herbs for eating, but if he wishes to use the juice he must not do so, but if he does he is not liable for a sin offering, and cooked herbs he may squeeze out, whether he requires the herbs or the juice. Olives and grapes he should not press, if he does, he is liable for a sin offering. Samuel could explain it according to his own opinion, A man may squeeze out herbs on Sabbath for that same day, but not for later use, and the same law applies to cooked herbs, provided they are used for eating, but if the juice is wanted they must not be pressed, etc. R. Johanan could explain the Boretha in accordance with his teaching, as follows: be the herbs cooked or soaked, they may be squeezed out if intended for eating, but if the juice is required he must not, and if he did so it is equal to pressing olives or grapes, and he is liable for a sin offering. Said Arhiya Bar Ashi, in the name of Rab, according to biblical law one cannot be culpable except for pressing olives and grapes. So have taught the disciples of Minas. Also according to biblical law, a witness that testifies from hearsay must not be accredited, with the exception of a case where he testifies to having heard that a woman's husband had died. If honeycombs be broken on the eve of Sabbath. When our Hosea came from Nerdai he brought a new Boretha, viz., if olives and grapes were crushed before the Sabbath, and the juice oozed out, it must not be drunk, but our Eliezer and our Simeon both permit it. Said our Joseph, he just tells us of another man in addition to our Eliezer. Said Abayi to him. p. 331. Paragraph continues, he taught us a great deal, for from our Mishnah I would say, that honeycombs were eatables before being crushed and also afterwards, therefore our Eliezer permits the use of the honey, but in the case of olives and grapes which were previously eatables and subsequently became beverages, it might be presumed that even our Eliezer would not permit their use. Hence we were instructed by our Hosea to the contrary. Mishnah, whatever has been dressed with hot water on the eve of Sabbath, may be soaked in hot water on the Sabbath, and whatever has not been dressed with hot water on the eve of Sabbath, must only be passed through hot water on the Sabbath, excepting only stale salt fish and Spanish quillas, a kind of fish which was generally cured to make it eatable, for passing these through hot water is all the dressing required for them. Gemara, what does the Mishnah refer to? For instance, the hen of our Abba. He would cook a hen, then soak it in water, and when it would fall to pieces he would eat it. Said our Safra, I was there at one time and our Abba served me with some of that dish, and had he not given 3-year-old wine immediately after it, I would have been forced to vomit. Our Johanan would spit every time he was reminded of Babylonian kutach, a dish made of small salt fish boiled in milk. Said our Joseph, yea, and let us spit when we think of our Abba's hen. And our Gaza said, I was in Palestine at one time, and made that same dish, kutach, so they begged me to give them some for all the sick in Palestine. And whatever has not been dressed with hot water, etc. What is the law concerning one who had passed kalias or stale salt fish through hot water? Said our Joseph, he is liable for a sin offering. Said Mar the son of Rabina, we have understood it so from the Mishnah, because the last clause is for passing these through hot water is all the dressing required for them, and the finishing of a certain kind of labor is equivalent to hammering. Arhiya Bar Abba and RSC once sat in the presence of our Johanan, and our Johanan dozed off. So Arhiya Bar Abba asked RSC why the fowls of Babylon were so fat. RSC answered, go to the desert of Gaza in Palestine, and I will show thee fatter ones. Why are the Babylonians so merry during the festivals? Asked Arhiya again. Because they are poor, and during the entire year they have no pleasures, so they take. p. 332. Advantage of the festivals, was the answer. Why are the scholars of Babylon so well dressed? Queried Arhiya. Because they are ignorami, and must wear good clothes in order to command respect, answered Darasi. At that moment our Johanan awoke, and said to them, youngsters, did I not tell you, that it is written, Proverbs 7:4, say unto wisdom, thou art my sister, which means, if a thing is as certain to thee as the fact that thou canst not marry thy own sister, then say it. Otherwise, thou shalt not say it. Then why speak such foolishness? Then said they, Let master tell some things, which would benefit us. Said Johanan, the fowls of Babylon are fat because they were never driven away from home, as it is written, Jeremiah LVI. 11. Moab was ever at ease from his youth, and he was resting on his lees, and was not emptied from vessel to vessel, and had not gone into exile, therefore had his taste remained in him and his scent was not changed. Whence do we know that the fowls of Palestine were driven from home? It is written, Ibid. 9. 9. Both the fowls of the heavens and the beasts are fled, they are gone away. R. Jacob said in the name of Johanan, that the fowls and the beasts and all else came back to Palestine with the exception of the Spanish Gilias. The reason will be explained in Tract Bikarat. Why are the Babylonians merry during the festivals? Because they were not included in the curse of Hosea 2. 13. And I will cause to cease all her earth, her festival, her new moon, and her Sabbath, and all her appointed feasts. Said Aritzak, indeed it was so, there was not a single feast in Palestine, that the military did not come to Sepphoris, and Arhanina said, there was not a single feast in Palestine, that captains, guards, and supervisors did not come to Tiberias. Why are the scholars of Babylon so well dressed? Because they are all strangers. As the saying goes, in a city where a man is known, he may wear whatever he chooses, but where he is not sufficiently known he should dress well. R. Joseph taught, it is written, Isaiah 27. 6. In the future shall Jacob yet take root, Israel shall bud and blossom, and shall fill the face of the world with fruit. What is meant by bud and blossom? The scholars of Babylon, who wind blossoms and wreaths around the Tha'ara. Mishnah, a man may break open a cask, to eat dry figs therefrom, provided, he does not intend using the cask afterwards. P. 333. As a vessel. He must not pierce the bunghole of a cask, such is the decree of Jehuda, or Hosea, the sages permit this to be done. And one must not bore a hole in the side of it, but if it was already perforated, he must not fill it up with wax, because he would smoothen the wax thereby. Said Jehuda, such a case was brought before Johanan ben Zakkai, at Arab, and he observed, I doubt whether that act does not involve liability to bring us an offering. Gemara, said O'Shea, when may a man hold a dirk to open a cask of figs? If the figs are very tightly packed, for then he would have to use a knife or a dirk to get the figs out, but if they were packed loose he must not use a knife to open the cask. An objection was raised. We have learned, that Simeon ben Gamaliel said, a man may bring in a cask of wine, cut off the bung head with a knife, and serve it to the guests with impunity. This Boretha is in accordance with the opinion of the sages, while our Mishnah is in accordance with the decree of Nehemiah, who holds that no vessel may be used for any other purpose but that for which it was originally intended. What impelled O'Shea to make the entire Mishnah conform with the dictum of Nehemiah? Let him say, that the cask may be opened with a knife even if the figs are loose, and thus be in accord with the sages? Answered Rabha, the reason is, that O'Shea could not quite comprehend why the Mishnah specified figs, it could have said fruit, and on that account he reasoned as stated. In one Baritha we have learned, palm leaf baskets containing dried figs and dates may be untied, taken apart, or cut, and in another Baritha we were taught, that they may be untied, but not taken apart or tied. This presents no difficulty, for one Baritha is in accordance with the opinion of the sages, and the other is in accord with Nehemiah. A question was asked of Shesheth, may a cask be bored with an auger on the Sabbath? Shall we assume that one intended to make an opening in the cask and hence it is prohibited, or that he intended merely to make a larger space for the flow of the wine and it is therefore permitted? The answer was, the intention was to make an opening, and it is prohibited. An objection based upon the teaching of R. Simeon ben Gamaliel previously mentioned was raised, and the answer was, there the intention certainly was to make the space. p. 334. Larger, while here it is obvious that the intention was to make an opening, otherwise, he would have broken open the cask with a knife. One must not pierce the bunghole of a cask. Said Arjuna, they differ only in reference to the top of a bunghole of a cask, but as for the side, all agree that it is not allowed, and this is carried out by the later clause in the Mishnah, viz., and he must not bore a hole in the side of it. Arhisda, however, said, they differ only as far as boring a hole in the side of the bunghole is concerned, but as for the top, all agree that it is permitted, and the later clause of the Mishnah means to state that one must not bore a hole in the side of the cask itself. The rabbis taught, one must not bore a new hole on Sabbath, but if it was already made he may enlarge it, and others say, that he must not enlarge it, but all agree, that if the hole was merely stopped it may be reopened. The first Tana prohibits the boring of a new hole, because thereby an opening is made. Does not enlarging a hole improve the opening? Said Rabba, according to biblical law, an opening through which one cannot enter or go out is not considered a door, but the rabbis made this a precaution on account of chicken coops, the holes of which are made for the purpose of admitting fresh air and emitting the foul. Therefore making a hole in a coop is equivalent to making a whole coop, for without holes it is of no value. Enlarging a hole, however, is permitted, because one would enlarge a hole in a chicken coop, lest an ichneumon should enter and kill a chicken. Why do some say, then, that holes should not even be enlarged? Because it might be that one did not make the hole in a chicken coop large enough, and would enlarge it. R. Naaman taught in the name of R. Johanan, that the halakha remains according to the last dictum. All agree, that a hole which had been stopped up may be reopened. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, this was said only in the case of where a hole had been stopped to preserve the aroma of the wine. If, however, the hole was stopped up in order to strengthen the cask, it must not be reopened. What is meant by preserving the aroma and by strengthening the cask? Said Arhisda, if the hole was on top of the cask and was stopped up, it was for the purpose of preserving the aroma, but if at the bottom, it was for the purpose of strengthening the cask. Rabhu said, if it was at the bottom, it was also only for the purpose of preserving the aroma, and only if p. 335. The hole was stopped up right underneath the lees of the wine, it was for the purpose of strengthening the cask. Rab prohibits the inserting of a faucet into a cask, and Samuel permits it. All agree, that cutting a hole in the cask for the purpose of inserting a faucet is prohibited, and that replacing the faucet, if once removed, is permitted. They differ, however, only when a hole had already been made in the cask before the Sabbath, but it was not quite fit for the faucet. Those who say, that it is prohibited, do so as a precaution lest one cut a fresh hole, while those that permit this to be done say no precautionary measure is necessary. This is like the following difference between Tanaim. We have learned that a screw must not be fitted on a festival, much less on a Sabbath, but if it fall out it may be replaced on Sabbath, and so much more on a festival, and Aryashia makes the ordinance more lenient. What does Aryashia make more lenient? Shall we assume that he refers to the first part and permits a screw to be cut? In that event, he would be improving a vessel, and that is certainly not allowed. Shall we assume, on the other hand, that he refers to the second part, The first Tana alone permits this. We must say, therefore, that the screw was already cut, but did not quite fit, and he permits the fitting of it. Hence the same difference exists here as between the previous name. Sheshet the son of Aradin the name of Johanan said, the halakha prevails according to Yeshua. But if it was already perforated, etc. to fill it up with oil is, according to Rab, prohibited, as a precaution lest he fill it with wax, and according to Samuel it is permitted, as the latter does not deem a precautionary measure necessary. Said Samuel bar Hannah to Joseph, thou hast said distinctly in the name of Rab, that oil is permitted. Answered Joseph, thou hast caught me in a trap. 1. Said Samuel, the leaf of myrtle must not be put in the bunghole of a cask, so that the wine flow over it. Why so? Aryama'er of Divti said, as a precaution lest a groove, channel, be made. Rashi said, as a precaution lest the leaf be broken off, from its stem. What difference is there? The difference is in the case of a leaf that had already been broken off, from its stem. The precautionary measure of Aryama'er remains, while that of Rashi falls to the ground of itself. p. 336. Is it permitted to wrap one's self in a bolster in public ground and bring it into private ground? Rab prohibits this and Samuel permits it. If the bolster were soft and could be folded, they do not differ, all agreeing that it is permitted. If it were hard and could not be folded, all agree that it is prohibited. They differ only concerning a bolster that was neither soft nor hard, but a medium between the two. One says, that it appears like a burden and should not be carried, while the other holds that it is not a burden and may be carried, and the opinion just ascribed to Rab was not stated by him expressly, but was merely inferred from the following incident. Rab came to a certain place and found that he lacked room, so he went out into a lane, unclaimed ground, and when a bolster was brought to him he would not sit down on it. Those who saw this inferred therefore that he did not hold it to be permissible. As a matter of fact, this was not so. Rab had it proclaimed that a bolster was allowed to be used, but in honor of the masters who were with him he would not sit down on that bolster. Who were those masters? Kahana and Rsi. Mishnah, one may put cooked victuals into a cave, or cellar, for the purpose of preserving them. Also put clean water, contained in a vessel, into water that is not drinkable, in order to keep it, the former, cool, likewise cold water, in a vessel, into hot water, in order to warm the former. One whose clothes have dropped into the water while on the road, may unhesitatingly go on with them. As soon as he arrives at the outmost court, of the city or village, he may spread his clothes in the sun to dry, but he must not do this publicly. Gemara, is this not self-evident? One might say, that there should be a precaution against grading, smoothing, any incavations that might be in the cave, hence we are told that such is not the case. Clean water into water that is not drinkable, etc. Is this not self-evident? Yea, but this is taught on account of the later clause in the Mishnah, that is, putting cold water into hot. Is this also not self-evident? One might say, that this should be prohibited, as a precaution lest one also put a vessel containing cold water into glowing cinders to warm, so we are told, that such a precaution is not necessary. One whose clothes have dropped into the water, etc. Said Jehuda in the name of Rab, all things which were forbidden on account of causing suspicion among the people, that p. 337. One is committing a wrongful act, should not be done, not only publicly, but even in the innermost recesses of one's rooms. Is this not contradictory to our Mishnah, which says, that one may spread his clothes in the sun, but not publicly? This is a difference between Danaim, for in reference to this Mishnah we have learned in Abortha, that both our Eliezer and our Simeon hold, that it is prohibited even when not done publicly. Said our Huna, he who dusts his clothes on a Sabbath is liable for a sin offering. This refers only, however, to a new garment, but not to an old one, and the new garment only when it is black, but garments of other colors may be dusted. Referring to a black garment, it is only then prohibited to be dusted if its possessor is particular about it, to such a degree, that he never puts it on without dusting it. Eula once came to Pumbedita and he saw the rabbis dusting their clothes on a Sabbath, so he said, "The rabbis are violating the Sabbath." So our Jehuda said to his disciples, "Dust your clothes right before his eyes, we are not particular." Abai stood before our Joseph. Our Joseph said to him, "Give me my hat." And seeing that the hat was very dusty, Abai hesitated to give it to him. So our Joseph said, "Take hold of it and dust it, we are not particular." We have learned in Aboritha, those who deal in clothes, and carry them folded on their shoulders on Sabbath, are liable for a sin offering. This refers not only to clothes dealers, but also to others. Clothes dealers, however, are mentioned, because that is their usual custom. The same is the case with a merchant who carries out a bag of money. He is liable for a sin offering, and not only a merchant, but also others, but merchants are mentioned because it is their wont to carry money in that manner. Said our Jehuda, "It once happened that Hyrcanos the son of our Eliezer ben Hyrcanos went out on Sabbath with a kerchief folded on his shoulder and tied to one of his fingers with a piece of twine, in order that it might not fall down, and when the sages heard this, they said that the twine was unnecessary, for he could have carried the kerchief without it." It happened that Eula came to the house of Asibarham, and he was asked whether it was allowed to make a groove of the clothes on Sabbath. The Babylonians wore long garments, and by turning them up at the bottom a quasi-groove was made. Eula answered, "So said Ri, it is prohibited to make a p. 338. Groove on Sabbath. What is a groove? Said Zara, a groove made of the clothes of the Babylonians. Said Papa, bear this rule in mind, if the clothes are turned up for the purpose of preventing their becoming soiled, it is prohibited, but if they are turned up to improve their appearance, it is allowed, as Shesha the son of Aridir would always arrange his cloak, toga, tastefully, on a weekday, hence it is customary and may also be done on Sabbath. When Ardami came from Palestine, he related, "It once happened that Rabbi went out into the field, and both ends of his toga hung on his shoulders." Said Jehoshua the son of Zarius, the son of Armir's father-in-law before Rabbi, "Did not Armir say, that in a case of this kind one is liable for a sin offering?" Said Rabbi, "Was Armir so particular, that he determined just how far down the ends of one's toga should reach? Still he, Rabbi, let down his toga, and when Rabbin came from Palestine he said, that it was not Jehoshua ben Zarius who made that remark, but Jehoshua ben Bapusai the son-in-law of Arachiba, and not that Armir said what has just been cited, but that Arachiba had said that. Also, that Rabbi had inquired whether Arachiba was so particular, and lastly, that Rabbi let down his toga. When Samuel ben Jehuda came from Palestine he said, that Rabbi was only asked concerning such a case, but not that he himself was the party referred to. Mishnah, one who bathes in the water of a cavern or in the hot springs of Tiberias, though he wipe himself with 10 towels, must not carry them off in his hand, but if 10 persons wipe themselves, their faces, their hands, and their feet, with 1 towel, they might carry it off in their hands. One may anoint and rub the stomach with the bands, but not so as to cause fatigue. One must not brush the body with a flesh brush or descend into a kerdama. One must not take an emetic, or stretch the limbs of an infant, or put back a rupture. One who has strained his hand or foot must not pour cold water on it, but he may wash it in the usual way. If he thereby becomes cured, it is well. Gemara, the Mishnah teaches, the water of a cavern, in connection with the hot springs of Tiberias, hence it must be, that the water of a cavern is also hot. And again it says, 1 p. 339. Who bathes, and not one may bathe, from which we see, that to commence with, bathing in those waters is not allowed, but merely to rinse one's self is permitted, even to commence with. This is according to the opinion of R. Simeon. Though he wipe himself with 10 towels, etc. The first part of this clause in the Mishnah imparts something new and unexpected in that it teaches, that, although if one man wipe himself with 10 towels, there will be very little water contained in the towels, still he might through thoughtlessness wring them, and the latter part of the clause also imparts something new and unexpected, stating, as it does, that if 10 men wipe themselves with 1 towel, although the towel will contain a great deal of water, they will mutually remind each other that it must not be wrung. The rabbis taught, a man may wipe himself with a towel and leave it at the window of a house that is nearest to the wall of the bathhouse, but he must not give it to the bathhouse employees, because they are suspected of wringing it on the Sabbath. R. Simeon, however, says, a man may wipe himself with 1 towel and carry it in his hand to his house. Said Abaye to R. Joseph, how is the law? And he answered, did not R. Bar Abba in the name of R. Johanan say, that the law prevails according to R. Simeon? Did R. Johanan say this indeed? Did he not say elsewhere, that the halakha prevails according to the anonymous teachers in the Mishnah, and the Mishnah teaches, that even if one man wiped himself with 10 towels he must not carry them off in his hand? R. Johanan teaches, that the Mishnah concludes with, so said the son of Hakanai. Hence it is the teaching of one individual. R. Bar Abba in the name of R. Johanan said, the bathhouse employees may carry the sheets with which the women wipe themselves in the bathhouse on the street by wrapping them around their bodies, provided they wrap them over their heads and the greater part of their body. R. Bar Abba said in the name of R. Johanan, a large veil which is worn by women should have the 2 ends that hang down in the back tied. And he said again, that they should be tied underneath the shoulders. Rabhu said to the inhabitants of Mezza, if you must carry clothes for the military on Sabbath, wrap them around you underneath the shoulders. One may anoint and rub his stomach. The rabbis taught. p. 340. Paragraph continues, the stomach may be rubbed and anointed on the Sabbath, provided it is not done the same as on weekdays. How should it be done? R. Bar Hanina said, he should first anoint it and then rub it, but R. Johanan said, that he might do both at the same time. But so as not to cause fatigue, etc. said R. Bar Abba in the name of R. Johanan, it is not allowed to stand on the bed of Lake Dumzith, because the loam at the bottom is saline and immersion in the lake causes fatigue. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, the days on which a cure in that lake, for bodily ills, may be effected are only 21, and Pentecost occurs during those 21 days. The schoolman asked, does Pentecost fall at the beginning of the 21 days or at the end? Come and hear, Samuel said, that all waters taken for a cure are effective only from Passover to Pentecost. As for waters taken internally, Samuel may be right, because during cool weather one takes more exercise and thus the waters are effective, but for bathing it would seem that Pentecost should be the commencement. Said R. Helbo, the wine of the land of Pergatha and the waters of the lake Dumzith robbed Israel of 10 tribes, because indulgence in these pleasures are detrimental to spiritual welfare. R. Elazar ben Arak happened to be there, and indulged in those luxuries to such an extent that he forgot his learning, and afterwards the sages had to pray for his return unto the law. This is as we have learned elsewhere. Aboth, Arnahurai said, "Go into exile only in a place of learning and think not that the law will follow thee, or that thy comrades will preserve it in thy hands, and do not depend upon thy acquired knowledge." This Arnahurai is, according to some, the same Elazar ben Arak, and he was called Nahurai, because this signifies, in Hebrew, light of the eyes, for he enlightened the eyes of many scholars with his interpretations. One must not brush the body, etc. The rabbis taught, one must not brush the body with a flesh brush on Sabbath. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if one's feet were soiled, he might brush them the same as on weekdays unhesitatingly. The mother of Samuel the son of Jehudah made her son a silver brush. Or descend into a kerdama. Why so? Because the bottom of a kerdama is slippery, and one might fall and wet his clothes, and thus be tempted to wring them. p. 341. One must not take an emetic. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Ar Johanan, one must not take a medicament as an emetic, but may thrust his finger down his throat and thus cause vomiting. Or stretch the limbs of an infant. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Ar Johanan, to swathe a child on Sabbath is allowed. Or put back a rupture. Said Ar Hannah of Baghdad in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails, that it may be done. Samuel learns in the Mishnah, instead of it is not allowed, it is allowed. Rabbi Bar Hannah once came to Pumbeditha, but did not go into the college of Ar Jehudah. So Ar Jehudah sent for Ada, the officer of the college, and said to him, "Go and take a pledge of Rabbi Bar Hannah." The officer went and did so. Afterwards Rabbi Bar Hannah came to the college. When he came he heard Ar Jehudah teach, that a rupture must not be put back on the Sabbath. Said he to him, "So said Ar Hannah of Baghdad in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails permitting this to be done." Answered Ar Jehudah, "It is Ar Hannah and Ar Samuel. Yet we never heard of this before. Now thou canst see that I was right in demanding a pledge for thy appearance. Hadst thou not come, we would never have heard this. One who has strained his hand or foot, etc. Ar Ivia sat in the presence of Ar Joseph, and he dislocated his hand. Said he to Ar Joseph, making a motion to replace it, "May I replace it thus?" "Nay," said Ar Joseph. "And thus may I?" asked Ar Ivia, making another motion. "Nay," was the answer again. Thus questioning, he finally succeeded in replacing his hand. Said Ar Joseph to him, "What didst thou ask me for? It is expressly stated in our Mishnah, that if one strained his hand or his foot, he must not pour cold water on it, but he may bathe it in the usual way. If he thereby becomes cured, it is well." Did we not learn in the same Mishnah that a rupture must not be put back, and still Samuel permitted it to be done? Asked Ar Ivia. Answered Ar Joseph, "Canst thou weave everything into one garment? What we have learned, we may follow, but what we have not learned, we cannot."
Chapter 23. Regulations concerning borrowing, casting lots, waiting for the close of the Sabbath, and attending to a corpse. Mishnah: a man may borrow of an acquaintance jugs of wine or oil on Sabbath, provided he does not say to him, "Lend them to me." A woman may also borrow bread from her acquaintance. If the man is refused by his acquaintance, he may leave his upper garment as a pledge with the lender, and settle his account after Sabbath. Thus, also, in Jerusalem, the custom was, if the eve of Passover fell on a Sabbath, a man might leave his upper garment with the vendor, take his paschal lamb, and settle his account after the holiday. Gemara: Rabbi Bar Hanan said to Abai, "What is the difference between saying, 'I want to borrow' and 'lend me'?" answered Abe. The difference is, if a man says, "I want to borrow," he usually returns what he has borrowed and the lender will not be compelled to write it down, but if he says, "Lend, trust me," the lender generally writes down what he has lent. Said Rabba again, during the week it makes no difference, the lender is not particular whether one says, "I want to borrow," or "lend me." He writes it down just the same, then why should a distinction be made on Sabbath? And Abai answered, the saying of "I want to borrow" on Sabbath is a reminder to the lender that the sages said that one must not say "lend me," and thus prevents him from writing it down. The same said again to Abai, let us see. The sages said that everything done on a festival which can be done in a different manner from that on a weekday should so be done. Now, why do we not see women, who go for water with jugs, perform that work differently from their manner on a weekday? He answered, because that would be impossible. For how should they do? Shall we say that one who carries a large jug should carry a small one? That would necessitate her going twice. Or that one who carries a small jug should carry a larger. p. 343. 1. Then she would have a heavier burden to carry. Should she cover it with a cloth? Then she might wring it. Should she cover it with a lid? Then she might have to untie it. Hence it is impossible. 1. A woman may also borrow bread from an acquaintance, etc. From the Mishnah we see that only on Sabbath the woman must not say, "Lend me," when borrowing bread, and on weekdays that would be permitted. Would this not be against the decree of Hillel, who prohibits this on account of possible usury, as explained in Tract Baba Metzah? Nay, we can say that the Mishnah is in accordance with Hillel's decree, but here it refers to such places where bread has a fixed value, while Hillel refers to places where bread has not a fixed value. If the man be refused, etc., it was taught, a loan on a festival is, according to R. Joseph, uncollectible by law, and Rabbi say it is collectible. R. Joseph says that it is uncollectible, because otherwise the lender will write it down, and Rabbi says, if we say that it is uncollectible, the lender will not trust the borrower and the latter will not have the means of celebrating the festival. Is this not a contradiction to our Mishnah, which teaches that if the man be refused trust, he may pledge his garment, etc. If the loan be uncollectible, the pledging is quite right, but if it be collectible by law, why should the borrower pledge his garment? The lender can sue him by law. The lender might say that he does not care to be troubled by lawsuits and judges. Arivia would take pledges, and Rabbi Bar Yula would trick the borrower, by in turn borrowing something from him after the holiday and holding that for a pledge. Mishnah, a man may count the number of his guests and also of his extra dishes verbally, but not from a written list. He may let his children and household draw lots at table as to who is to have one dish, and who is to have another, provided he does not intentionally stake a larger portion against a smaller one. They may also draw lots for the holy sacrifices on a festival, as to which priest is to have one sacrifice and which is to have another, but not for the eatable portions of the sacrifices, to whom one piece belongs, and to whom another piece belongs. Gemara, why should a man not read from a written list? p. 344. Paragraph continues, said Darbibi, lest he might strike out a guest's name or an extra dish from the list. Abai said, this is a precautionary measure against reading of business papers on Sabbath. What is the point of difference between them? If the list is engraved on the wall, in that case there is no fear of striking out a name, but the precaution against reading business papers still remains, and the Amoraim differ in this case with the Tanaim in the following Tosafta, as we have learned, a man must not look into a mirror on Sabbath, lest he trim his hair with scissors, but our mirror permits looking into a mirror which is attached to a wall. Now, why may a man look into a stationary mirror, because by the time he goes to fetch scissors, he will be reminded that it is Sabbath. Why not say that the same is the case with another mirror, which he holds in his hand? By the time he lays down the mirror and goes for scissors, he will also be reminded that it is Sabbath. The mirror prohibited to be used by the first tana of the Tosafot is one that is attached to an instrument which can be used to trim hair, and that is in accordance with the dictum of R. Mammon as stated by Rabbi Bar Abuha in his name. Why did the sages prohibit the use of an iron mirror? Because a man might use it to trim his superfluous hair. The rabbis tout, an inscription at the foot of pictures of beasts or men must not be read on the Sabbath, and gazing on the picture of a man is prohibited even on weekdays, because it is written, Leviticus 19. For, ye shall not turn unto the idols. With what tradition do you supplement this verse, that you may infer therefrom the prohibition to gaze at a picture? Said Darhanan, ye shall not turn to the idols which your imagination alone hath created. He may let his children and household draw lots, etc. It says, his children and household. We must assume that strangers are not to be included. If not, why not? As our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, a party of men eating on a festival, where the portions distributed to each are exactly alike in size and quantity, are guilty of the following prohibited acts, viz., measuring, weighing, counting, borrowing and lending one, all of which acts are prohibited on a festival. According to Hillel's opinion, they are guilty of usury also. If that is so, why? p. 345. Should it be allowed for his children and household? Here the reason is as related by our Jehudah in the name of Rab, who said, it is allowed to borrow or lend from and to one's children and household and charge interest, in order to exemplify the evils of usury. If that is so, why is it not allowed, according to the Mishnah, to stake a larger portion against the smaller? As a matter of fact, it is allowed. But the Mishnah is defective and should read, he may let his children and household draw lots at table, and even stake a larger portion against the smaller. Why so? As our Jehudah said in the name of Rabbi Bob, he may let his children and household draw lots, but not strangers. Why so? As our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel Bob, a larger portion must not be staked against a smaller one even on weekdays for strangers. Why so? On account of Kabiyah. 1. They may also draw lots for the holy sacrifices, etc. What is meant by but not for the eatable portions. Why should that not be done? The eatable portions of the sacrifices must be eaten on a festival, said Dar Jacob the son of the daughter of Jacob. That prohibition is only applicable to the eatable portions of the sacrifices left over from the preceding day. Is this not self-evident? I would say that because it is written, Hosea 4. And thy people are contentious equally with the priests, that the priests are contentious, and hence they should be permitted to cast lots for the eatable portions of the sacrifices, for the sake of peace. Therefore we are taught that the sacrifices of the day may be drawn for, but not those of the preceding day. The same Mar Jacob said, a man on whose account another man has been punished, either through divine or human judgment, is not admitted into the abode of the Holy One, blessed be he. Whence is this adduced? Shall we assume that it is from the verses, I Kings 22, 20-22, and the Lord said, who will persuade Achab, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? And one said, in this manner, and another said, in that manner. And there came forth the Spirit, and placed himself before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, Thou wilt persuade him, and also prevail, go forth and p. 346. Do so. And it was asked who the Spirit was, and our Johanan said, it was the spirit of Naboth, and Rab said that by saying, Go forth, The Lord meant to expel the spirit from within his abode. Perhaps the reason for expelling the spirit was because it is written, Psalm 6:7, He that speaketh falsehoods shall not succeed before my eyes. Therefore we must say that the basis for our Jacob is the following. It is written, Proverbs 17:26, To punish the just with the fine even is not good. This is explained to signify that even punishment through a just man is not good. What is not good is certainly evil, and it is written, Psalms v. 5, For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, evil cannot abide with thee, and this means, that because thou, God, art righteous, evil cannot remain in thy abode. They may draw lots, etc. How do we know that the word Koloshiman means lots? It is written, Isaiah 14:12, Art thou fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn? Art thou hewn down to the ground, crusher of nations? Crusher is expressed by the word Kalesh, and the inference is made from the supposition that lots were cast which nation was to be crushed first. It is written, Daniel 4:33, And additional greatness was added unto me. What was that additional greatness? Said our Jehudah in the name of our Jeremiah bar Abba. From this we can infer, that he, Nebuchadnezzar, rode a male lion and twisted a snake round the lion's head, to verify what is written, Jeremiah 27:6, And also the beasts of the field have I given him to serve him. Mishnah, one must not hire laborers on the Sabbath, nor may he commission another man to hire them for him. One must not stand at the extreme limit of the Takum and wait for dusk, the end of Sabbath, in order to hire laborers beyond the Takum, or gather fruit beyond it, but if watching fruit beyond the Takum, he may await the dusk at its extreme limit, and in that case bring the fruit back with him. Abasal laid down the rule, whatever I am permitted to prepare for the day following the Sabbath, on the Sabbath, I may get ready for at dusk. p. 347. Gemara, what is the difference between a man and his neighbor? The Mishnah teaches he should not hire laborers on Sabbath nor commission another man to hire them for him. Is this not self-evident? His neighbor is also a Jew. Said our Papa, that refers to a Gentile neighbor. Our Rashi opposed this, and said, the prohibition to commission a Gentile to do something on a Sabbath is merely rabbinical, for the sake of the Sabbath rest, Shabbat, 1, and to hire laborers on the Sabbath is also prohibited only by rabbinical law. How then can one rabbinical law be supplemented by another of the same character? Hence I may say, that the Mishnah refers to a Jewish neighbor and should be explained thus, a man must not commission him to hire laborers on Sabbath, but he may say to him, come to me after dusk and we will do something together. The Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of our Yehoshua ben Kara, as we have learned elsewhere, a man must not say to his neighbor, I would like to see thee after dusk for the purpose of talking business, and our Yehoshua ben Kara says he may do so, and Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan taught, that the halakha prevails according to our Yehoshua ben Kara. Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan said again, what reason did our Yehoshua ben Kara have for saying so? Because it is written, Isaiah vi. 13, by not following thy own business, and speaking vain words. It is not allowed to speak, but surely thinking is permitted. Ahabar Arhuna asked Rabbi concerning the following contradiction, how can we say, our Johanan states, that though it is not allowed to speak it is allowed to think, did not Rabbi Bar Hannah say in the name of our Johanan, that everywhere it is allowed to think, excepting in a bathhouse and a toilet room, for where it is not allowed to speak of the law it is also not allowed to think of it? In that case it is different, for it is written, Deuteronomy 23:15, therefore shall thy camp be holy, and a bathhouse and a toilet room cannot be holy, hence thinking of the law in those places is not allowed. Speaking of other things except the law is not permitted. on Sabbath. Did not our Hista and our Hamnuna both say that it is allowed to count up charitable disbursements on Sabbath, and our Elazar say that one may figure out amounts to be distributed among the poor on Sabbath, and our Jacob Barbad say p. 348. In the name of our Johanan, that all things pertaining to the saving of human beings or the affairs of the community may be discussed on Sabbath, and that it is allowed to go to the schoolhouses and call meetings for deliberation upon the community's business, and our Samuel Bar nominee say in the name of our Johanan, that even halls may be visited for the purpose of calling business meetings together, and the disciples of Minas say that betrothal of daughters may be discussed and the advisability of choosing a profession for a child may be deliberated upon on the Sabbath. The passage cited in the law states that following thy business is prohibited, but affairs sanctioned by heaven may be discussed, and all the above affairs are pleasing to the Lord. Our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, accounts concerning which advice is requested by others and which have no bearing upon one's own business may be figured on the Sabbath. The following Boratha is cited in support of this. Accounts of disbursements in the past and of future expenditures must not be calculated on the Sabbath, but such as are of no importance, and concerning which advice was asked, may be calculated. Is the following Boratha not contradictory to the one cited? Accounts which are of no importance at all may be calculated on Sabbath, but not such as are of importance. How so? A man may say to his neighbor, I have hired so much labor to cultivate a certain field, or I have expended so many dinars on such a dwelling, but he must not say, I have expended so much and must expend so much more. The contradiction arises from the fact that in the previous Boratha it is prohibited to calculate disbursements made in the past, while in the last Boratha it is permitted. But, according to your opinion, why not cite the contradiction occurring in the previous Boratha itself, viz., firstly, it is said that disbursements of the past must not be calculated, and then, that accounts of no value may be figured? This presents no contradiction at all, neither in the previous Boratha itself, nor from one to the other. If the disbursements of the past have already been made and nothing is owing, then the accounts of same are of no value and may be spoken of on the Sabbath, but if any amount of such expenditures is still due, then it becomes an important account and must not be discussed. One must not stand at the extreme limit of the Tahum, etc. The rabbis taught. It once happened that the fence of the p. 349 field belonging to a pious man was broken, and noticing it on a Sabbath, he was about to mend it, when he recollected that it was Sabbath, so he left it. A miracle occurred, and Kafir corn began to sprout in the place of the broken fence and furnished him and his family with their sustenance. Our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, a man may say to his neighbor, tomorrow I intend to go to a certain town. Why may he say this? Because, if there are huts on the road to that town at distances of 70 ells apart, he may even go on Sabbath. Hence, though there be no huts on the road, he may say that he intends going on the morrow. An objection was made, based upon our Mishnah, viz., one must not stand at the extreme limit of the Tahum and wait for dusk in order to hire laborers or gather fruit. It would be quite right, if the hiring of laborers only was concerned for a thing which must not be done on Sabbath must not be waited for at the Tahum, but as for gathering fruit, if there were walls around the town, that would be permitted. Why, then, should it be prohibited to wait at the Tahum until dusk? This may refer to fruit which was still attached to the ground, and could not be gathered on Sabbath even if the town had walls. How can this be said? Have we not learned that Aroshe taught, one must not wait at the Tahum to bring straw and chaff? It would be correct concerning straw which is still attached to the ground, but how can this apply to chaff? This may refer to chaff which is used to mix with loam, and hence was designated for building purposes. Another objection was made. Comment here. We have learned in the succeeding Mishnah that nightfall may be awaited at the takum in the case of a bride and corpse, hence for other purposes one must not await nightfall at the takum. It would be quite right if it said, in the case of things pertaining to a bride, for instance the cut of a myrtle branch, but what things can be done pertaining to a corpse? Only the bringing of the coffin and the shroud. Why, then, should a man not be allowed to bring things which are the equivalent of the necessaries pertaining to a corpse? For if there were walls surrounding the town, he would be allowed to bring them. Why, then, should he not be permitted to wait at the takum for the purpose of bringing them? Because the case may be, that things, as shrouds, pertaining to the corpse were not already prepared, but must be cut. p. 350. But if watching fruit beyond the takum, he may await the dusk, etc. May he do this even if he had not yet recited the Havdalah prayer? Why? Elazar ben Antinus said in the name of Elazar ben Jacob, that a man must not transact his business at the close of Sabbath, before reciting the Havdalah prayer. And if it be that he said the Havdalah prayer while reciting the evening prayer, did not our Jehuda in the name of Samuel say, that even if a man included the Havdalah prayer in the evening prayer, he must say it again over the goblet of wine? Should it then be said, that he said the prayer over the goblet also, how could he have done that in a field? This case refers to the time of wine pressing, when it is possible to obtain a goblet of wine even in the field, such is the explanation of our Nathan bar Ami to Rab. Said our Rabbah to our Rashi, in the West, Palestine, we simply say the benediction, blessed be he, etc., who distinguishes between holy and ordinary days, and go right to work. And our Ashi said, when we were in the house of our Kahana, he would pronounce the same benediction, and we would go and chop wood. Abbasal laid down the rule, etc. Concerning what clause of the Mishnah does Abbasal lay down this rule? Shall we assume that he refers to the first clause of the Mishnah, which decrees, that one must not stand at the extreme limit of the takum and wait for dusk, and thus applies his rule? Then, instead of saying, whatever I am permitted to prepare, etc., he should have said in the negative, whatever I am not permitted to say to another man he should do for me, I must not wait at the takum to do myself. If we assume, however, that the rule refers to the latter clause of the Mishnah, namely, but if watching fruit, he may await the dusk, etc., then Abba should have applied his rule to the contrary, viz., whatever I am permitted to wait for at the takum, I may tell another man to do for me. Abbasal applies his rule to the latter clause of the Mishnah, and he refers to the following dictum of our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, viz., a man may say to his neighbor, watch my fruit which is in your vicinity, and I will watch such of yours as is in my vicinity. This is commented upon by Abbasal, addressing the first Tana as follows, you certainly admit that a man may say to his neighbor, watch my fruit in thy vicinity and I will watch thine in my vicinity. Now, say, whatever I am permitted to tell my neighbor to do, I am also permitted to wait for at the takum. p. 351. To do it myself. What does Abbasal intend to supplement by laying down a rule? He means to add what was taught by the rabbis, as follows. One must not wait at the takum to bring home a stray animal, but if it is seen from the limits of the takum, it may be called, so that it will come to within the takum by itself. To this Abbasal applied the rule, that if one may call to the animal, he may also wait at the takum limits until dusk and bring it in himself. A man may also wait at the takum limits to forward what is necessary for a bride, and also what is necessary for a corpse, to bring a coffin and shrouds for him, and we may say to him, go to a certain place and take it, and if thou dost not find it in that place, go to another place, and if thou canst not buy it for 100 sous buy it for 200. Jose the son of Jehuda said, one must not specify the amount the necessaries are to be bought for, but merely say, if thou canst not get it for little money, get it for more. Mishnah, one may await the dusk at the limits of the Tehom, to furnish what is necessary for a bride and for a corpse, and to bring a coffin and shrouds for the latter. If a Gentile brought mourning fifes on the Sabbath, an Israelite must not mourn, on them, unless they be brought from the vicinity. If a coffin had been made and a grave dug for him, on the Sabbath, an Israelite may be buried therein, but if it was done on purpose for an Israelite, he must not at any time be buried therein. Gemara, what does the Mishnah mean by saying, unless they be brought from the vicinity? Rav said, by that is meant a place within sight, where one is positive that it was within the limits of the Tehom. Samuel said, even if it is not positively known that they came from within the limits of the Tehom, but where it is presumed that such is the case, the fifes may be used. Our Mishnah seems to be in accord with Samuel's explanation, because it says in the next clause, if a coffin had been made and a grave dug for him, an Israelite may be buried therein, and it does not say positively that the two things were done for a Gentile. Hence we see, that where an object is doubtful, we may presume that it is allowed. Thus in the case of the fifes, if there is a doubt as to whence they were brought, they may nevertheless be used by an Israelite. We have learned in Aborata, however, a support to Rab's opinion, viz. p. 352. A city which contains both Israelites and Gentiles, and there is a bathhouse there which is heated on the Sabbath. If the majority of the inhabitants are Gentiles, an Israelite may go there immediately after sunset on the Sabbath. If there are more Israelites than Gentiles there, the Israelite must wait the length of time required to heat water afresh before going to the bathhouse, and the same is the case in a city where there is an equal number of Jews and Gentiles. This is a support to Rab, because, though it is doubtful whether the bath was heated for a Jew or a Gentile, still, the Israelite must wait. Jehuda said, if the capacity of the bath be limited, so that water be heated quickly, and a notable man be present, the Israelite need not wait. What is meant by notable man? Said Jehuda, in the name of Aritzhak the son of Jehuda, if there was a man present who had 10 servants, who could heat 10 jars of water at the same time, an Israelite might go and bathe himself. 1. If a coffin had been made and a grave dug for him, etc. Why should we not wait until the length of time in which a new grave can be dug elapses? Said Eula, this refers to a paved way, where a grave is seldom dug for an Israelite, hence it must have been dug for a Gentile. What can be said in reference to the coffin? Said Arabuha, if the coffin lie on the same grave. Mishnah, one may do all that is necessary for a corpse, on Sabbath, anoint and wash it, provided he does not dislocate its limbs. The pillow may be moved from under its head, the corpse may be put on sand, in order to keep it from putrefying. The longer, its jaws may be tied, not for the sake of bringing them together more closely, but to prevent them from dropping lower. In like manner, a beam that had been broken may be upheld by a stool or bedstead, not in order to make it erect again, but to keep it from breaking still more. Gemara, did not Jehuda, in the name of Samuel say, that it once happened that a disciple of Aramir, while entering behind his master into the bathhouse, wished to rinse off a place for his master to sit down, and his master would not permit it, so he wanted to grease the steps with oil, but the master said that the floor must not be oiled. Hence we see, that a thing which must not be handled must not be anointed or p. 353. Washed. How then is it permitted to wash and anoint a corpse? If the floor of a bathhouse be allowed to be washed, there is fear lest another floor will be washed also, and thus smoothen any holes which may be in the floor, but a corpse and a floor cannot be confounded, and it is allowed to wash and anoint a corpse out of respect to the dead. What is meant to be supplemented by all that is necessary for a corpse? they meant to add what was taught by the rabbis, viz., one may bring vessels for cooling the corpse, or iron vessels may be put on the belly of the corpse to keep it from swelling, and one may stop up any holes in the corpse to keep the air from entering. Mishnah, one must not close the eyes of the dead on the Sabbath, nor, even, on the weekday, while he is expiring. Whoever closes the eyes of a dying person the instant he expires, is equal to the man who sheds blood, like a murderer. Gemara, the rabbis taught, who closes the eyes of a dying man is like a murderer, for it is the same as a candle which is about to go out. If a man lays a finger on the flame, it immediately becomes extinguished, but if left alone would still burn for a little time. The same can be applied to the case of an expiring man. If his eyes were not closed, he would live a little longer, and hence it is like murder. We have learned in a Boratha, our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, one who wishes that the eyes of a corpse should close, should inject wine into the nostrils of the corpse and anoint the eyelids with a little oil, and then pull the big toes of the feet, when the eyelids will close of themselves. We have learned in another Boratha, one should violate the Sabbath even for a child of 1 day, if it still have life, but for a corpse, even be it that of David, king of Israel, the Sabbath must not be violated. The reason for this is, for a child of even 1 day, the Sabbath should be violated, saith the Torah, in order that it may keep many Sabbaths in the future, but David, king of Israel, when dead, can keep no more commandments. This is in accord with the saying of R. Johanan, viz. It is written, Psalms 6, free among the dead, etc., which means, that when a man is dead, he is free from keeping any commandments. We have also learned in a Boratha, our Simeon ben Elazar said, a child of a day need not be guarded from the attacks of cats and dogs, but even when Og the king of Bashan is dead he p. 354 must be guarded, as it is written, Genesis 9:2, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, etc. Hence, as long as a man lives, the beasts are in dread of him, but as soon as he is dead, the fear is destroyed. We have learned in another Boratha, our Simeon ben Elazar said, as long as thou canst, practice charity, as long as thou hast the opportunity and as long as it is in thy hands. For Solomon said in his wisdom, Ecclesiastes 12:1, but remember also thy Creator in the days of thy youthful vigor, while the evil days, meaning old age, are not yet come, nor those years draw nigh of which thou wilt say, I have no pleasure in them. By that is meant, the days of the Messiah, because at that time there will be neither rich nor poor, all will be rich, and no opportunity for charity will present itself. This differs with the teaching of Samuel, who says, that there is no difference between the present time and the days of Messiah, only that one is subject to the government at the present time, while then it will not be so, as it is written. 15:11, for the needy will not cease out of the land. We have learned in a Boratha, our Elazar HaKapar said, a man should always pray for deliverance from poverty, although if he himself will not eventually come to poverty, his children or his grandchildren will, as it is written. 15:11, for the needy will not cease out of the land, therefore do I command thee, etc. The Hebrew term for therefore is bigl, and the school of Ishmael taught that bigl is the equivalent of galgal, meaning a wheel, thus inferring, from that word, that poverty is like a wheel, always turning from one to the other. R. Joseph said, there is a tradition extant, that a diligent young scholar will never become poor? But we see that he sometimes does become poor. Still, we have never seen one so poor that he had to beg his bread from house to house. Said our Hayat to his wife, if thou seest a man about to beg bread from thee, hasten to give it to him, that he might at some other time do likewise for thy children. Said she to him, art thou cursing thy children? Nay, I am simply quoting the verse above, as interpreted by the school of Ishmael, that poverty is a wheel continually turning. We have learned in Aboratha, Rabban Gamaliel the Great 1. p. 355. Said thus, it is written, that 17. 18, and grant thee mercy and have mercy upon thee, and multiply thee, etc. This means to say, that one who hath mercy upon creatures will be granted mercy from above, but one who hath not mercy upon other creatures will not be granted mercy from above. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12. 2. While the sun, and the light, and the moon, and the stars are not yet darkened. The sun and the light are compared to the brow and the nose, the moon to the soul, the stars to the cheeks, and further, the verse reads, and the clouds return not again after the rain, which means, that after weeping the eyes become dim. The entire verse is, according to this interpretation, not applicable to the end of the world but to a human life. Samuel said, up to 40 years of age, the eyes of a man which have become dim through tears may yet be restored by different remedies, but beyond that age there is no remedy for them, and Naaman said, the dye used for the eyes makes them brighter until a man is 40 years of age. After that age, however, it may preserve the eyes, but does not help them, even if the eyes are filled with dye. What are we given to understand by this statement? We are told that, the larger the brush used for applying the dye to the eye, the better it is for the eyes. One of Hanina's daughters died, and he did not weep over her death. Said his wife to him, was a hen carried out of thy house? Is it not sufficient that our child died, wouldst thou have me lose my eyes through weeping? Replied Hanina, and he is of the opinion of Johanan, who said in the name of Jose ben Katzortha, there are 6 kinds of tears in the eyes, 3 of which are good for the eyes and 3 bad. Tears generated by smoke, weeping, or disorder of the bowels are bad for the eyes, but those that are caused through laughing, acrid fruits, such as mustard, and medicaments which are applied to produce tears, are good for the eyes. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12. 3. On the day when the watchman of the house will tremble, this refers to the bowels and the sides which protect the bowels, the men of might will bend themselves, meaning the legs of the man, and those be darkened that look through the windows, refers to the eyes. Caesar asked of Jehoshua ben Hananiah, why didst thou not come to the debating rooms? And he answered, the mountain is covered with snow, meaning his head was. p. 356. Great, the surrounding paths are icy, meaning his beard was great, the dogs do not bark anymore, meaning his voice was inaudible, and the millstones grind no more, meaning his teeth were decayed. The school of Rab would say of an old man, he hath lost nothing and is constantly seeking, meaning that he was always bowed down. We have learned in Aboratha, Jose bar Kisma said, 2 are better than 3, referring to 2 legs, instead of 2 legs and a stick. Woe is to the one who goeth away and doth not return, so said he. What does he mean by it? Said Hisda, youth. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said, youth is a crown of roses, and old age a crown of thorns. We have learned in the name of Aramir, be heedful of thy teeth and thou wilt show it in thy step, as it is written, Jeremiah's live. 17. When we had plenty of food and fared well and saw no evil, said Samuel to his disciple Jehudah, thou sagacious man. When thou goest to eat, untie thy stomacher and bring in thy bread. Before the age of 40, eating is more wholesome, but after that, drinking is better. A eunuch, who was a Sadducee, said to Jehoshua, was bald-headed, with the intent to tease him, how far is it from here to Bald City? And he answered, just as far as from here to Castrate City. The eunuch said again, I noticed that a bald goat only cost 4 zoos, and Jehoshua said, yea. and I noticed that the privates which were cut away from a he-goat cost 8 zuz. The eunuch noticed that our Jehoshua did not wear shoes, and said, He who rides a horse is a king, he who rides an ass is a nobleman, he who wears shoes is at least a man, but he who does not even wear shoes is worse off than a corpse in his grave. Said our Jehoshua, Thou eunuch, thou hast told me 3 things, and 3 things thou shalt presently hear from me. The beauty of the face is a beard, the joy of the heart is a wife, and God's inheritance is children. Blessed be the place that has kept thee from all these joys. The eunuch retorted, Thou baldhead! Wouldst thou quarrel with me? And our Jehoshua replied, Thou eunuch! Thou earnest to tease me. Rabbi said to our Simeon the son of Helaphta, Why do we not have the pleasure of thy company on the festivals, as our parents had the pleasure of thy parents' company? And he, p. 357, answered, The hills have become mountains, those who were near have become distant, 2 have become 3, and the peacemaker of the house is gone, meaning, I have become old, can make but short steps, must have a cane to lean on, and my teeth are gone. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:4, And when the 2 doors on the streets will be locked, while the sound of the mill becometh dull, and man riseth up at the voice of the bird, and means, that in old age a man's stomach refuses to digest and he cannot excrementize, and he becomes so weak that the least sound, such as piping of a bird, will awaken him from his slumbers. Even so said Barzillai the Galitite to King David, 2 Samuel 19:36, I am 80 years old this day, can I discern between good and evil? Which proves to us that the mind of an old man changes, and further, it says, Or can thy servant taste what I eat or what I drink? From this we see that an old man's sense of taste is lost, and further, again, or can I listen yet to the voice of singing men and singing women? Which proves to us that old men become hard of hearing. Said Rab, Barzillai the Galitite was a liar, for the servant who was in the house of Rabbi was 92 years old, and she would taste all the dishes that were being cooked. Said Rabha, Barzillai was a lascivious man, and a man of that kind ages very rapidly and loses all his senses. We have learned in Aborata, our Ishmael Bar Jose said, The older scholars become, the more wisdom comes to them, as it is written, Job 12:12, So is with the ancients wisdom, and with those of length of days understanding. With ignorant men, however, it is different. The older they become, the more ignorant they are, as it is written, Ibid. 20, He removeth the speech from trusty speakers and taketh away the intelligence of the aged. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:5, Also one man will be afraid of every elevation. To an aged man, even a little hillock appears as a high mountain, and are terrified on every way, and they are afraid of everything on their way. And the almond tree will refuse its blossom, meaning that the joints of the limbs will refuse to do their duty, and the locust will drag itself slowly along, and the desire will gainsay compliance, means that the desires of old men wane. Said Darkahana, What is written, Psalms 33:9-4. p. 358. He spoke, and it came into being, refers to a woman, and he commanded, and it stood fast, refers to children. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:5, Because man goeth to his eternal home. Said Aritzhag, This proves that every righteous man is given a dwelling in the world to come according to his merit, and this is like a king with his slaves entering a city. They all enter through one gate, but when night comes every man is given a berth in accordance with his rank. Aritzhag said again, It is written, Ecclesiastes 11:10, For childhood and the time when the head is black one are vanity, and means to say, that the deeds committed in youth blacken the reputation in old age. Aritzhag said again, The worms are as disagreeable to a corpse as pricks of needles are to a man, even if an excrescence only is pricked, as it is written, Job 14:22, but his body on him feeleth pain, and his soul will mourn for him. Arhistus said, the soul of a man mourns for him the first 7 days after his death, and that is based upon an analogy of expression, viz., it is written, Genesis L:10, and he made for his father a mourning of 7 days, and the verse in Job previously quoted also contains the word mourn, hence the analogy. R. Jehudah said, if a corpse has left none to mourn him, 10 men should go to the place where he died and mourn his death. A stranger, who had none to mourn him, died in the neighborhood of R. Jehudah, so every day R. Jehudah took 10 men, went to the place where the stranger died, and mourned for him. After 7 days, the spirit of the stranger appeared to R. Jehudah in a dream, and said to him, may thy heart be as light as thou hast made mine. Said R. Abuha, all that is said in the presence of a corpse is known to the latter, until he is buried and the earth is thrown on top of him. R. Hiah and R. Simeon Bar Rabbi differ concerning this. One says, until the corpse is buried, and the other, until the flesh is decomposed. He who says until the flesh is decomposed, bases his assertion on the previously cited verse, but his body on him feeleth pain, and his soul will mourn him. The other, who says only until he is buried, bases his assertion upon the verse, Ecclesiastes 12:7, when the p. 359 dust will return to the earth as it was, and the spirit will return unto God who gave it. The rabbis tout, return the soul to the Lord as clean as he gave it to thee. This is illustrated by a parable of a king who once gave to his attendants suits of clothes. The wise among them took care of them, kept them clean and folded, and used them on special occasions only. The fools put them on and performed their work in them. Naturally, the clothes became dirty. All at once, the king demanded the clothes back again. The wise men returned them clean and whole, but the fools returned them in a dirty and dilapidated condition. The king was well pleased with the wise men, and told them to depart in peace, and had their clothes stored, but the clothes of the fools he ordered to be sent to the washers, and the fools were sent to prison. So does also the Holy One, blessed be he. Concerning the bodies of the righteous men, he saith, Isaiah vi. 2, he shall come in peace, they shall repose in their resting place, and concerning the souls he saith, I Samuel 25:29, yet will the soul of my Lord be bound in the bond of life with the Lord thy God. Concerning the bodies of the wicked, he saith, Isaiah vi. 22, there is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked, and concerning the souls of the wicked, he saith, I Samuel 25:29, and the soul of thy enemies will he hurl away, as out of the middle of the sling. We have learned, our Eliezer said, the souls of righteous men are deposited underneath the throne of honor, as it is written, yet will the soul of my Lord be bound in the bond of life, and the souls of the wicked are crowded together until they are crushed, as it is written, the souls of thy enemies will he hurl away. How is it with the souls of men who are neither righteous nor wicked? Asked Rabbah of Naaman. He answered, if I were dead, ye would not know it. Samuel said, the souls of the righteous, of the ordinary men, and of the wicked are given over to the angel whose name is Dhamma, who has charge of all souls. The souls of the righteous are given their resting place soon, the others are not given rest until they come before the divine judgment. Said Mari, the bodies of righteous men also decompose, as it is written, when the dust will return to the earth, as it was. Diggers were digging some earth belonging to Naaman. They came to the grave where AchaI bar Yashia was buried. p. 360. And the corpse scolded them. The diggers came to Naaman, and told him that a man who was buried on his ground had scolded them. So Naaman went himself to the grave, and asked, Who art thou, master? And the man in the grave answered, I am called Akai Bar Yashia. Said Dar Naaman to him, did not Armari say, that the bodies of the righteous shall turn to dust? And the corpse replied, who is this Mari? I know him not. But Naaman persisted, it is written, when the dust shall return to the earth, as it was. And the corpse retorted, he who taught thee, Ecclesiastes, did not teach thee Proverbs, where it is written, ch. 14:30, jealousy is the rottenness of the bones, and if thy teacher had explained this to thee, thou wouldst have known, that he who hath jealousy in his heart, his bones shall rot after death, but he who hath no jealousy in his heart, his bones shall not rot. Thereupon Naaman felt the dead man's bones, and truly they were sound. So he said to him, let the master arise and go home with me for a while. And the dead man answered, by this remark thou hast proven to me that thou hast not even studied the prophets, for it is written, Ezekiel 37:13, and ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I open your graves, and when I cause you to come up out of your graves, for this would tell thee, that only the Lord can make me arise, and still thou askest me to go with thee. Yeah, quoth Naaman, but there is another passage, Genesis 3:19, for dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return. This will, however, be only 1 hour before the final resurrection, answered the corpse. A certain Sadducee said to Arabuha, ye say that the souls of the righteous are deposited underneath the throne of honor. How, then, could the woman of the familiar spirit whom King Saul consulted, one bring up the soul of Samuel? Arabuha answered, that happened during the first 12-month after the death of Samuel, as we have learned in Aboratha, that during the first 12-month the souls of the deceased come up and down, but after that period the soul ascends to heaven and does not return. Said Jehuda, the son of Samuel bar Shelah, in the name of Rab, from the funeral sermon held over the remains of the deceased, it may be observed whether they will enter the p. 361 kingdom of heaven or not. If the funeral sermon is in the form of a eulogy and the deceased was much beloved, it can be presumed that he will have a happy time in the beyond. This is not so. For did not Rab say to Samuel bar Shelah, see that thou makest my funeral oration exceeding touching, for I shall be there. Jehuda meant to say, that when the sermon is touching, and elicits a responsive chord in the breasts of the audience, for some orations may be made ever so touching, but if the deceased was not deserving, it will produce no effect whatever. Said Abieli to Rabbah, thou, master, who hast not a single friend in Pumbeditha, who will mourn thy death. Thou and Rabbah bar Hannah will suffice, answered Rabbah. Asked Rab, who is the man that will live in the world to come? He answered by quoting the verse, Isaiah 30:21, and thy ears shall hear the word behind thee, saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand and when ye turn to the left. One Hanina said, the man who gives satisfaction to our masters. It is written, Ecclesiastes 12:5, and the mourners go about the streets. The Galileans said, do such things as will be spoken of to thy credit in thy funeral sermon, and the Judeans said, do such things as will be spoken of after thy burial. There is no difference in the two statements, for in Galilee the funeral sermon was held before burial, and in Judea after burial. We have learned, in the Mishnah Abhath, one day before thy death, thou shalt repent of thy sins, said Eliezer, and his disciples asked him, can a man know on which day he will die? And he answered, for just that reason, he should repent today, lest he die tomorrow. Thus all his days will be spent in repentance. So also hath Solomon said in his wisdom, Ecclesiastes 9:8, at all times let thy garments be white, and let not oil be wanting on thy head. Commenting upon this, Johanan ben Zakkai said, this is illustrated by a parable about a king who invited his retainers to a banquet, but did not state the time. The wise among them dressed and were ready, standing in front of the palace, for they said, "In a king's house nothing is wanting. Perhaps the banquet takes place today." The fools, however, went about their business. p. 362. Saying, "Can a banquet be given without preparation?" Suddenly the king called on his retainers to the banquet. The wise went in becomingly attired, while the fools went in their working clothes. The king was well pleased with the wise, and angry with the fools, and said, "Those that are prepared and attired for the banquet shall sit down, eat, drink, and be merry, but those that are not, shall stand and look on, but shall receive nothing." Said the son-in-law of our emir, in the latter's name, "Then it would appear as if those standing were waiting upon those who were sitting, and they would not be ashamed. They were also to sit down, but while the others ate they would be hungry, and while the others drank they would remain thirsty, as it is written, Isaiah v. 13 and 14, "Therefore, thus hath said the Lord Eternal, Behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be made ashamed. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry out from pain of heart, and from a broken spirit shall ye howl. And on this account it is written, At all times let thy garments be white," etc.
Chapter 24. Regulations concerning a man who is overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath while traveling, and concerning feeding of cattle. Mishnah: one who, on the eve of Sabbath, is overtaken by the dusk on the road must give his purse to a Gentile, while it is yet day. If there is no Gentile with him, he must put it on the ass. As soon as he arrives at the outmost court, dwelling of the first town or village he reaches, he must take off all such things as may be handled on the Sabbath, and as for the things which must not be handled he must loosen the cords, so that they fall off themselves. Gemara: why was it allowed for a man to give his purse to the Gentile accompanying him? He, the Gentile, acts for him. Because it was known to the rabbis that a man is anxious about his money, and if it were not allowed, he might carry it himself in public ground. Said Rabha, he may do this with his own purse, but if he found something, he must not have it carried for him. Is this not self-evident? Did we not learn in the Mishnah, his purse? We might assume that the same would apply to something found, and the Mishnah says only his purse, because that is the usual occurrence, hence Rabha teaches us as mentioned. Even in the case of something which was found, the prohibition applies only if the man had not yet had it in his hand, but if he had, it is regarded the same as his purse. If there is no Gentile with him, etc. If there is a Gentile with him, he must give his purse to the Gentile. Why not put it on the ass in the first place? Because concerning the ass there is a commandment to let it rest, but no such commandment exists for a Gentile. How is the case if the man had accompanying him an ass, a deaf-mute, one an idiot, and a minor? To whom must he give his purse in that event? He must put it on. p. 364. The ass. Why so? Because the deaf-mute and the minor are human beings, and he might by accident give it to an Israelite who was not a deaf-mute or a minor. How is it if he had with him a deaf-mute and an idiot only? He must give it to the idiot, because a deaf-mute has more sense than an idiot. How is it with an idiot and a minor? He must give it to the idiot. All this has been finally decided, but the question that presented itself to the schoolmen was, to whom the purse must be given if the man had with him a deaf-mute and a minor. Some say he should give it to the deaf-mute, and others, to the minor. How is it if the man have nobody along? No Gentile, no ass, no deaf-mute, no idiot, and no minor? What should he do then? Said Aritzhak, there was another mode of procedure, which the sages would not reveal. What was that? He should carry it less than 4 rolls at a time, that is, carry it a little less than 4 Ls and stop, then start and carry it on again for less than 4 Ls, and so on. Why would the sages not reveal this? Because it is written, Proverbs 25:2, it is the honor of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. Where is the honor of God concerned in this matter? Perhaps the man will not stop, but go on and carry it over 4 Ls. We have learned in Aborata, our releaser said, on the day when the 18 precautionary measures were instituted in the attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah ben Garalan, this measure concerning the purse of the traveler was also instituted, viz., that he should not carry it but give it to the Gentile, and the measure of laws was made heaping full. Our Jehoshua, however, says, that the measure was smoothened in too great a degree, and we have learned that our Eliezer meant to say what his simile illustrates, viz., there was a basket filled with cucumbers and beets to the brim, and if a man put in mustard seed, there is an addition, without, however, forcing out anything else. Thus the measure was full, but not overflowing. Our Jehoshua, however, compares it as follows: there was a tub filled with honey, and nuts were thrown into it, in consequence of which the honey overflowed and some was spilled. This means, that by the institution of those precautionary measures the Mosaic laws were undermined. The Master said, if there was no Gentile with him, he p. 365 should put it on the ass? How is it that he may do this? If he put it on the ass, he will be compelled to drive the ass, and surely this is also labor, which is prohibited on the Sabbath, as it is written, Exod 20:10, on it thou shalt not do any work. Said Arita Barabha, the man must put the purse on the ass, while the latter is walking along. In that case, no transfer from one fixed point takes place, because while both are walking it cannot be said that the purse is resting in one particular place. It is, however, impossible that the ass should not rest at some place for a little while. When the ass rests, the man removes the purse, and when it commences to walk again, he puts it back. If that is so, it would be the same if he would transfer his purse to a fellow Israelite while walking, and he would never be guilty of the act of transferring from one fixed place and depositing in another? Said our Papa, an act which, if committed by one man unassisted, would make him liable for a sin offering. For example, if he, while running or walking, should pick up something off the ground even without stopping, he would become liable for a sin offering. He must not commit with the assistance of a companion, but if he did so, he is not liable for a sin offering. For example, if he picked up a thing and placed it on his companion while the latter was walking, in that event neither is culpable, for the one did not deposit it in a fixed place, and the other did not remove it from a fixed place. Such acts, however, as must not be committed with the aid of a companion may be done with the assistance of an ass in the first place. Arita Barabha said again, if a man has a bundle on his shoulders before dusk on the Sabbath while on the road, he may run with the burden until he reaches home, but he must not walk his usual gait. Why so? Because, if he walks in the usual manner, he might stop, and by stopping carry out the prohibited transfer from one fixed point and depositing in another. When he reaches home, however, he must stop for some time, and thus he would bring a thing from public ground into private ground. The remedy for this is, to throw the bundle from his shoulders backwards, and not in the usual manner. Rabha the brother of R. Mari Bar Rachel taught the following decree in the name of R. Johanan: one who drives cattle on the Sabbath, even if they are burdened, is free. Why so? If he did so unintentionally, he cannot be liable for a sin offering, because Sabbath laws are identical with those of idolatry. In like manner, as a man cannot be guilty of idolatry unless he p. 366 worship with his own body, so it is with the Sabbatical law. If he perform labor through the medium of his cattle, without doing any himself, he cannot be guilty. Even if he did it intentionally, he is also not guilty. Why so? Because we have learned in a Mishnah, tract Sanhedrin, among those who are subject to capital punishment, by stoning, is he who violates the Sabbath by an act which, if done intentionally, carries with it such punishment, stoning, and which, if done unintentionally, makes one liable for a sin offering. Hence, if the unintentional performance of such an act does not carry with it liability to bring a sin offering, its intentional performance cannot carry with it the punishment of stoning, nor the punishment of stripes, because, where the penalty for the violation of a negative commandment is death, stripes cannot be inflicted, and even according to the Tana who holds that stripes can be inflicted for such violation, in this case it could not be done, because, were the verse to be read, "Thou shalt not do any labor, nor thy cattle," it would be right, but the verse distinctly says, "Thou shalt not do any labor, neither thou, etc., nor thy cattle." Hence, when the work was not done jointly by the man and his cattle, he cannot be punished in any manner for a violation of the Sabbath. As soon as he arrives at the outmost court, etc., said Arhuna, if the ass was laden with glassware, he may bring cushions and place them on the ground, so that when he loosens the cords the glassware may fall on the cushions and escape being broken. We have learned, however, that such vessels as may be handled on the Sabbath may be removed from the ass, and why may not the glassware be handled? Arhuna refers to glassware which belongs to a surgeon, and being dirty, bloody, is unfit for use in a household. In that case, then, the man would render the cushions which he places on the ground to receive the falling glassware unfit for their proper use, and this is prohibited on the Sabbath. The cushions are only to be used in order to break the fall of the glassware, and after the glassware rolls off onto the ground, the cushions can be used as before. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon ben Jachai said, if a sheaf of grain, the tithes of which had not yet been separated, is on the back of the ass, the man may push it off with his head, so that it fall to the ground. The ass of our Gamaliel was once laden with honey, and, the Sabbath having set in, our Gamaliel would not allow the ass to be unloaded until the Sabbath. p. 367 was over. This proved too much for the animal and it dropped dead. We have learned in the Mishnah, that such things as may be handled on Sabbath may be removed from the animal. Why was not the honey removed? The honey had become spoiled. If the honey was spoiled, why was it brought? It was intended to be used for the bruises on camels. Then the cords should have been loosened and the honey allowed to fall off. The honey was in inflated skins, and would have burst if allowed to fall. Then cushions should have been placed on the ground to receive them. The cushions would have become soiled, and thus rendered unfit for use. Pity should have been taken on the animal, and it should not have been allowed to stand laden all day. Pity for animals is only a rabbinical institution according to our Gamaliel, and thus he could not observe it lest he violate the Sabbath. Abai once saw Rabbi playing with his little son, and setting him on the back of an ass, so he said to him, "Why does master use an animal on Sabbath?" And Rabbi answered, "This cannot be called using an animal in a regular manner, but just incidental use, and that was not prohibited by the rabbis." Abai objected, "Have we not learned that if two walls of a booth, to be used on the Feast of Tabernacles, were made by hand, and the third wall was already made by a tree, the booth might be used for ritual purposes, but it is not allowed to ascend to the roof of the booth on a festival, because the tree serves as a support to the roof, and by ascending the roof the tree would be used, which is prohibited." Hence we see that, although that would be incidental and not direct use, still it is prohibited? Rabbi answered, "In the case cited by thee, a tree is referred to, the branches of which were also part of the roof." The Mishnah seems to have this meaning attributed to it by Rabbi, for in a later clause it is stated, that should the tree, which partly supports the booth, be removed, and the booth can stand by itself, one may ascend it, hence the tree is regarded as an independent wall. Mishnah, one may untie bundles of straw for cattle, also strew stalks for them, but one must not undo tied bundles of siren. One herbs used as fodder, and carob pods, must not be cut. p. 368. Up for cattle, large or small. Our Jehuda permits the cutting up of carob pods for small cattle. Gemara, said Arhuna, there is no difference between bundles of straw and stalks, except that the former are tied twice while the latter are trebly tied, and by ziron is meant the young branches of a cedar tree, which when young are still tender and are eaten by cattle, and the Mishnah should be explained thus, one may untie bundles of straw for cattle, and also strew them, and the same may be done with stalks, but not with ziron, the latter must neither be untied nor strewn. Said Arhista, what reason has Arhuna for explaining the Mishnah in this manner? He means to say, that on account of such things as are already proper fodder for cattle one may trouble himself on Sabbath, but on account of such as must first be prepared as fodder, one should not trouble himself. Our Jehuda, however, says, that bundles of straw and ziron are identical, except that the former were tied twice and the latter trebly, but stalks signify cedar boughs, and he explains the Mishnah thus. We may untie bundles of straw for cattle, but not strew them. Stalks may also be strewn. The ziron, however, may be untied, but not strewn. Said Rabha, what is the reason for our Jehuda's explanation? He holds, that we may prepare things for the use of cattle, but we must not trouble ourselves on account of such things as are already fit fodder for cattle. An objection was made to the foregoing. Based on the latter clause of the Mishnah, herbs used for fodder and carob pods must not be cut up for cattle. As herbs are mentioned in conjunction with carob pods, we must assume, that as the herbs were soft, so were also the carob pods, and, it being prohibited to cut them up, we see that with such things as are already proper fodder we must not trouble ourselves, and this is contrary to the dictum of Arhuna? Arhuna might say to the contrary, that as the carob pods are hard, so also are the herbs. Where do we find that herbs should be cut up for cattle? They generally eat them as they are. This refers to young calves and mule colts. Another objection was raised, come and bear, one may cut up pumpkins for cattle and carrion for dogs. Then we may say, that as carrion is soft, so also are the pumpkins, and hence we see, that we may trouble ourselves even with such articles as are already fit fodder for cattle, and this is contradictory to our Jehuda's opinion? Our Jehuda might say to the contrary, that as the pumpkins were hard, so is also the carrion. How? p. 369. Can that be? Supposing it was the carcass of an elephant, or the dogs were young and could not eat carrion without having it cut up for them. Mishnah, a camel must not be crammed, to fatten it, nor may it be forced to eat, but the food may be put into its mouth. Calves must not be crammed, but the food may be put into their mouths. Poultry may be fed and crammed, water may be poured on bran, but the bran must not be kneaded. One must not put water before bees, or before doves in a dovecot, but one may put it before geese, before poultry, and before house pigeons. Gemara, what is meant by must not be crammed? Said our Jehuda. By that is meant, that the stomach of the camel should not be turned into a feed bag. Can such a thing be done? Said our Jeremiah of Difti, yea, I saw with my own eyes, that an itinerant merchant fed his camel a measure of grain, and when it had consumed that, he forced another measure down its throat. Calves must not be crammed, but the food may be put into their mouths, etc. What is the difference between cramming and putting food into the calf's mouth? Our Jehuda said, that cramming is accomplished when the food is stuffed down into the calf's mouth so that it cannot eject it, and putting food into its mouth is merely as is implied by the term, and Arhista said, that in both cases the food is forced down so far that the calf cannot eject it, but in cramming, some instrument is used, and the other is done by hand. R. Joseph objected, we have learned in Aboreta, that poultry may be crammed, and so much the more food may be given to the poultry a little at a time. The contrary is the case with doves. Food must not be given them even a little at a time, and much less may they be crammed. Now what is the difference between cramming and forcing them to eat a little at a time? Shall we assume that by cramming is meant, forcing the food down by hand, and by giving them food a little at a time is meant, throwing it to them? If so, why should doves not be fed in that manner? Is it then prohibited to throw them food? We must therefore say, that in both cases the food is given by hand, but in cramming the food is forced down so that it cannot be ejected, while in the other case it can be ejected. If this applies to poultry, then we must certainly assume that, as for calves, cramming is done by forcing the food down with an instrument. p. 370. And this would be contradictory to R. Jehuda? R. Jehuda might say, that by feeding poultry is meant, throwing food to them, and the reason that one must not feed doves is because they do not belong to him, whereas poultry belongs to him and must be fed by him, as we have learned in Aboreta, that one may give food to a dog but not to a pig, and the reason is, that a man is in duty bound to feed his dog, but a pig that he does not own he need not feed. Said Arashi, this we also learn from our Mishnah, one must not put it before bees, or before doves in a dovecot, but we may put it before geese, poultry, and house pigeons. We must assume the reason of the Mishnah to be because one is not obliged to take care of the bees and doves, but must take care of those which he owns. According to this, then, why is water only spoken of, why not wheat or barley? We must say, that water is easily obtainable, and hence there is no necessity to trouble one's self on that account. R. Jonah taught at the door of Nasi, it is written, Proverbs 29:7, the righteous considereth the cause of the indigent. The righteous, synonymous with the Holy One, blessed be he, knoweth that a dog hath not much food, and hath thus ordained, that the food in his stomach remains undigested for 3 days, as we have learned in the Mishnah, how long must the food, carrion, remain in the stomach, that it may still be considered unclean. In the stomach of a dog 3 days, but in the stomach of a bird or a fish only as long as it would take it to burn up if thrown into the fire. Said R. Hamnuna, from what was said above, it may be implied that one may throw food before a dog. How much? Said R. Mari, a small piece, and the dog should immediately be driven off. This refers to a dog in the field, but within the city a strange dog should not be fed at all, lest he run after the man. However, a dog belonging to him may be fed. Said R. Papa, there is nothing poorer than a dog, and nothing richer than a pig, meaning that a dog is very fastidious about food, while a pig will eat anything. We have learned in Aboreta, in support of the dictum of R. Jehuda, what is the difference between cramming and putting food into the mouth of a calf. Cramming is accomplished by laying the calf down, forcing open its mouth, and stuffing it with soaked grain, and putting food into its mouth is merely feeding and watering it separately, while the calf is standing. p. 371. Poultry may be fed and crammed, etc. Said Abai, I asked my master, with whose opinion was the Mishnah in conformity, and he told me with that of R. Jose Bar Jehuda, as we have learned, water must not be poured on bran, said Rabbi, but R. Jose Bar Jehuda said it may be done. The rabbis taught, when water is poured on parched corn the corn must not be kneaded on Sabbath, but others say that it may be kneaded. Who is meant by others? Said R. Hista, R. Jose Bar Jehuda. Such is the case, however, only when it is done differently than on a weekday. How can it be done differently? By kneading a little at a time and not in a lump. All agree, however, that the first of may be kneaded on the Sabbath, and that Egyptian beer may be drunk. Was it not said, that kneading was not allowed on Sabbath? This presents no difficulty. Fine corn may be kneaded, but coarse must not, and even then it must be kneaded differently than on a weekday. How can this be done? On weekdays the vinegar is first put in and then the shtitha, and on Sabbath the latter should be put in first. Levi the son of Arhuna bar Hiah once found the herder of his father's cattle pouring water on bran and giving it to the cattle. He scolded him. Afterwards Arhuna met his son, and said to him, "Thus said the father of thy mother in the name of Rab, meaning our Jeremiah bar Rabba, it is allowed to pour water on bran but not to put the mixed bran into the mouth of the cattle, but young cattle, that cannot eat themselves, may be fed by hand. And this may be done, providing it is done differently than on a weekday. How should that be done? The bran should only be stirred once lengthwise and once crosswise. It will not mix well, however, in this manner. Said Jehudah, then it should be poured into another vessel." We found in the diary of Zerah, "I asked of my master Arhiah, whether kneading was permitted on the Sabbath, and he said, no. I asked him whether transferring from one vessel to another was permitted, and he said it was. Said Arminus, it is allowed to give one animal a measure of grain, and 2 measures for 2 animals, but one must not give 3 measures for 2 animals. Joseph, however, said that a whole cab, or even 2 cabs, may be given for 1 or 2 or 3 animals, and Eula said that even a cur or more may be given." p. 372. It was written in the diary of Levi, "I related in the presence of my master, who was Rabbi the Holy, Jehudah Hanasi, that in Babylon they were kneading shtithan on Sabbath and Rabbi protested against it, but no one paid attention to it, and he had no power to prohibit it, because Arhosai bar Jehudah once permitted it, as mentioned previously." It was written in the diary of Jehoshua ben Levi, "One who is born on the first day of the week will be a man, and not one thing will be in him." What does that mean? That there will not be any one good thing in him? Did not R.C. say that he was born on the first day of the week? Shall we say, that not one bad thing will be in him? R.C. said, "I and Demi bar Kakusta were both born on the first day of the week, and, behold, I am a prince and he is a leader of robbers." What, then, is meant by not one thing will be in him? This means, that he will be either wholly bad or wholly good. A man who is born on the second day of the week will be a man of violent passion. Why so? Because on the second day the water was separated. A man born on the third day will be rich and lascivious. Why so? Because grass was created on the third day. A man born on the fourth day will be wise and have a good memory. Why so? Because on the fourth clay the lights were created. A man born on the fifth day will be a charitable man. Why so? Because on that day the fishes and fowls were created. A man born on the sixth clay will be a very devout man. Naaman bar Itzhak said, "He will be zealous in the fulfillment of commandments." A man born on the Sabbath will also die on the Sabbath, because on his account the great day of Sabbath was violated. Said Rabbi bar Arshala, "He will, however, be called a great and pious man." Said Arhanina to the men who related what was written in the diary above, "Go and tell the son of Levi, that the fortune of a man does not depend upon the day, but upon the hour he was born in. One who is born in the hour of sunrise will be a bright man, he will eat and drink of his own, but he will not be able to keep secrets and will not be successful in stealing. One who is born under Venus will be a rich man, but will be lascivious, because fire is generated under Venus. One who is born under Mercury will be bright and wise, because that star is the scribe of the sun. One who is born under the moon will be sickly or troubled. He will build and demolish, will not eat and." p. 373. Drink his own, but will keep secrets, and will be successful stealing. One who is born under Saturn will have all his thoughts and aims come to naught, And others say, to the contrary, all aims against him will come to naught. One who is born under Jupiter will be a righteous man, and R. Naaman Bartzak said he will be very devout. One who is born under Mars will be a man who will shed blood. He will either be a surgeon or robber, a butcher or a circumciser, said Arashi. Rabbah said that he was born under Mars. Said Abai to him, Thou, Master, reprovest men, and whom thou reprovest, he dieth, hence thou, also, sheddest blood. It was taught, Arhanina said, one who is born under a lucky star may be either rich or wise, and the same thing applies to Israelites also. R. Johanan said, an Israelite does not come under this fate, and R. Johanan says this in accordance with his dictum elsewhere, viz., whence do we know that the Israelites are not subject to fate? Because it is written, Jeremiah x. 2, Thus hath said the Lord, Do not habituate yourselves in the way of the nations, and at the of the heavens be ye not dismayed, although the nations should be dismayed at them. So the nations may be dismayed at the signs of the heavens, but not the Israelites, and Rab holds likewise, that the Israelites are not subject to fate. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, Whence do we know that the Israelites are not subject to fate? Because it is written, Genesis 15:5, and he brought him forth abroad. Abraham said before the Holy One, Blessed be he, Creator of the universe, Lo, one born in my house will be my heir, and the Lord answered, He that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thy heir, General 15:4. And Abraham said again, Creator of the universe, I have consulted my horoscope, and have found that I am not capable of having a son, so the Lord said to him, Away with thy horoscope. An Israelite hath no fate. Of Samuel it is also known, that he thought the Israelites had no destiny, for Samuel and Ablat were once sitting together, and some men went past a meadow. Ablat, who was an astrologer, said to Samuel, pointing to one of the men, That man will not return. A snake will bite him, and he will die. Said Samuel, If he is an Israelite, he will come back. While they were talking, the man came back, so Ablat arose and examined him, and he found a snake cut in on the man's clothes. p. 374. Paragraph continues, Said Samuel to the man, What didst thou do today, that thou hast escaped death? The man answered, It is our custom, when going out with a party of men, that we all contribute our share of victuals, and then have our meal in common. I knew that one of our party had no bread, victuals, and not wishing to make him ashamed, I secured the basket to gather the food, and when coining up to him I pretended to put in his share, but in reality put in mine, and thus he was not ashamed. Then thou hast committed an act of charity, said Samuel, and when he went out he preached that charity may be the cause of saving a man's life, and not only from a violent death, but also from death which otherwise would have overtaken a man naturally. Of Arakiba it is also known, that he did not believe the Israelites to be subject to fate, for Arakiba had a daughter, and the soothsayers predicted that on the day on which she should enter the garden a snake would bite her and she would die. He was very much troubled on that account. One day his daughter took off her headdress in the garden, and the needle protruding from it stuck on the side of the fence where a snake happened to be, and piercing the eye of the snake, the latter was killed. When Arakiba's daughter went back to the house the snake dragged after her. Asked Arakiba, What didst thou do today, to escape death? And she answered, At dawn a man came to the door begging bread. Everybody, however, was at the table, and no one heard him but myself. I took my own meal, that thou gavest me, and gave it to him. Said Arakiba, Thou didst an act of charity, and this saved thee from death. He then went forth and preached, that charity may be the cause of saving a man's life, and not only from a violent death, but also from one that was to have come naturally. R. Naaman bar Yitzhak is also known to discountenance the theory of the Israelites being subject to fate, for the mother of R. Naaman was told by astrologers that her son would turn out to be a thief, so she would not let him go out bareheaded, saying, "Always keep thy head covered, that thou mayest fear the Lord, and pray to him for mercy," and he did not know why she always told him this. One day he sat underneath the tree studying, when his headwear fell off, and looking up, he saw the tree filled with delicious dates. He was very much tempted to take some of the fruit, although the tree did not belong to him, and accordingly climbed the tree, and bit off a branch with his teeth. p. 375. Mishnah, pumpkins may be cut up for cattle, and carrion for dogs. R. Jehuda saith, if the carrion was not yet carrion, if the beast had not yet died, before the Sabbath, it must not be cut up, because, in that case, it is not part of what had been provided, for consumption on Sabbath. Gemara, it was taught, Eula said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, and of Rab it is also known that he agrees with R. Jehuda, as may be seen from his decree concerning covers of a vessel, on page 29. Levi also admits that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, for when a carcass was brought to him for decision as to its fitness for use, or unfitness, on a festival, he would not inspect it unless it had lain in the dirt, because, should he hold it to be fit, it would forthwith become carrion and not even be fit for dogs, by reason of its turning into carrion on the festival, and thus not having been provided on the day before for consumption on the festival. Samuel, however, said, that the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon, as also does Zerah, because a Mishnah elsewhere, which teaches, that if an animal died, on Sabbath or on a festival, it must not be removed, was explained by Zerah to refer only to such an animal as was designated for a sacrifice and which must not be made use of at all, but any ordinary carcass may be removed. R. Johanan also said, that the halakha according to R. Simeon prevails. Is it possible that R. Johanan said this? Have we not learned that R. Johanan always holds halakhas to be in accordance with the abstract decrees of the Mishnah, and in another Mishnah we have learned that the wood of a beam that had been broken on a festival must not be used on the festival. R. Johanan claims, that the Mishnah above was taught in the name of R. Jose bar Jehuda. Come and hear. Another objection, it is permitted to commence taking from a heap of straw on a festival for use as fuel, but not from wood designated for another purpose. This is also taught abstractly, and is certainly contrary to the opinion of R. Simeon. This above teaching refers to cedar beams intended for building purposes, and being very expensive should not be used as fuel, even according to R. Simeon. Come and hear. Another objection based upon another abstract Mishnah, it is not permitted to water or to slaughter animals living in their wild natural state, but it is allowed as regards domestic animals. This is also contrary to R. Simeon. p. 376. Paragraph continues, R. Johanan, however, found an abstract Mishnah that was in accord with R. Simeon, viz., that Mishnah concerning bones and husks which may be removed from the table, page 326, and R. Johanan holds as R. Naaman did later, that all decisions rendered by the school of Shammai are in accordance with the opinion of R. Jehuda, while those rendered by the school of Hillel agree with those of R. Simeon. It is related of R. Aha and Rabina, that one said that all laws pertaining to Sabbath remain as decreed by R. Simeon, with the exception of one thing, that had been set aside on account of causing disgust, namely, an old candlestick that had become soiled with the dripping tallow, and the other said, that even in this instance the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon, but the one thing that does not remain as decreed by R. Simeon is the case of a candlestick which had been used on the same Sabbath. Both admit, however, that as for the theory of designation where expensive articles are concerned, R. Simeon accepts it in that case, and declares, that they may not be used on Sabbath, as we have learned in a Mishnah, page 268, concerning the large wood saw and the plowshare, which, according to our Simeon, also must not be handled, because they are expensive, and being used only by mechanics should not be handled by others. Mishnah, a man may annul vows, of his wife or daughter, one on the Sabbath, and consult, a sage, as to vows, relating to objects, required for the Sabbath. Window light may be shut out by blinds, a piece of stuff may be measured, and also a mikveh, plunge bath, to ascertain whether it be of legal size. It happened in the days of Zadok's father, and in the days of Abisal ben Botnith, that they closed a window with an earthen jar, and then tied another vessel to a pole with papyrus, in order to ascertain whether, in a covered vessel, there was an opening 1 span high or not. From them we learn, that, in certain cases, it may be permitted to close, to measure, and to tie on the Sabbath. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question: does the term, required for the Sabbath, in connection with vows, apply to both clauses of that sentence, and if it does not, neither may be done on the Sabbath, whence we shall learn, that the time in which a man may annul the vow of his wife. p. 377. Or daughter does not expire with the day, but continues for 24 hours, because, if the vows do not relate to the Sabbath and neither of the above two clauses may be executed, the man can annul the vow at night after the Sabbath, or shall we say that the term, required for the Sabbath, applies only to the latter clause, that of consulting as to vows, and not to the first clause, that of annulling the vow, which would establish the fact that the time for annulment expires with the day and does not continue for 24 hours. Come and hear, Arzodi, one of the disciples of our Papi, taught, that only such vows as relate to the Sabbath may be annulled on the Sabbath, thence we may learn, that the time for annulment of vows does not expire for 24 hours? Said Arashi, did we not learn, in a Mishnah of Tract Nadarim, that the time for annulment of vows continues for 1 day only? Concerning this, there is a difference of opinion among the Tanaim, as will be explained in Tract Nadarim. And consult as to vows, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: does this mean to say, that the man had not time before Sabbath, that is, that he made the vow on the Sabbath, or even if he had time before Sabbath, but wishes to be released from his vow at once? Come and hear, the rabbis complied with the wish of Arzutra the son of Arzera, and released him from his vow on a Sabbath, although he had plenty of time to have this done before Sabbath. 1. Our Jose wished to state, that, as to vows, a man may consult on Sabbath only a man who is a competent authority, Checkum, but he must not consult 3 ordinary men, because that would appear as a judgment on business affairs. Abai said to him, whereas 3 men may be consulted standing, or even if they are of kin, or even at night, it will not appear as an ordinary judgment. When a man wishes to annul the vow of his wife on the Sabbath, he must not say to her, as on a weekday, thy vow is annulled, or, I release thee from thy vow, but merely, go and eat, or, go and drink, and this releases her from her vow. Said R. Johanan, the man must, however, think at the time that he is annulling her vow. We have learned in Aboraitha, the school of Shammai said. p. 378. Paragraph continues, on Sabbath a man must annul the vow in his mind only, but on a weekday he must proclaim it by word of mouth. The school of Hillel said, however, that be it Sabbath or a weekday, it is sufficient if the man annul the vow in his mind without proclaiming it. They closed a window with an earthen jar, etc. Said R. Jehuda, in the name of Rab, there was a small bridge between 2 houses, and underneath the bridge lay a part of a corpse, and a cracked tub stood on top of the 2 houses, but it was not known whether the crack in the tub was large enough to admit of the penetration of the uncleanness arising from the corpse. So, first of all holes which were in the walls of the 2 houses were stopped up with towels, Then another vessel, a small jar, was tied with papyrus to a pole and laid on the tub, in order to see whether the crack was 1 span deep or not. 1. From them we learn that, in certain cases, one may close, measure, etc. Eula once came into the house of the exarch on Sabbath, and saw Rabbi Bar Arhuna sitting in a tub of water and measuring it. Said Eula to him, the rabbis only permitted the measuring of a plunge bath for ritual purposes, but did they permit it to be done for no purpose? Rabbi Bar Arhuna answered, I am doing this merely to while away the time, I have nothing else to do, and must not think of the law while bathing, so it makes no difference. End of Tract Sabbath.
The prayer at the conclusion of a tract. Abai said, May it be reckoned to me, for my reward in the world to come, that whenever I noticed a young scholar, of my college, had finished a tract of the Talmud, I gave a feast to all the sages of the day. Pages 250 and 251 of this tract. Bearing the above motto in mind and as a matter of peculiar interest, we shall translate below the laudatory prayer published in every edition of the ancient Talmud at the conclusion of each tract, and in justification of this our digression from the actual text would state the following. With all pious Israelites who were exclusively engaged in the study of the Talmud, and even with those who made it an incidental feature of their lives, it has since time immemorial been the custom to celebrate as a happy event the completion of the study of each tract. So marked was the degree of gratification at this frequent occurrence, that it became customary for the firstborn sons in Israel, who in commemoration of one of the plagues sent by the Lord upon the Egyptians were in the habit of fasting on the eve of Passover, to complete the study of a tract of the Talmud on that day, and, thanks to the feast given in honor of the occasion, escape the rather onerous duty of fasting, and even in the 9 days of penance occurring before the fast of the 9th of Ab, when the temple was destroyed, when meat was not to be eaten and wine was not to be drunk, the same subterfuge would be resorted to, in order that a feast might be given and thus break the fast of the 9 days. Apart from this, the prayer is rich in sentiment, and deserves to be rendered at the end of this volume once for all. We shall return to thee, Tract Sabbath, 1 and mayest thou return to us. We shall bear thee in mind, Tract Sabbath, and mayest thou bear us in mind. May we not be forgotten by thee, Tract Sabbath. And thou shalt not be forgotten by us on this earth nor in the world to come. This is to be repeated 3 times, when the following is to be recited. May it be thy will, O Lord, our God and God of our fathers, that thy law may be our pursuit in this world and in the world to come. May there be together with us, in the world to come, Hanina bar Papa, Rami bar Papa, Naaman bar Papa, Ahayi bar Papa, Abamari bar Papa, Raphram bar Papa, Rakesh bar Papa, Surab bar Papa, Ada bar Papa, and Doro bar Papa. 2. p. 380. Make sweet, O Lord, our God, the words of thy law in our mouths, and in the mouth of thy people the house of Israel, and may we, our children, and the children of thy people the house of Israel, all know thy name and learn thy law. Wiser than my enemy doth thy commandment make me, for it is perpetually with me. Let my heart be entire in the statutes, that I may not be put to shame. Never will I forget thy precepts, for with them thou hast kept me alive. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes. Amen, amen, amen. Selah, forever. We thank thee, O Lord, our God and God of our fathers, that thou hast cast our lot amongst those that dwell in the houses of learning, and not amongst the occupants of the markets. For we arise early, and they arise early. We arise to the words of law, and they arise to words of vanity. We strive, and they strive. We strive and receive our reward, while they strive in vain. We run, and they run. We run towards everlasting life, and they run towards death, as it is written, But thou, O God, thou wilt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Let not the men of blood and deceit live out half their days, but I will indeed trust in thee. May it be thy will, O Lord my God, that as thou hast assisted me in the conclusion of Tract Sabbath, so mayst thou assist me in the commencement of other tracts and books of law, and in their conclusion, that I may live to learn and teach, to observe and to do and to keep all of the words of the teachings of thy law with affection. And may the merits of all the Tanaim and Amoraim and other scholars uphold me and my children, in order that the law may not escape from my mouth, from the mouths of my children and children's children forever, and may it be verified in me, all that is written, when thou walkest, it shall lead thee, when thou liest down, it shall watch over thee, and when thou art awake, it shall converse with thee. For through me shall thy days be multiplied and the years of thy life shall be increased unto thee. Length of days are in her right hand, in her left are riches and honor. The Lord shall give strength unto his people, the Lord will bless his people with peace. Revised July 22, 1896, and found all correct. Isaac M. Wise.